meeting all of these amazing people.
PUBG for putting on this amazing event. It's been so much fun. It's been so great getting to chat to the devs, getting to see everyone playing games and having so much fun. Thanks to all the team that's put it together.
It's great to be here. I can only say to other PUBG players, come here next year.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this bag. She sees the word respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome everyone to the first day of PAS 6 Last Chance Qualifiers. We are finally here to see who will be the next 8 teams to advance to the grand finals here at PAS 6 and have a chance at qualifying to the PCS sets coming up, as well as get those nice points for PGC points to qualify for the biggest event at the end of the year. My name is Cameron Davis, joined by Matchum and Godspeed. Godspeed, man, last weekend was great. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, we saw a lot of teams who are going to be in the last chance qualifier have some pretty cool moments, and I think with this lobby, we're in for a real doozy, so it should be a blast.
Yeah, and we'll go through all that in a second, but first, Matchum, we didn't see you last weekend. You excited to get your feet wet with some more regional PUBG action?
Dude, regional PUBG action and last chance qualifiers, that's like the double whammy of fun, because things
Right?
get wild in these and always can lead to cool stuff.
I know. Listen, it's super exciting stuff that's happening. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. We missed you. As Godspeed said, it's been a really, really exciting time looking through the group stage. A couple of expected results, but a couple of surprising teams that we see here in the Last Chance Qualifier, which we will go through in just a short minute. But first, we need to walk through how this is going to happen with the overall format. We are halfway through the overall PAS main event, PAS 6. Right now, we had the group stage, Last Chance Qualifier, and it should be a really, really good time. It's just 2 days though, Godspeed. It's just a best of 12. It's the same 16 teams, but with only 12 games. Do you think that's going to be a bit of a limitation here on how teams can qualify?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, when you have less games, I mean, we had 12 games as well when we talk about the group stages, but technically, I mean, we have an 18-game finals, you know, cutting 6 of those games out. We saw the results of that happening at EWC. It gives a lot of teams less chances to have mistakes. You can't really have bad games if you're not salvaging games. It's going to be an issue. And again, with how rowdy and raucous I think this lobby is going to be, I think this is going to be a challenge. This is going to be a challenge for sure.
Right. So here we're going to see the actual format graphic kind of walking us through everything. The group stage is completed. We had 24 teams enter. The top 8 after the group stage, round robin, A, B, B, C, C, A rotation. Top 8 go to next weekend immediately. The remaining 16 teams are playing this weekend in a best of 12 series. 8 of them will advance, 8 of them will be eliminated. So it's a double elimination bracket matchup in some sort of ways. We sometimes call it that. But this is the last actual chance. Teams are going to be going home. There is no more safety net for them. But matchup, let's walk through again, in case you're new, what the point system is here in PUBG Esports.
Tried and true, right? We've been using this for forever. 10 points for first, 6 points for second, diminishes down to 1 point, down for 7th and 8th. Let's not forget about the fact that kills give you 1 point apiece. This could also lead to a lot of stacking factors, as we did see a tiebreaker being a deciding factor moving into a team, and Al Qadsia coming in. So 1 point, one way or the other, could be absolutely massive for these teams.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it rarely ever goes beyond the first tiebreaker, but it's one thing to keep in mind. Tiebreaker is placement points first. So anything past that, then maybe it can get a little complicated, and there are steps to go over that. But placement points first. So even though kills are valuable, placement points maybe a little bit more. But this is what the prize pool is going to be looking like overall. It's a good chunk of change. 50,000 total dollary dues to go into these players' pockets. But really, Godspeed, it is honestly about qualifying to the global events, not just the PGS events coming up, but also the PGC event at the end of the year, where we get nice points for that, specifically 250 for first place.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, aside from Masters West coming up, I mean, PGS and PGC, I mean, we're at the end of the year, right? So if you miss out on either of those events, you are on for a long break heading into, you know, whatever next year is going to look like. So definitely want to get those PGC points, qualify, get into the final show, make sure you're able to play there, make an impact, and then, you know, cement your legacy for either next year or some people, you know, a lot of players have been playing this game for 7+ years at this point. So
yeah,
it's a huge legacy. Speaking of which, looking at these teams, we have quite a few. You did mention, Matt, earlier, Al Qadsia, who tied with Ying Yang at 79 points, just barely making it out. I mean, Al Qadsia, I think, is a team that we obviously expect to have made it just straight up into the grand finals. But I generally don't worry about a team like them, or even like Rock Esports. If we want to get into some of those teams, Cam, I know you said we'd get into it. Like some of the teams that we didn't really expect to be here, I would say Al Qadsia and Rock for me, and even Bestia, probably the teams we talk about at the top.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, like you said, like we established you weren't here last weekend, but we know that you were watching. Any of those teams kind of stand out as you as the team that you were perhaps shocked to see in the last chance qualifier?
Well, I mean, of course, whenever we look at those big three, the thing that draws my attention the most, though, is honestly Rock. Alcadzia is a squad we know that should perform well, but Rock is just coming out of some pretty solid performances on international stage. Like, we can't say that they were, like, phenomenal, but whenever you're competing at the top of everything, you should
Right.
be doing really well. And remember the fact that they did switch out a coach. So, since the last international coming into this, Silzen has taken over the role of coach, and we've seen a bit of a slide. So, we all know that Papa Silzen can bring a lot of knowledge, but I get a bit worried whenever we see a coach switch up and, we saw a squad that was performing well slide back down. So that's going to be a
Right.
lot of pressure onto him.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. We'll see how they recover coming into this weekend. Here's the overall leaderboard from last weekend. All group stages, everything combined together. The top 8, as we established, they're already in the grand final. They're not going to be here, but this is a good sort of look into how these teams that are playing this weekend performed last weekend. As Godspeed said, or Matchroom, or we're all saying, right? 8th and 9th place, one. It was a tie. Yin Yang and Alcadzia, we're all the same person, okay? We're one big giant Cerberus.
We're one
okay?
entity.
Yeah,
Stupid
exactly.
math being the exact thing that everybody can agree on.
I know, right? No arguments there. So 79 for both Yin Yang and Alcadzia, but Rocky Sports also in 10th place. But the one thing that jumps out to me, Godspeed, looking at this leaderboard, is that there aren't really any breaks in the points. It's just a linear slide towards the bottom.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we had some sponging up top, obviously, when we came to group stages, but it was pretty linear all the way down, aside from that tie again. I mean, looking at the head-to-head here of Alcadzia and Rock, 2 the teams we're talking about, 53 kills, for Alcadzia. A lot more damage on the side of Rock. Rock was definitely finding a lot more action. However, they weren't able to convert those into kills, or actually kill points. Some of those were stolen, but overall it was very close, right? 79 to 76 points. Rock, again, you're talking about how well they've done recently at EWC. We've talked about their year so far. This roster's really come together. So yeah, I mean, a little slip up coming off of an event like EWC, I think is okay, as long as they right the ship here, and I think, they qualify to grand finals, which they should, right? I mean, let's be honest, they should. Then I think they'll be just fine. Yeah, but should is the key word. Yeah, exactly.
It is. Yeah, so I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Rock Esports. We see the damage numbers and kill numbers, a bit of a discrepancy there, but we know that the teams play different styles, which could be leaning into that. But now that we're looking at some key players from these two rosters, I already did the numbers. I did the math for you guys, so you don't have to worry about this. Both of them were basically close in their kill participation, both around 30 to 35% of the kill participation of the team. But damage-wise, Roth is only looking at 21% of the team's total damage, whereas Fantastico is looking at 32% of the team's total damage. And that's already of a team that we just saw in the previous slide have a really high damage count to begin with. So Matchroom, when we're looking at Rock Esports of like, oh, why are they here to begin with? They had such a good previous performance. That I'm sure that the damage amount itself is something to kind of look at of, oh, maybe they still got it. We shouldn't be worried about them just yet.
Well, damage is interesting, specifically whenever we look at how Rock tends to play. They're a squad that can sometimes be a bit more passive in the earlier stages, and by passive, I mean just control an area. So farming damage, forcing teams away from them. So a high damage count with a lower kill count comparison usually does mean that it can be something along those lines, and yes, kills aren't being converted the way that they would like to, but it can also just go into area control. But when we also see them kind of sliding down the leaderboard, now being in last chance qualifiers, it's showing that maybe the damage that's being converted out isn't giving them the control that they really think that it's wanting to kind of capitalize off of and giving them their path into the circle.
That's, actually a fair point. We'll see if they can't start to get more of those conversions into kills this weekend. Looking at the top kills overall, these are the top kills from group stage of the teams that are in last chance qualifier. That's why we're not seeing anyone from Mira, not seeing anyone from Furia. And Godspeed, Balefrost really jumps out. Not only is he in first place, Yoho are in 4th place of, okay, how do I say this? They're 4th best team in last chance qualifier
Of
from
the
group stage. Yeah,
they were in 12th.
That is the most Yoho stat I've ever heard in my life.
I know.
You're the 4th best, worst, best team.
Something like
what
that.
you said.
Yeah, but Balefrost being first in kills, though, that's something fun to see, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Bale back in the mix. I mean, it was talked about last week during the games when they were playing, talking about Balefrost and Punage coming back together. You also have Shinboy back in there. Cherry Vibes is in this roster. Wolf is, back coaching. So, again, this is, it's a storied roster, but also looking at a team like, I mean, Wuju 2. We've talked about Wuju 2 in the past quite a bit as well. They have found varying degrees of success with different rosters. They have Lucid, Seifu, Zenny as well. So, I mean, I expect them to do well. We've had them kind of had explosive starts, especially last year, but not able to quite capitalize and finish strong. So we'll see if they can kind of do that here. But again, this is a very strong team to watch. Definitely one of the ones to watch for sure.
Yeah, so looking at the graphic now, what it's showing is that in PAS 4 and 5 and last chance
Want
qualifier,
Wuju 2 to
they
do
got
well.
107 points both times, which was enough to advance them to the grand finals.
I want Wuju 2 to do well so badly.
Be able to do it here, Matchroom. I don't know if that's the case. We're going to have to see. But another team that we want to keep our eyes on is going to be Yoho, specifically Shinboy, who got 25 kills total combined between PAS 4 and PAS 3 last chance qualifier. Shinboy did compete in PAS 5 on God Squad, but they were able to qualify directly into grand finals. So alongside Bill Frost, Matchroom, Shinboy certainly is another player to watch to see if they can, I don't want to say recover, but at the very least, like, get their act together and appear in the grand finals.
Bro, can we talk about how Yoho is like the team that always wins my heart but never wins anything else? This is a squad that I always really have a higher expectation for, because I always, like, I want to believe that they can pull it together, because there's so much history on this squad, but it's always
I love
been
you
a squad that
so much.
whenever they can have these big, huge play
Don't knock
moments,
my
but
water
the
over.
consistency just isn't quite
Why
there.
are you doing
And
this?
they have so many phenomenal players on them that are kind of like the squad that grew up playing
you're
PUBG,
gone?
for lack of a better term. And there is so much capabilities in them, and I have
Kitty
firm
disappeared
expectations
on
that
me.
they get out of Last Chance. But I want to see them take really whatever they're learning out of this and catapult themselves into a better position in the grand final.
Yeah, and now Michael. Michael, what do we say about this player?
Where's
Constantly
Shroud?
jumping around so many different teams. A really, really strong player. Has performed well internationally. Even if I do begrudgingly consider PNC as an international event, we're not getting out, but I get into that. But even
he's got his MVP jersey on. You can see he
It's not as
specifically was like United
international as
Kingdom.
it gets. It's an exhibition. It's, you know, but it's sure. It's not like, I understand what you're saying, but it is definitely international. But yes, even outside of that, good international success. But I mean, this is a team of veterans, right? Mission Ready International Alliance. This is a real deal. You got Snakers, Vox, Gats. You got Michael, right? You got Bizzler as the sub. You got Trevor as the coach. I mean, this is a
Solid
team.
team.
They were just LG, right? They've been the Falcons, like the Snakers in that core. They've been many different teams, so we expect them to also get out of this. Plus, they're fun as hell to watch. I mean, Vox with his BRDM is just an absolute menace. Michael, you know, doing Michael things, whether it's clutching something up or healing in the blue. You get a little flavor, you get a little sample of everything with that team.
Now, this is an interesting one, Theros. A bit of a dark horse, we have to say, coming into this Bunch of Gaio. Really haven't been performing all that well, but Theros did help bring Potentially Dangerous in previous last chance qualifiers to the grand finals, with the team getting 103 points in 4 and 109 points in 5, and of course, even qualifying Spam directly to the grand finals in PAS 3. But since joining Bunch of Gaio, I mean, Theros is an experienced enough player, but seeing Potentially Dangerous move on without him, qualifying immediately to the grand finals from last weekend's group stage matchroom, do we think that that's going to maybe have Theros feel a certain type of way, maybe feeling a little left behind, and perhaps more motivated to perform?
Well, the thing about PUBG is it's hard. We do talk about MVPs and a lot of other stuff that goes on. This is a squad that really is struggling to find points right now. Maltheros has been around for a long time, has a lot of skills and capabilities. He has got to make sure that he's also feeding over a lot of that experience to other players on his squad to give them the opportunity to climb.
Right.
This is a team that, yeah, it does have some history to it, but it is the team that I think out of everything that we were looking at is going to be facing the uphill battle today. I mean, what, we saw 24 points, if I remember correctly, 20-something
Something
points?
like that, yeah.
For the group stage, and that is harsh. That is, what, 2 points per game, less than, or right?
Yeah, my cat's just fully sprawled upside down, like right over here.
But not much better than what you're saying.
She
So,
looks
yeah,
like
definitely
someone's
one
gonna
of
come
the
kill her.
teams that probably has the highest hill to climb. But hey, these are the maps that we're going over now. Enough with the pretext, right? We're looking at what the actual schedule is going to be, and this time around, Godspeed, we're actually starting on Erangel, not saving it for the end, at least not today, so we get the Erangel situation, again, not going into that soapbox, out early. Do we think that's going to make any changes, or is it just sort of just more run-of-the-mill?
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I can think of is really
What,
sometimes starting on Erangel can be a bit more comfortable and like because it can sometimes have a bit of a slower pace. But Erangel lately hasn't been the slower paced map at the start, so hard to say.
I just really appreciate the fact that Godspeed is so locked in on this weekend's Last Chance qualifier that he has physically locked in to both time and space.
Not
So,
even
listen,
breathing. He's that focused.
it shows this man's dedication to the sport of competitive PUBG. Oh, we're actually just he's blipped out of existence now. He's gone,
Whoa.
and now he's back. Phase shift,
Hello.
phase shift, and now we're back here.
Oh gosh.
Hello, friends.
Welcome back. We missed you.
So with a couple of minutes left before we jump into the game, in a few short minutes, by the way, chat. That was not me trying to pad anything. One thing I wanted to ask you, Godspeed, is with one of the less experienced teams, at least from North America, in LCQ, but with a couple of good games, including a chicken dinner, pest control. Do we have any expectations for this roster?
I'd say so. I think Joshy, had some experience and had some fun over at PNC, the event you absolutely hate. I know we talked about it.
Didn't say, I didn't say I hated it. I didn't say that.
We also had Blissey. Blissey did really well as far as his team and stats. We saw him on the top 5 killers for the teams that are in LCQ. So I think that this team definitely has some promise. And you look at the fact that they ended in 11th with 69 points. They were pretty close. They're only 10 points behind qualification. So I think they're definitely one of the teams to watch out for to qualify from the last chance. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, everyone, we are going to be getting into the very first game. And this plane path matchup, it is not looking particularly promising for a smooth start to the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, you know how we were talking about Erangel has been kind of a jerk lately? This is kind of what we're talking about. You've got the assumption that it might go down to military, but even if it doesn't, it's going to keep some part of that channel that's going to be in play.
Yeah.
Early drops does have some locations that are going to feel pretty good, but
Watch this go up to Yaz, just because they said that.
Early drop on the very first game, so probably going to separate out, get some space away. Really, the circle or the pathing like this is just going to put pressure with only one squad, and it's going to be Wuju 2 making the melee circle share.
That's wild. I know if Liquid were on this plane, they would be going down to Sosnovka as well rather than going to Georgiapol, but they're not here. And so because of that, we're seeing a weird shuffling in the main drops versus alt drops, seeing 3 or 4 teams drop east of Yasnaya, all fighting for Stalber and Komeshki, which is not a bad alternative drop on this plane path. The fact that that everyone is going there, I don't know. I'm a little worried for those teams' early rotations, Godspeed.
Yeah, that's a bit busy. I mean, for the first game, it's a hell of a way to start things off. We'll see how they get out of... Oh, and it's up there. That's the other thing, though. Circle's up there,
I
right? Which
called it.
Right.
That they can actually take their time. They don't need to
I called it.
rotate out. If they do get trapped, they'll be able to at least kind of...
I did say watch it go back up to Yaz.
So that could have been a lot worse. At the same time, it looks like those teams are actually spreading out pretty well, so it doesn't look like we're going to get too many squabbles, so to speak.
Yeah. But hey, QAD, they dropped early, right on Milta Power. This roster, especially Rello, is very, very storied with Milta Power. Should have the rotations on the back of their hand. Granted, their rotations are always going to be influenced by the teams dropping it around you, so that's going to have to be a constant, the updated Rolodex. But regardless, that is a team that I think we want to have our eyes on for how they start. Same thing with Mission Ready International Alliance up here in Yasnaya.
Can we take a second? And I just want to say, as a dyslexic, how mean it is to name yourself MRIA while we also have Mira in this. While I was watching last weekend, Toffee specifically was messaging me, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. I'm looking at the stats number. I was looking at the stats numbers for MRIA instead of Mira because of my brain had confused the lettering. So this is going to be fun for everybody. Hopefully it should be too big. I spent all week kind of trying to work it out, by the way. So it should be
Listen. Allegedly, they chose that specifically because it is so close to Team Mira. to try and have any sort of advantage when it comes to kill feed tracking. It affecting us commentators is just, we're just in the line
It's
of fire.
just gravy for
But
that
hey,
squad.
immediately Theros finds a target, so this fighting up in around Stolberg is happening quite early.
This is really interesting. We've got a lineup along this very wide open hillside leading into Kameshki. Down this over hillside, there's a lot of verticality in this and not the easiest of pathing. So that is actually going to be Max losing one of the tires on their car early. I like this. This is being a bit of momentum at the start to kind of like, even if it's just getting harassment or some small victories, it does carry over in the mental state.
The codes, check the codes.
Oh, the codes.
Top
yes.
right
Okay,
of the
so
minimap, U06736-V8XR-CTF5-
Yeah, okay, so
G3AQ8.
I didn't have time to say this. Before I go, there's fighting happening. I was going to step away and let you guys take care of the rest of the game. Before I go, yes, there are codes that are happening every single game, every minute and a half or so from Phase 1 until Phase 6. You're going to get a new one every single time, so keep your eyes glued onto the screen. That's it for me. I'll see you guys in game number 2.
There you go. You got your one code red. But after that, I don't know. We'll try to do it if we spot them out. But you can see that we've got the waiting next code section. So a couple of seconds will pass and we'll get another one. So that's the benefit of watching live, everybody. Stay on top of it. Keep your game open and type in those codes as fast as possible. A lot of skirmishing around the center right now, though, Godspeed.
Yep, there is. You have a lot of teams already trying to rotate here early, trying to get to that center around just north of, I'd say, Heaven. You have a couple teams also opting to go just south of. You also see a nice split for Mission Ready. Be taking those yellows as well as the furthest apartments there in Yaz. And then you also have Pest Control off to the east. So as you stated, a lot of teams opting to go for center early, but you also have some teams as well that are not quite center. I mean, we still have the Dogs going to be off from Morse, DM above them. We also have Duel who are making their way into the circle as well.
Following in with the Gooners right now, making their rotation. I think that if I
feel
remember
like
correctly, wasn't it simply Matt that said this is going to be
ton of
his last
people
competition?
just love the Gooners.
Streamer that's often been involved in a lot of our competitions in there is Gooners have made a name for themselves as being a bit of a spoilery squad for this year, and curious to see how they're going to handle out this last chance qualifier.
Who are they going to spoil this time?
See, indeed. The Gooners were... the Gooners were fun. Let's just say that. They had some great moments. Bonja the Guy actually kind of shut them down, even though they didn't get many points in the group stage. They were one of the only teams that shut down Gooners' early aggression effectively. As we'll see now, I think in a lobby like this, Matt, that they are going to have much more success.
Yeah, we also got a red zone that's going to be popping pretty close to the center, so that's going to be Mission Ready hunkering down. Yaho also going to be over here. Gooners pretty close to them, yes. Bestia is just on the outskirts of this. Bestia is another squad that's got a lot of capabilities to get some control in this circle, and one we didn't get a chance to harp on too much, but I know also has a lot of expectations coming in, as Bestia has been, they're quiet until they're not, and then whenever they're not, it feels like everybody in the circle is just being punished by them.
We've seen Bestia at some of their best moments, with Mime being the tip of the spear, finding openings. They definitely are a team that can fight effectively and fight well. I don't think necessarily that their group stage performance was incredibly subpar.
Everybody tries to do the redeem.
65 points, even still, yeah, this is definitely a team that, like you said, have the quality of player to make sure that they get into the grand finals. But we'll see. Again, lobby is... it is a weaker lobby than what we've seen, so we shouldn't struggle as much.
We also had the interesting situation with this group stage of, I guess, having a lot of the newer blood step up and really start to perform, and you can tell that they've been doing their homework. They've been really punishing a lot of the squads that we had higher expectations for, hence one of the reasons we're talking
You've
about.
Been tricked.
Like Bestia, Yaho, Rock, and Al-Qadzia being in this position. Mission Ready being here as well is, yes, they are a very storied team, just with a new name. So we're seeing a bit of a resurgence in new players really trying to make a name for themselves, and it's made it to where some of, I guess, the more storied rosters are not necessarily finding themselves cut out, but just having to respond a bit more, I guess, reflexively than they're used to doing.
Yeah, it's less proactive, more
reactive,
right? And that's the thing. I say the lobby is weaker, which generally, when you look at the quality of teams, is nothing against them. It's just, without big teams like Falcons, and so it's last chance qualifier, right? So a lot of the better teams have already qualified. But that being said, just because the teams may not be as strong as the ones in grand finals does not make it easier. In fact, I've always stated that last chance or these lower bracket finals or whatever you want to call them are way worse than playing in a grand finals lobby, because you have so many more chances of random factors. Speaking of which, one right now is Duel is sitting on top of Pachiki Hill. Danik goes to scout, and you just don't know, right? And so that's the thing, is even though you don't have the Falcons, there's so many more variables in playing in these LCQs, and that for me has always been much more difficult than playing in like an actual established lobby where you have like the best teams in the world. So these are brutal. These can be very brutal to play in.
Yeah, I 1000% agree. It feels more like, and I don't want to say this to make it sound like different versions of the game are worse or better or anything else like that, but it's a more raw version of competitive PUBG whenever we look at it, because it's a lot of people scrapping for their very last chance to perform anything. It's in the name. And so, like, a curveball, a rotation, a holdout, a trap, they tend to be a lot more common in this specific play area whenever we look at last chance qualifiers. It gets a little bit wilder. It gets a bit looser. It's trying a thing that you want to see if you can pull off that you might not be able to do in the other lobby. And now Rock.
Trey vibes did really good.
Oh
no, Seifu!
On a Seifu, and also gets a quick flush out.
Yeah, and to your point, it's just less formulaic, because when you're playing against the best teams, they have their set rotations, they have their set drops,
Sag.
they have their set
Seifu.
macro. They like the things that they like, and other players pick up on that, and generally they don't want to run into a team like that early, so you get, again, it's
Seifu has left us, unfortunately.
Teams that are well established and know how to play around each other. So this also makes LCQs much more fun to watch. Unfortunately for the players in them, as we see another code fly by on your screen, make sure you look at that in the top, excuse me, on the lower right above the mini map. As Alir V is gonna get, he doesn't even get one. Oh no, DM. Duel's gonna find two. That's gonna be a big start for them as
Deportivo. It's not how you want to start it.
Wild just runs through, shift pops. It does go a bit more into the south. So that means the Death Road's going to stay in play as well as Farm. A bit of a death funnel might happen up into the northeast as we've got Max and Gaio as well kind of called out over there, but a quick regroup's going to be happening. The southern section.
I think having the chat out actually kind of works really well for this, because like then my face isn't covering up as much.
But it's
good.
hard over here as he's all isolated by himself.
Yep, all by himself. Dreams, he's going to find Shinboy. That's going to be a flush as well. Unfortunate for the Yahoo
Collector,
boys.
maybe just a team that sneaks in without us realizing. Or not really without us realizing, but last second again. That could be interesting.
Just dictating, not really dictating, but
oh, what teams do I want to go through? So Duel, Rock, MRIA, Alcadzia, Pest Control, Yahoo, Bestia, Wujutsu, Gooners. So there's at least 9 teams that I want to make it through. I guess if there was one team to not make it through, out of those ones, I've just been disappointed by MRIA. Not that I don't want them to make it through. It's just if I had to choose a top 8 that I wanted to commit to, I guess I would not have them in there right now. I'd go with everyone else.
Bestia has a split off to the south that we used to call New Compound, but that in Hacker Compound, and then Yahoo is actually in that solo Alamo by himself as well, so that's very fitting for him. Meanwhile, Mission Ready International. He's going to take some shots at Teknosh, but he's going to be fine. Worst case scenario, Glider's going to go on fire, but he's going to be able to safely bring that down. It's the one caveat.
He's not on the
I say safe. Okay, I say safely, not as safe. Hopefully
he made it onto the ground.
That there was a person in that glider as it was coming down.
Yeah, they got some friends right next to him. He's all isolated by himself. The rest of the squad, they were using him for scouting. 4Earth gonna pop up. Not quite get the shots on Teknosh. Not exactly sure what's happening. No big shock on that one. This is a bit of an awkward spot, but that bit of a dip gonna be enough to provide some cover for now. A couple utility nades going out, and that is going to give time for the rest of Max to regroup over here. And now CLR. How much more of this do you want? Do you need to regroup and play it safe? And I think he's going to hop in the vehicle and just let him have it.
You know what? props to Teknosh making a bad situation. I mean, he was scouting for his team, so even if he went down, he found the spot. I like that the rest of Max Win was coming in off the heels of that, so they were rotating and pretty much ready to go once he went down. So great on them, and because of it, they find themselves, at least currently, in a good spot in the circle.
Yeah, so this is not as crazy of as an early game as we're expecting, but this has also got a lot of open sight lines. So teams are going to start trying to exploit that as much as they can. You can see Alcazia trying to spot out Rock, take the tail end shots, does hit some damage, but going to be enough to get at least a bit of a shoo away position. That means that the hillside around Prison is entirely under QAD control. Unfortunately, the circle does move a bit west of center, so they lose most of that controlled territory.
This is a Pie Road Center, so actually a minute since we've seen such an open circle here. We do normally end near that Death Road area to the south edge, but yeah, we're going to be centered right on Pie Road. Now, there is a dip dead center of that circle, which is good to play, but this early, not so much. We'll see if anyone desperately sends it there. Yeah, Alir V is the West's Deportivo Morlo are coming back in as well, as our Muria Mission Ready is also rotating into the circle, and this is where we're going to start to see a lot more congestion. As we can see, it looks like MRA are going. Looks like they're looking at old tempo dip. What is this?
Oh, pest control. I think it's going to be fine. Take a couple of shots. Say nope. This dip's not free. You got to continue on to the next one. We have, I believe it's No Way that's going to be coming up back behind this as well. So there's going to be a new set of situations. Yep, just going to stop off.
The dip I was talking about. I mean, if they can hold it early, that's great. And fortunately, I think a lot of the teams around them actually should be shooting others off. So I actually think they're going to be able to survive here for at least the time being, unless they get crashed, and then that map is a whole different can of worms.
Alir.
Are you going to get the last one? Gotta get the last one?
Kickflip dip.
In the way. Speaking of old but goodies, K-Mind and Duel.
Yeah, K-Mind back. He's looking good. I actually got a chance to see him at in Seoul. It was great to catch up with him, and we talked about him potentially coming back, and so he's back. And here he is. Very, very good player. One of the best players we had in the Americas at one point. And now we'll see if he can get himself back on track, which, you know, talent is there. Just got to put the work in.
The tempo dip was great back in the day, but now there are mortars, and it gets a bit scarier. You can see, already ready for it. They're going to step away just a bit too far, but fine for now.
Gonna spread on out, but yeah, that was not. These were not something that, you know, we had to deal with in the past. There were no mortars. That one should be a bit closer. They saw where the last one landed, and it is going to be, again, just a bit far.
A little bit left. Alcadzia. There we go.
Fighting Bonjit, Matt.
Yeah, spot him out.
Two knocked already. Ron. Where's the other two?
Brand's trying to hold the angle for it. Item goes down, and now it's just
okay,
one
D does find one. Rock
trouble,
has been knocked.
But at least we're going to see some assistance coming out. It's going to be Rock at range that does get a knock onto one of the QAD members. That might give Fran something to work with, but I don't know. He's just kind of trapped out in the blue. D's looking right at him, smoke wall down, but I mean, what do you do in a situation like this? It's just running right into the waiting arms of QAD.
Yep, and so far they're dealing with it. Roth is down, but it should be a recovery at least, and Rock is going to just pull off. They are in front of them as well, so yeah, why not? Plus, now they have a foothold into the circle. It's not a great edge, but it's something. Now QAD are going to have to follow in tow, and that's going to be a bit more uncomfortable.
I love just whenever you see a team get a knock like that and instantly run off of it, because you know it's going to slow down the other squad, give you some time, even though somebody's back behind you. Pest Control dealing with a much closer threat, and that's going to be No Way running right into him. Sam Crow's going to go down. Easy pickup. Rest of the squad's going to stay a bit further north, but that does mean that No Way doesn't have very many ways into this circle. They might have to start maybe around tempo dip.
Pest Control's just got a hold here. They have an edge right now.
Bestia could get some vision on that as well as Rock, so No Way does also lose Lopes in rotation. I don't know. Where do you even go? I guess, yep, just down.
Wuju 2 in the kill feed. Let's go.
Yeah, and they were on, I mean, they were coming back from a revive anyways from the blue chips. I wasn't expecting a lot from them. Meanwhile, it looks like a crash is coming in. Max Win on the backside of this controller actually leaving off to the east. They're getting shredded by the Gooners, who have set up this nice little split of control on the north side. Is Yahoo also getting involved? They have to be careful, not controller right on the doorstep.
Yeah, I don't know how they want to try to run through this when it's just turned into a big mess. A lot of squads all stacked up on top of each other. Yoho in a lot of trouble. Just Poonage, the last one up, looking at the Gooners, trying to see if maybe he can get Matt to go away. Finally gets those shots, but he is surrounded at the time being. He's got threats all around him. Does he go back, try to make the hero play for his teammates? No options even allowed. Yoho is eliminated quite early.
Yeah, so they will go out with not many points either. In fact, I don't think they got any points. And I mean, again, we're in phase 4 and already lost 3 teams, Matt. So this is starting to become somewhat of a meat grinder. You can see how much open space. Again, these Pyro endings, leaves a lot.
Hero with the VSS.
That's going to be controller not going down.
I mean, just not a lot of options for Collector to play from that angle. So Gooner's doing a good job in defensive, holding this area, pumping out good damage, making sure to kind of force everybody.
4 kills so far.
East, and Pest Control was picking up something out of that. Alcazia now making their rotation. They've got a bit of this dip that they've got to drop down, but now inside the circle, looks like they're going to go for a vehicle fortification. Crossfire is going to be set up to the north and the south, but Wuju 2's positioning is going to be mostly lost due to the hillside itself. So that means it's going to be mostly 55, just looking right into QAD.
So QAD now with a very tough play ahead of them. I mean, they just have to survive here, but they're getting just absolutely battered. There really isn't any cover. It's just the smoke. It's just the vehicles.
Oh, Kadzia.
Really are not long now. That circle, I mean, it just doesn't help at all either. You can see 55 as well, just off.
Those nades are good, but
way in as well.
Oh, starting to try to rally back. D does get the knock onto 1, but Arnzerid gets a knock back onto D. Is it going to give anything for QAD to work with? It's just continuing to fall apart over here. 55 in a good job playing control for time being. Wuju 2 now has an opportunity that they can try to leapfrog into the circle, but you can see the circle's going to be pretty open. That area to the north of Death Road is pretty much just a recessed hillside with just a couple of rocks, a couple of trees to play from. That's going to be why nobody is in it right now. That means it's a death funnel up into the north where we've got dogs lined up against Gooners. We got Max that's going to be running into it as well. A couple of high ground teams also keeping an eye on it all. Gooners, they've been harassing a lot of squads over here now, put themselves right into the meat grinder as everybody is just running right into their doorstep.
This is such a packed northern edge. All these teams opting for any sort of control of what little area there is to play here. It's like Maxwin's going to go out. Pest Control is just doing work on this side as Gooners.
Whoa.
It's just down to simply Matt.
Pest Control coming in with some gusto. Dogs on the other side of it. Big crossfire set up, and it has just been a problem for the Gooners to deal with. Pest Control, though, going to start getting some vision on dogs as they crest the top of that hill, so might slow it down enough. Simply Matt, the last one up, very far to the north. Nothing that he can really do, so he's going to go down. Gooners are now out.
Wuju 2 get eliminated.
Into crash right into Rock's compound, and that's where they're going to get eliminated.
Blissey.
He got that headshot. The MP5 from that distance, that last bullet hit his head. What a knock. Okay, Blissey. Either way, you know, Gooners going up. They still got 7 points. Hell, definitely a solid start. Not bad for them at all. You can see Rock as well, currently with 7 points, 6 kills, 3 members alive, though. And they're on track to have a much better game overall. Meanwhile, the 4 dogs, currently 3 dogs. One of them knocked. Ice Tech. Not sure if they're able to get that res. Control is pushing the pace. Oh, and that's
not with Battle X and Blissey nading them like that.
Down to half the number of dogs. It looks like they're going to start eyeing a bit more west. They do have that hillside that they can play that's going to block out a lot of vision. Bestie is still center of the circle with a lot of control in it. Rock as well. Duels managed to kind of move themselves down into the south, but Pest
3 teams with 7 points right now.
Continuing to try to keep control over this hillside. Blissey finds another one, and it is just 1 up, but Lucid Freak gets a nice throw back onto Blissey to stop it out. But Joshy's got some goals. He's running in. He knows where the last ones are. Doubled up, waiting, seeing if the blue zone's going to do the work or if they're going to get the opportunity to get them themselves. Lucid
oh no, Battle X!
Gets the shots in. Pest Control goes down. Lucid manages to survive. But nowhere to go. He's finally going to go down as well.
It's okay. Work was done. He got the kills. He got the placement. Yeah, I was going to say, even if he did go down, he is up on the north side. I mean, that's a huge save, regardless of what happens here. Nice salvage there.
Reload, man. Reload.
Bestie, though, in such a good position. They've been here pretty much since the start. They had that 2-2 split earlier with that North Hacker compound. And now it's going to be up to Duel and Rock to figure out. Well, actually, Duel doesn't really have to do much. They do have that hillside. I think they have enough cover, and they can see maybe Bestie is the one that gets pushed out of the compound with Circle Matt.
Yeah, this is interesting because we have the squads that are in the comfy positions, right? And then we've got Mission Ready. Mission Ready is definitely the outlier squad. They can go for the easier.
Where do
option
they
in Rock,
go?
but that doesn't necessarily make it any easier, as that you're still going to be walking into a pretty desperate situation. That nade, though, is really
There's more.
nice.
There's more.
That's a good way to get the damage out. Follow-up nade's going to be close. Does get the knock on it. It's fantastic.
Blue zone.
And he is a big part of how they manage to set up their defenses. Blue zone nade going to follow in, and Mission Ready just cooking the nades.
One more nade.
On top of Rock.
They still have to get in, and if they don't get rid of Rock, that's going to be a big problem. You still have souls in that shack. That's the big. It's going to be the big issue. And remember,
C4.
These are the still pretty juicy C4s. You know that the DMR is still pretty good. We are not on that patch quite yet. Oh, that thing is struggling, and he's going to send it Vox.
Where are you going, RBN?
He's not getting very far.
I think he was expecting more people to be there. Nothing's going to get found with that. It's scary, but that was about it. And now Mission Ready, they put a lot into that, hoping that they could find something, and it puts them really behind.
Yeah, I think Vox kind of chickened out a little bit, honestly, it looks like there.
Well, they're still going to have to cross.
So
that was a very unsuccessful C4 attempt. You can see Duel just not wanting to move. There's no reason for them to. Because it's either going to be them or Bessie are forced into the center again, and this is just an open-faced hill. There is nothing to play, which is why you can see Mira really struggling to just find an option in or just even a path. They don't have a vehicle. They use one for C4. It's going to be a solid spray. And Mission Ready is now down, so we have 3 teams left, Matt. It's Duel, Bestia as a 4, and then the 2-man of Rock.
Yeah, Duel's got the high ground, looking down into everything. We're at phase number 6, so a couple of circles might dictate how we're going to see this next section action play out. K-Mine being a bit bold, going to be punished with it as Bestia's Draft King does spot him. Bestia's got the controlled compound right now with a lot of vision around, so really Duel's high ground is going to be the thing that they're going to have to keep their eye on the most. We can Rock right up against the circle, though. They're scrapping. They're fighting for everything that they can get. Presently at the top of the leaderboard, 7 kills. But this is going to be very hard to try to navigate. Just 2 members up, very defended 4-man squads in better positions against them.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you'd imagine this is just a ticking time for the team of Rock, but I mean,
they got 12 points so far.
Rock, good on them.
So it's not bad.
7 kills, 12 points total at this point of the game is a great start for Rock.
We had 4 teams go out with 0 points to start the day.
Keep 4 alive. They probably have more, but again, this is kind of what we expected. Duel, though, again, great start for them in Bestia. They haven't been able to do much from their split. They haven't been able to get as many kills and points, but they are going to at least put themselves in the top 3, so that's going to be great for them as well.
I mean, and Duel having a great start is a big momentum push for this squad. Wooly, K-Mine, IQ, and Lobes, again, very historic roster. A lot of capabilities on this squad, and if you start giving them some points, they are going to find ways to exploit it. Consistency has always been the harder part as we look across multiple games, but we're only looking at 12 games in this one. This could be a beginning of the potential for a very good mindset for Duel to really start to find themselves inside of this last chance qualifiers. They've got a lot of opportunity with the way that the circle is set up. They've still got the high ground. Bestia's compound is still in play as well. Rock, still the odd team.
IQ probably has, like, SLR mutant.
So, yeah, I mean, this is just really going to be Rock waiting for Circle to push them in until they get wiped, and then, like I said, Duel's not going to go anywhere, and as is Bestia, so the onus really is onto Rock, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, and they don't want to move. They don't want to feed over any points, really, so I wouldn't be surprised if we might see somebody go down in blue zone here, but there's just no option. They don't have any cover. Look what's ahead of them. A couple of trees, but a crossfire that's going to be against them, so this is just not wanting to surrender points over to people that are in a better position right now, so Rock trying to play for the later stages of what we're going to be looking at do go down. That opens up the capabilities for Duel with their high ground, but we are still looking at phase number 7, so pardon the fact that this isn't going to be explosive just yet. There's going to be a lot of standoff potential going between these two.
It's going to be a slow burn, this one, is phase 8. Yeah. I mean, even if it does, quote-unquote, hard, it's really not that much of a hard shift it can make. It'll just push these teams closer together. Really, it's going to be just Does Bestia have to get out of their compound? I mean, that's really what I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
I mean, just dead on the edge.
And if we do have to see Duel come down off that high ground, it's going to be a lot harder to play on that hillside. They're in the good spot right now.
Both of them have to
in
move.
The most comfortable positions of the two, and Bestia keeps a wall, and really Duel keeps IQ, so they each keep something, but not a lot.
Okay, so like we thought, Matt, you were saying not a lot. They do still have to move.
There's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance.
Well, I think Duel are going to really have to try to clip Bestia when they do start to move out of this one. You can see even Lobes try to flex out a little bit to the west. They've opted to even look. You can see Wooly maybe looking over for an eastern flex too, but that's the dangerous when you flex out two different directions. Keep them vulnerable.
Now, see, if
once they get knocked,
Duel
your team.
had a C4,
very careful about how they do this. You see
and they could send it down, that would be a crazy play.
Duel needs it. Again, whenever we look at a fortified position in the lower ground, the trees are going to deny out some of the vision, but look at the cover that Duel really has to play with that's going to be in front of them to deal with. Instead, Bestia's just going to use this wall. Vinny does spot out Lobes. That's one down. And
now, this is when you have to try...
If they spot any movement, Bestia has the firing capabilities to punish it near on instantly. So, what are you going to do? Duel looks like they are going to have one inside the vehicle. It's going to be Wooly. Trying to see if maybe he can coast down a bit further. Instead, the vehicle's just going to be rolling down, seeing if it's a bit of a distraction. But Mime on the other side of that, going to be a bit more brazen, move into the circle a lot more aggressive.
See, if there was a C4 that you could have sent down, that would have been crazy.
And the problem now is, like I said, when you lose a member early like that, you really start to open the door for them to start to really kind of put the screws on your position and make things rougher and rougher. Flood just holding back, playing as the anchor. You can see the rest of Bessie now starting to push up. IQ with no angles because of that anchor position. Mime now is going to find K-Mine. That's another flush. And it looks like Bestia is trying to put the finishing touches on this game.
They've got all of the momentum on that hillside. Started to run up, but looks like they're trying to find different angles of approach. Mime on one side is going to spot out, and there we go.
There. Easy peasy.
Game number 1 of our last chance qualifiers. Feeling pretty good about it. Moved into a good position early. Managed to continue to force a lot of the other squads away from them and kept control for so long.
Yep, they did. And, you know, like you said, they didn't really get the most kills, but that's because the position they were in, they really didn't have the opportunity. As soon as they consolidated, they were able to flex out a bit. They found kills on Rock as well as other teams. And so they were able to find that. And then, of course, you know, Duel having a good game as well for themselves, getting second place with some healthy kills, Matt. So it was a good start for LCQ for quite a few of these teams.
And if we look at kind of how the playing path was at the start of this, it was a far friendlier circle than I think a lot of these teams were expecting. We ended up in kind of that awkward, I guess, mid-game firefight just due to the fact that the later game sections of this we knew weren't going to have a lot of cover. So squads getting bloody and brutal early led to a much slower but kind of chess-like ending where the two squads were kind of lined up against each other with Rock being the odd team out. Are seeing a couple of teams that we had higher expectations for in the group stage coming in here, but Duel being a standout, reading the circle well, and getting a lot of kills, I'd be a little bit worried.
La Mimosa.
See some of these squads that we know have momentum capabilities start to warm it up in this first game.
We'll see if they can do that. We are going to throw you guys to some quick highlights as we set up to get back with Cammy, and we set up for our second game, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after a very, very exciting game number 1 here at the last chance qualifier. Bestia coming out in first place, which, yes, admittedly, and Godspeed Matchroom, we both touched on it already, they got quite gifted with the circle, but you can kind of see that reflected in the overall kill points. But mostly my biggest observation is, and we'll see this when we look at the the leaderboard from that match, no one team seemed to stand out as the team that's suddenly going to be the new Apex predator of this new last chance qualifier. At least not yet, Matchroom. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw smart movements, some desperation plays.
I mean, Bestia
you're right. Nobody has come in and just
isn't
said,
like
"This whole thing is
crazy,
fine.
but
I
16
am the
points
crown
is a
prince of the last
really
chance
good
qualifiers, for lack of a better term.
start.
Bestia moved early, got a good position, but I mean, Rock, who was playing the odd man out for so long, still managed to come in second above Duel just based off of points. Right, Godspeed?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, again, the
It's
win early,
a mime time.
It's first game. I really doubt we're going to see anyone, really kind of flex unless like Bestia got like a 20 kill win, then sure. But yeah, I think it's just initial stages.
I will say that Pest Control's movement and firefights did impress me inside that game, though. They're definitely coming in with some goals and some mindsets, I will say.
Yeah. The thing that I found interesting though is just look at the kill points overall: 6, 7, 5, 5, 5, 7, 5, 7, and then down to 4, 3, 2, 1. But like that, at least the top 8, it is a very, very. I don't know the word to use, but there is honestly, you could jumble it all up, and obviously placement points are important. Kills leading to placements are important. So that's not to say that Gooners play just as well as Bestia, but there really is a
flanker with that 6-7
close performance level from this one match.
The mid game felt very gladiatorial, is the way I would almost describe it. It was everybody that was just fighting to get kills because they did not want to go into that circle.
Agreed. 5 kills on Alcancia as well. Wuju 2, 4. Max win 3. Most of the teams got points. Most of the teams got points. And again, what we saw as far as that circles, we saw some good rotations. Even Rock having to kind of make that last-ditch effort. They still managed to get themselves 3rd place. As we head to our head-to-head, it is going to be Bestia and Duel. Very close with both damage and kills. And obviously survival time, as these two teams were the last ones up. But Bestia just had the cover. They had that really great position in the compound, and then once I think it was Lobes that went down, that's what caused issues for Duel and allowed Bestia to start to move up that hill. But again, either way, it was a great start for both teams.
It was, but Godspeed, I'm going to stick on you just for a brief second more because Bestia, the damage numbers make sense because of their position. But it's good to see Duel at the top from the very beginning. This is a team that they are a veteran players, right? Super experienced players individually. As a roster, maybe not so much because they're a new roster brought together, right? But definitely players with their extended experiences with together and with other rosters over the years. They had a couple of key moments from group stage, but no real standout full games, not that I can't remember. But maybe with that experience, now they're getting back into things. Do we think that them getting a nice solid 2nd place here is going to be like the sign of them, I don't know, becoming more like rolling back the years?
I don't know about rolling
Too
back
much?
the years. It's not about rolling back the years. I think what it really comes down to is just getting back in the swing of things, right? Because Duel, K-Mines, you have Lobes, you have Wooly, you have Pensa. I mean, some of these players actually have played on teams together, whether it was, in Duel itself or other teams within the North American region. Plus, you have to remember that they have Wooly, who is someone who is very good at analyzing games, even though he hasn't necessarily been playing. The last couple of years, he has been a coach for one of the best teams.
IQ is brand new. Henry, IQ has been around for
these guys are taking this very seriously. They're actually sitting there going through VODs.
Forever.
K-Mine being rusty, which is totally fine and normal after not playing.
Maybe not
someone who's very talented.
2017, but
coming into LCQ are going to qualify. I'm just going to make the call here now.
Okay.
I feel like that team is strong enough to, also know how to do their homework and what they need to fix, and so. I think this was a great start in showing that. We'll just have to see if they can keep that up. I know that was a very bold prediction, but I think they'll be just fine.
I love bold predictions. We love bold predictions, right? I've made a couple of my own back in the day. I'm the one that said Miro's going to win the AS6. So, which one's bolder? Winning the whole event or qualifying to the grand finals? But Matchroom, another thing that caught my eye is in regards to the patch that we're on right now, this is with the DMR nerfs, but we're still seeing heavy DMR usage. But over the past couple of weeks, we've seen maybe more teams start to use different weapons, particularly the SMGs. We even saw Pest Control, I think, have an MP5 during the
yeah.
Is this something that you've observed on your own? Is this something that we're going to see continue to go forward? Or is this more teams experimenting to see if anything does stick, but likely nothing?
Well, I've been watching a couple of the players when I've been streaming, stuff like that, chit-chatting with them.
Right.
The thing about it is the fact that DMR still just serve their purpose so efficiently. It's to get that mid-range control, and yes, it's not necessarily there's a reason that they were targeted and they were pretty strong in that range, because you could usually kind of like use it as essentially an opening or a mop-up tool. It provided a lot of different aspects to it. So really, the question comes into play of, do you still want that, or how badly do you want to be inside this vehicle right now? I think that Yoho doesn't want to be inside that vehicle, but Poonage gonna go down. But yeah, it's a very interesting meta, I guess, mathematics questions. Cam, is what's more comfortable? What you've been using for years is
I'm out.
How is this the milli-circle?
I know. With the plane paths comparison, why is this the one that gets the military circle? But you know what? I'm out. I'm going to let you guys take care of this yourself. I am allergic to Sosnovka Island at this point. Catch you guys later.
Bye.
Cam was done with milli-circles. You heard it. It's like, nah. But okay, so we got Max and Muju 2. Good positions at the start. Okay, we saw a pretty wild mid-game last time, Godspeed. What is the ramifications of this? Are we going to see bridge camps and last chance qualifiers? We're going to see somebody make some desperation plays, or are we just going to be playing circle?
I'm not convinced we're going to see desperation plays just yet, but I mean, there's only 2 teams currently in the circle, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel we could definitely see maybe a bridge camp coming out from Rock. They've actually camped bridge before. So
Cammy replying to Penry about it.
Bridge
yeah.
Do loot near that Milta area, so I could see them doing that. But I see a lot of teams potentially opting for either pickups if they have it, or just early rotations. The earlier, the better. That being said, because of the plane path, though, and how early some of these teams dropped, I don't know how early some of them might leave. We might see a buildup on some of these areas to get onto the island, specifically the bridges, because a lot of these teams are actually looking to take. A lot of these teams are taking their time. I think Bonjour de Gaulle hasn't even looted yet. They're in vehicles, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation where second and third after the first game are in control of both bridges for the time being, but probably want to prioritize playing for placement. Gooners inside vehicles look like they're already headed to the western bridge, while Duel is trying to get their vehicles and weapons into a better configuration. Wuju 2, yes, they've got control over the military base itself for the time being, so plenty of loot, tons to work around. Is, hey, Gooners gonna find Wooly and Lobes both. Wow, Duel just getting caught with their pants down from an early rotate from the Gooners.
Like I said, I knew they would have an amazing first game, then struggle in the second game. I basically called them. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I heard it. That's what I heard you say.
But this is what the Gooners do, man. They just like to cause chaos. They like to get in early fights. I mean, granted, I don't think necessarily that was their plan here, because Duel.
The fact that those stuns got him so well
run around. At least Duel's going to get points.
Is crazy.
Gooners down to it's a 2-on-2, but the difference is that the caveat is Bunt is resable, whereas Duel have 2 executed teammates, or flush teammates, I should say.
Executed is, I feel like, close enough to the same thing.
Of the Gooners, and they're in front of them. That's the other issue.
Yeah, but this has also kind of made a full-on stop for both of these squads, shutting down. There's not really a bridge camp. Both these squads are just kind of stuck next to each other for the time being until they can figure out how to extricate. But now there is an unofficial bridge camp in the western side of this. So whenever we look, Collector's not going to have really the option to work with. There should be some boats over to the west around Ferry Pier. I think that they heard the shots, so might be looking into that. Like you were talking about, a lot of emergency pickups already coming into play with these teams, as it looks like they're just wanting to try to leapfrog over the entirety of this. Bestie has already gotten into a position on the circle themselves, the team that's presently in first. But this has just now become pretty awkward, as anything that Duel would want to work around is just kind of getting stolen away from them. They can't even really cut out to the west to go after those boats, because it's going to be Collector just collecting them all up.
Well, they can't even go for the chips that they want, right, for their fallen teammates, because they
Dragon.
still have to deal with Gooners, and that's causing. I mean, that's just another issue that they have to try to tackle. I imagine they're probably going to stay here. Again, the caveat is it's a circle, right? They don't have to worry about tanking a blue, at least in the first phase. Close, maybe in the second phase. You can see K-Mine backing up, trying to provide cover. IQ still holding that double glass window, or that double glass building. As you can see, IQ, yeah, they might just opt to back off here. They had a great start to the first game. There's no reason to go out early here. Salvage what they can. Gooners might leave, or should leave at some point.
Ooh, it's a bit scary, though. They're going to have to run out. I guess, maybe go to the west, and it's going to be right after Collector has already picked up stuff, and they're already going to be running out, so not a lot to be had. Down into the south, on the Millie Island itself, we had a couple of parachutes coming into play that was pretty close to 55, but they should be able to get away from those just fine. Rock did cross over to the eastern bridge. No Way is going to find themselves with a way into the circle now. QAD going for a long wrap down around the south. We might see them bumping into potentially where 55 is going to be playing from, but wouldn't shock me. Max Win, though, has opted into the absolute of high grounds right now and looking down onto Rock in their rotation.
Yep, always a great position if you can get up here early. And I think Max Win was one of the few teams, actually one of the 2 teams that was already here, which means that they got early pickings. This is going to give them the most sight lines onto the island as far as what's going on in their immediate vicinity. They can plan their rotation from there. It's not guaranteed to stay up here, but yeah, just great spot for Max. We'll see what they do with it. Rock, meanwhile, did get underneath them.
Gosh, we're just having fun at this point.
Merlot off that E pickup with 55, as you stated, on the south side of the island, with Controller now making landfall. So really, Gooners are just staying on that bridge to see if they can stop any other teams, as Rock now getting in an engagement with No Way.
I mean, there's just no real options. With Max having that high ground, Rock has just been kind of forced to stop off. No Way just tries to pass along the bridge. They find themselves right next to the Rock positions. No real options to work around for the time being. The only benefit is there's nobody else coming back behind them on the bridge. So this is about as clean of a firefight as if you wanted to take, you could go for. Then he does look like he wants to go for it, but the rest of
No Way does want to take this fight a little bit.
It looks like they just might be trying to regroup around the crossroads themselves, if they can, but Max might have something to say about this. Rock trying to play as safe as they can in a very, very hazardous situation.
And so far, they've split the difference, right? They've actually managed to disengage with No Way, and No Way as well. You know what? It's not worth it. We have a slice here of this island, and they have a good slice as well. They can hold from that ridge, and they can watch behind them, so maybe no immediate fight. Meanwhile, at hospital, by the way.
Of course.
What?
Because... And if it makes you feel any better, pest control is on the other side of Everest right now as well.
What?
So,
what is Theros doing all by his little lonesome here at the hospital?
Is he playing a game of Gaio?
I'm not sure. We might have missed something in the kill feed there. Is
No,
Yabu
there's...
missing a member? But I mean, that was like super early. That happened like right at the beginning of the game.
Is this a duel to prove which is the better bird?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What's going on here?
The better bird.
I don't know if they know what's going on here. It feels like this has just gotten to be a little bit of a cluster. Theros is going to spot out, take some shots into Cherry, but he's got a tree for cover for right now. But that does cause a bit of pandemonium.
I'm telling you.
Padium does get the knockback on Bellfrost.
Gets Cherry vibes, too.
So here's the thing. We saw what happened when Gooners tried to try Bonje de Gallo early, and it did not work well in their favor.
Does Bonje de Gallo just, like, dominate every single early fight? Like, don't touch them early on, you will go down, kind of thing?
I like saying it. That's a fun word to say.
Bonje de Gallo.
And we also do have something around
Bonje de
Gallo.
Gallo.
We're just going to pass by each other, as I think that it was going to be dogs spotting out mission ready. So a lot of very late rotations. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this is a symptom of everybody trying to see if they can find emergency pickups and not being able to find them. So everybody kind of being stuck in a far later rotation, as it's all kind of hinging around locations that has a
Shinboy is still alive. I mean,
so that's the wild assumption that
just
I'm
survive.
why we're seeing this in two different sections of the map.
Well, for me, I'm just gonna make up the storyline that Bonje de Gallo took 3 of Yahoo out, and they wanted to finish them off. Or took 1 out in the beginning, and they wanted to finish them off with a 3, and now they're going to get that chance. Shinboy has revealed his position, and now all 4 members of Bonje de Gallo should be crashing this building, and sure enough, yep, there's Pydem, and also here comes the rest of them. Okay, oh, Shinboy, though, hold on, Matt.
I don't think he has enough,
He ain't done yet. He's got some goals that he's trying to work out. He is firmly revealed. So, Bonje de Gallo trying to see if they can fish him out, but the nades aren't going to connect. Slows down with that knock the other members. Blue zone lined in. Here's the new circle. It's just going to keep some of the channel in play.
Oh, that's an awful zone.
While they have mission ready, that's going to be back behind them. Shinboy navigating the threats surrounding him everywhere, but it is just becoming literally everywhere as he's got a tree on one side of him, multiple people driving in. He's finally taken some damage, and if the call comes for that, yep, here comes the foot push right up into the thick of everything, holding the doorway, not going to spot out. They pass each other like ships in the night. No idea where they're lined up against each other. Just chasing in. Shinboy is picking them off one at a time.
He's making it happen. He's actually doing it. No, he switches to the SLR. No. He tried to hip fire with the SLR. It wasn't enough. That was actually such a sick play, though. He almost had them. If he would have got that last knock, it would have been a 1v1, and you know the pressure would have been on Prince.
My brain is cooked from everything that is happening right now. But Bungie guys should be able to keep everybody back up, should be able to keep their meds fine, and then they should be able to make it to the circle, which is predominantly open. MRIA. God, I didn't even realize it sounds like MREs. That's another
Say Maria. Maria and Mira.
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, my brain was just like, oh, it's like Maria. So I'm glad to see I'm not the only one that's crazy like that. Thank you, Godspeed.
I mean, Maria and Mira, right? It makes sense.
Yeah.
As the dogs, Lucid Freak, you need to heal, my friend. Bandage, please. This is my new favorite team just because of their name alone.
The dogs.
The dogs.
Pest control isn't animal control, so it looks like they are going to let the 4 dogs cross the river. But
some are pests in certain areas.
Alcancia looks like they're lined up and waiting for this, and oh man, Ice Tech just ate so many bullets. They're not done. All the dogs are falling into the water and unfortunately cannot doggy paddle their way to safety.
Now these dogs can't swim. Oh goodness, leave them alone. Lucid Freak, the very low Cowboy, and the rest of QAD coming in to finish the job. If they can do that, then they would have cleared out pretty much all the teams on the north aside from Pest Control. But Lucid
Cowboy, be careful.
Quite the thorn in their side currently.
We've seen some. We saw Hero playing that last game from him. He managed to step up, put in some work. Cowboy's going to go down.
Lucid Freak gonna try and do the same thing. Oh, D's nade though.
No.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
So well. QAD now gets control of the beachhead to the east and should be pretty comfy inside the circle as they don't really have anybody except for No Way running a 2-2 split over to their west.
4 dogs, Jabane down, but that's okay. I have another game after this one. Well played from Alcancia, though. Going to find themselves again with most of the control here. Meanwhile, No Way, who did split off from that fight earlier from Rock.
That could have been crazy.
Further and further west, but now they find themselves in a great position
in
the center circle. So good on them to disengage from that fight and find a better foothold like that from them. Meanwhile, Pest Control, Matt, they're just casually going for a swim.
Just keep swimming, trying to make their way. Oh, hard shift down into kind of the center east. Means the fact that Rock now finds themselves in a very good position. Max as well, who've been holding that high ground, kind of controlling around it. QAD also with a lot of territory. Bestia also. Man, God, this is a group of squads that are not in the high ground. Max should be able to exploit it well, but Rock, Bestia, and QAD all holding down primary positions in this circle is going to be really hard for the other squads to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see how they like to navigate. Oh, no, Relo, the bike! Oh, the bike hit the tree and he flipped off of it.
That's rough.
Tragic. Oh, that's a feels bad for Relo.
Just a motorcycle betrayal right there as we've got a lot of roamers coming into play. Gooner's going to be crossing pretty close to Pest Control. Pest Control probably going to let most of them go, if not all of them. But Gooners look like they spotted something they want to stop off for just a second. Could slow out their approach. No Way tries to pass in just to the south of QAD, but gets shot at from Bestia, so now they're turning back around. Gooners could find themselves bumping into that, which is kind of making this all messy over here. Nobody really wants to just bold send it just quite yet, but No Way doesn't have any options. Nobody's shooting at him from over here, so we're going to stop here. This is about the best thing that we can find. Gooner's going to go for the opted path over to the north since they saw No Way, but that's going to have D in a fortified position waiting.
Yeah, and D now has to decide when exactly he wants to strike. Cowboy's going to try to drive past them, but Gooners now, looks like D's going to have to just defend. Forget about striking, although he is going for this off angle, but the rest of Gooners saw him go on this ridge line, or at least they saw one on this ridge line, so they're going to be somewhat careful about this angle.
They're lining in pretty aggressively. There is no third party for the time being. Good old Greg Shot, Goon Shot, got to call him by the name the way it's written over there. Looking right into Cowboys' position. They've got the motorcycle prepped up, but this is a bit scary. No Way is sending over Sam Crow. That's a bit behind this. So this has gotten a bit stalemated over here. And in an entirely different stalemate, we've got Duel caught up and looking at Gaio, who came in late because of what was going on over in Georgia Pole, if you remember. And then we have Duel that was kind of hold off in position because of what happened at the bridges. So this is just kind of becoming a chaos effect game where a butterfly has flapped his wings and it's led to a whole scenario of chaos.
I mean, well, Gunar's still taking this fight to Alcancia. It's a 3-on-2 now situation. You can see that QAD is trying to fight back. Goon shot. Freaking Greg shot changes name. I love it. Goon shot. GG now making the case, or the push, I should say, onto the remaining duo of Alcancia. And again, this is in the circle, so they can take their time, clean up this coast, get that knockdown, or back up, I should say, as we still have this entanglement with Duel.
I mean, if you name yourself Duel, you've got to duel everybody, right? That's the way it works.
I guess so. I mean, they're making it work, though.
Yeah, I mean, 3 points, better than potentially no points. And, I mean, they did have a good, first game. So, a couple of peaks down. The stairwell is a bit complicated to work around, just narrowly surviving both sides. But the blue zone going to be able to do enough. Monja de Gallo is out. Gunnar is now having to deal with the fact that they had
6 kills again.
Back behind him is the other section of what
Gunnar's gooning.
Kill feed. They did manage to rally and hold it together. Gunnar sitting at 6 kills right now. Alcancia backs up against the ocean, just 2 up, in a lot of trouble.
Yep, and that circle has
Gunnar's
which
gooning.
means that the Gunnars and the Alcancia have to now move into a very busy edge. You can see No Way currently moving, or so Lopes moving in that direction, but really it's going to be Rock now in charge of holding off the north with help from Max Win. Don't forget, they're still all the way up on that tower. They have not had to move, which means they can see pretty much this entire circle, which is going to be very advantageous for them, especially that they still have a 2-2 split.
That 2-2 split worries me. If they can manage to defend it, it's going to be gold for later sections, but there's just so many people still alive. Bestia's having to deal with the threats, and it's going to be Collector coming up back behind him. Back behind that is going to be Pest Control, so that means the Collector's kind of caught right in between 2 different squads. No real ways to work around it. DraftKing is going to make finish on to Hazel. Meanwhile, Dreams is going to spot out Mine, but that's going to open up opportunities as it is going to be Pest Control sweeping him back behind. But let's not forget the Gunnars up into the north. Full 4-team firefight as Gunnars getting shot and goes, I don't know if we want to deal with this, but we don't have anywhere else we got to go. They're just going to push in. Collectors have to retreat from one side of it. Pest Control pops off on the other. Simply, Matt, everybody just wants a piece of the Collectors, and, I mean, the collection is mounting. It feels like every team's getting one of them.
Yep, every team is getting a piece. As you can still see, though, Pest Control, they're fighting back. They're trying to push back Bestia, but Bestia now I feel like they're on, especially DraftKings, man. Having that P90 is devastating. Blissey now, dude, Blissy's been honestly on it. Blissy's been really impressing me on this team so far. Spoke about Joshi earlier, but for me, I think it really might be Blissey as a breakout. Oh, sneak attack is going to find Joshi. Could be another point for Wuju2, and they do take it.
I mean, it is just so fast how quick.
I feel like Blissey can do even better than what I see most of the time. I mean, he's doing better now. The last weekend and this weekend, he's done better.
Takes him down, but here comes Pest Control back behind. DraftKings gets a knock onto him. It's just a tidal wave. Dominoes falling everywhere. Wuju2 should be running in right back behind this now as well. It's every single angle. Bestia is going to get eliminated, so it's our top dog presently out. Pest Control now down to 1. Wuju2 wants to sweep in, see if they can get some more points, but the shots coming out from the Gunnars are making them a bit hesitant.
This is a great opportunity for Wuju2 to go ahead and not only take out the last member, but get a push onto the Gunnars while they're trying to recover. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it quick enough, especially with Matt kind of holding down the angles. 9 kills for the Gunnars. Gunning their way on to victory here. As you can see now, that north side has been cut off, and this is going to be a difficult circle situation now for Max Win. Do you consolidate? Do you go down to where Frogman and Shop are? I think you do. I don't know if they can hold that high ground with so many teams around them, as we are currently watching Wuju2, also a team that needs to find their way for their next foothold into the circle, because it is very much
Goon going to be our top dog pretty soon.
Compound we see Max Win on.
Well, it's interesting because Wuju2 still kept Lucid very far down to the south, so they still had control over that road path. and they're finally starting to regroup, but that's pulled Lucid away onto a new angle, so kind of opened up. DM has been spotted out by Maxwin, is finally going to connect on the shots. Duel is finally eliminated.
Can't get the flush, though.
But
Hero.
DM, not too much to work for. Gooners continuing to reign in. Pest Control is going to go down. Kills mounting more and more as Gooners presently in second place.
Like I said, I felt like this was a lobby the Gooners were going to excel in. And sure enough, the second game have already shown it. We'll see if they can keep it up. But again, for them, they should be able to deal with what is left of Al-Qadsiya on that north side unless Bunt gets caught by surprise and Max Win need to make a decision. It's great that they're holding off these teams for now, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that for a while. In fact, they might lose those members up top.
Yeah, and they've been up there for a while. They haven't been taking a lot of shots, so their economy shouldn't be too bad off. But they've kind of had to start surrendering territory just to how many targets are around them at the present time. QAD still has to deal with the fact that there's one of the members from no way back behind them. Gooners is going to use that opportunity to kind of move much more aggressively into the circle. Wuju 2 is going to try to cross the road. They're going to be able to do that while it looks like Max is kind of caught dealing with the low ground in Mission
Technosh
Ready
almost
right
out of
below him.
bullets.
So Mission Ready getting right at the feet of Max, and Max only having 2 up on top has kind of opened this up a bit more for these squads to make some rotations that weren't available just a few seconds ago.
Yep. I mean, if they also, if Max gets off that as well, Maria is going to be able to also have a better sight line and rotation into the circle as well. So we'll see if that's in fact what happens. Wuju 2, meanwhile, have to hold off 55. Gooners are right behind them, though, and that's the real threat. It's going to be Icy Flex. He's going to find Sneak Attack and Lucid.
55 looked like they want a piece of that. Couple of shots went over and said, nah, okay. Even just going after the toes to make sure that they can secure what they can get. Kill counts just continuing to climb. Finding everything right now.
Gets a knock too.
Scared. Whenever the Gooners can kind of force everybody to fight alongside them and they can just start jumping in, they're going to try to make some big plays, and that's exactly what they do. They send it in hot and heavy, finding more kills. 14 so far inside this game is wild.
I was going to say, they still have one member left. But of course, right when I go to open my big fat mouth, he gets eliminated. Even still, a hell of a game. 14 kills, doesn't matter. That's
14 kills, a placement point.
Second one on.
It's not going to be bad.
Mission Ready Internacional. Just taking some shots. Nothing crazy. I just like saying their name like that.
Every single time I hear it, it reminds me of like Mission Impossible. And I get like
exactly, or like a James Bond, something. Just something very espionage.
Either way, they have 2 very cool theme songs that they can play while they're running around trying to scout where they want to go. Because
as long as we don't hear it, copyright.
Yeah, copyrights. Okay, so Max did consolidate like you were talking about, but that also opened in Mission Ready's Bizzler to get into a spot pretty close to them. DM, kind of the team that was left ostracized in this position as they came around the road.
Yeah,
so that's going to be a hard path for them to come in the circle.
But they've avoided, really any risk by staying on the weak side of the circle, and they've managed to keep 4 up, so good on them. 3 up. That being said, Mission Ready, they have really good control now, and they've made it into this compound. And as you can see, the Bizzler made his way all the way, actually clearing building by building. The Bizzler is all about business after all. You can see Rock now have to deal with Deportivo. Merlot finally getting activated, getting involved. They are 3
DM 2 points so far. Yahoo, still the only team with no points.
This is an interesting situation to be in because Rock, I think, heard this coming. I don't know. I think it might have been a silent roll-up coming in from DM. So Rock has an idea that somebody could be wrapping around there. QAD does have some pretty decent vision on, I believe, 2 of the members, maybe 3 of the members of Rock. So if DM does end up in that firefight, QAD could kind of backstab it, but all of the focus right now is on Rock. So this could be a backstab into a backstab, because if we see the shots come out, QAD gets very focused. DM might opt into going for some shots into it. Instead, Rock starting to realize the vulnerability of those positions. They're already moving. Deportivo straps in, but Santastico does go down.
RBN gets a trade, but now Zello gets him.
It's down to Lear and Zello. Can they finish this one off? Meanwhile, Rock's fighting demons on both fronts here. You can see also trying to deal with Al-Qadsiya, who, for their attack, shows great timing. Cowboy's going to find one, doesn't get the second. They're going to get finished off now. It's just up to BL. And he's going to have to take on not only Zello, but Alir V on a 1-on-2. He's still healing. He's going to
Cowboy
get
still gets his
not
point.
Enough, Matt. They will go down. Rocks out in 5th.
I mean, good awareness to go after QAD to make sure to secure a squad out, so at least buy some more placement points. But this opens up an opportunity for DM, who has kind of not had the great start in that first game. So getting some points now, starting to get their own position rolling. Max still just continuing to hold down a good position in the circle, but feels like Mission Ready is kind of the team that's being more proactive with their control of the circle. 55 has left Pippa pretty far down to the south, but also sent 2 members pretty far to the north to see if maybe they can gatekeep out anything that DM is going to try to play.
Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, they do get the win there against Rock with the help of Alcancia, of course, but they're still outside of the circle, and they have to deal with 55, who themselves are outside of the circle. You can't see Pippa on the very south. This is a 1-2 split, potentially looking for an entry point or a way into the circle that maybe is less dangerous. But even that little corner that Arnzera has, I mean, they can kind of play there, but you can see not with DM currently holding that position.
Max has also gotten a lot more quiet since they got into this low ground. They've got a good compound, but it looks like they've kind of leaned into just firm, like, fortress defense right now. They are taking some shots at Mission Ready as there's a peek here or there. Ugh. But really, most of the circle has been kind of surrendered up into the north. There's a lot of very open, like, sight lines that Max can't see, and 55 feels like they're trying to prod against that to figure out exactly the best way for them to approach. Unfortunately for DM, their method of approach is in front of one of the doorways that Max is desperately holding down.
Yeah, Maxwin is going to hold down these doors and not let people in here.
Max, again, at that top position, they were in this 2-2 split. They really haven't had many opportunities for kills, but they do have 4 up, and now you can see, I like this play from DM. Smoke out the doorways, make sure that they have to really commit to an angle. They want to stop the push, so that is a good start. The question is, how many smokes does DM have, Matt?
And exactly
Looks like
how strong
one
do we
more.
want to see DM play this? They've been a bit more on the passive side, but they're just starting to run out of options. They do manage to make cover inside of the circle, so at least one in there. LERV does need to at least scoot forward into that other covered position. He is presently outside the safe zone right now, but looks like they've decided to step in. Max is kind of focused more on inside the circle, leaving pretty much just Frogman back. Those smokes right up against the doorway have denied out anything that Max can do with it, so I think just listening in for footsteps to kind of cue in the rest of the members whenever they need to come in for reinforcements is circle's pretty settled. New circle pops, and it's going to be mostly just 55 having to make a move.
So 55, again, still has that 3-man manage to find an edge. Again, with DM leaving and having to move in themselves, that opened window of opportunity to take control a bit of that west side, or what little is left of it, being inside this zone. And you can see, man, Mission Ready just has so much control now because of the fact that Max have kind of pigeonholed themselves into this building.
So yeah, but I mean, if it closes on the building, they are going to be in an insane spot.
To absolutely none of it. Max now hearing the footsteps so close, so they know that there's an aggressor right on top of them, but there's not much that they can do about it. There's so much vision denied. 55 can't make too many moves. There's a wide spread coming out from Mission Ready, holding down a lot of different angles. So if 55 gets too aggressive into this, they're going to find themselves in a crossfire spread, and Max still has kept a lot of focus over here into the west. So you can see DM finally starting to get spotted out from Bizzler in this very far position back behind it. Is not really going to be a catalyst just quite yet, but is going to continue to keep the pressure cooking as he just has to run straight up right next to the same compound that Max is fortifying.
I like this position from Alir V. This is actually really great if they do pour out. That's the thing, though. I don't feel like Max is going to leave that building anytime soon. If anything, he's going to get angles onto 55, which isn't bad as long as he can find the knock, and he is hidden from Mission Ready, so that's great. So that knock did go out onto the Bizzler. Should be able to recover that.
Yeah, this is kind of turned into an awkward stalemate, though, with DM and Max kind of working together, and Mira with control. MRIA in control. But they need to regroup as they're right along the edge of the zone, and the pressure cooker continues to get more pressure as the blue zone is going to force everybody just that much closer to the center.
Yeah, but the good news for Mission Ready is they have center dot, they have control basically.
Yep.
So really, it's the onus onto the other teams to make sure that they can find whatever path there may be towards the center of the circle. You see the deployable cover coming out.
Oh, denied. Landing up where there's, I mean, it's giving cover to the top of the sign.
True. That's very important for that sign.
It is.
See, I like this from Zello though. Deportivo, I mean, they tried to fight. They kind of tried to find a knock. They didn't get it, so now they're just playing spoiler really. And even if they just get points here, they don't win the game, which I doubt they do. That's still going to be enough. They just need a couple points, maybe.
Nades towards 55 could finish it.
As a duo, they could still do a lot in this game, but Mission Ready have to be careful. Even though they have center control, Matt, doesn't mean that.
Oh my God, Michael!
Wow.
What? The coordination, you saw it being prepped out. This is a squad that knows how to communicate. They're now just going to take the authority that was at the start and shut it down. They're like, yeah, we got center dot, but we're just going to run in. They have to be careful, though. They're putting themselves into a crossfire. DM has shifted into the more western spot, but DM's being very quiet right now. Max just getting ripped to shreds. Mission Ready was 100% ready for this in-game circle.
There we go.
Demolished it.
Jesus, that was...
Pipe.
Wow, okay. I mean, Gooners, 14 kills, 1,500 damage. We did see that earlier, but what a... What a Blitzkrieg endgame that really was for Mission Ready International, man. They just, that nade on the 55, and then they just collapsed in the other two teams, and DM and Max win, and just got rid of them so quickly. But that was, okay. That went from slow to 100 real quick, Matt.
The way we saw lineups going through like broken sections of windows, nade setup, Mission Ready had all of the information in the world, and we're playing it slow paced just to pop off at the end. And man, that was ridiculous how efficient that was at the end. That wasn't just a statement finish. That was a we should be already in the grand finals and we're a bit mad about it kind of finish.
Yep, it just might be, as that is going to be it for Erangel and us, at least for today. We have 4 maps still ahead of us. Don't go anywhere as we check out the highlights and set up for our next analyst desk with the beautiful Cameron Davis. Don't go anywhere.
Dun, 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 dun.
Welcome back, everyone. I am the beautiful Cameron Davis, joined by the even more beautifuler Godspeed and Matchroom. And Matchroom, man, that looked to be another potential slow endgame until suddenly it wasn't. Mission Ready.
Boom.
They came into that end zone with 0 kills.
They naded it.
At the snap of
And
a
then
finger,
boom.
Picked up all 8 of them.
And this is really interesting because this is a squad we know that likes to play in this style of efficiency, right? Historically, we haven't seen it work as efficient as this, but that was a crazy statement for finalizing that. They just instantly jumped from point to point to point and cleared out every single risk to their game like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and here's the overall leaderboard from that entire match. A bit more top-heavy than the previous one, Godspeed. But Gooners in second place with only 1 placement point because of just how many kills they got. This is a different team.
But this time you also only have 2 that got 0, whereas in the last one you had
fair to them, I think there was a couple games they only had 3, but also I just
you had so many more than that. You had 4 teams that had 0 points.
This is a lobby they can kind of abuse, right? Like this is a lobby that they can go. There's certain teams that they can hunt down. Again, I mean they were finding success even against like the much better teams. It's just it was much more difficult. But this is a snowball lobby for them, and I feel like if they continue to go down this road, if they continue to find success early, they're going to get more and more points and rack these up, and it's going to be it'll look like a very impressive. I mean, it'll be a very impressive showing for them if they can keep it up for sure.
Yeah, so here's the overall leaderboard. It's only been 2 matches, but at the same time, yo-ho. Matchroom, do we get worried this early on? There's always going to be that conversation of sample size versus expected performance, and yo-ho at 0 is a pretty big surprise.
Well, it's hard because game 1 was weird for them, but then game 2 was also really weird with that bridge situation, so it's like, I don't want to hold it against them because they were in smart spots, but then they just got caught in an awkward spot and then kind of just got stuck there. And part of it is trying to figure out how to get out and get to safety and get those points because it is only 12 games.
Yeah.
They've lost a sixth of their total points that they can gather, and it is a bit worrying, right? But at the same time,
worry.
We know that can be inconsistent, but then get 25 points in the next game.
Yeah, and listen, it's not about winning the last chance qualifier. It's about making it into the top 8, whether you're first or 6th.
We're sitting here worried.
Grand finals, nonetheless. Just like we all go to a break right now. We're going to go to Tego in just a few minutes, but before that, we're going to give everyone a bit of a rest, a bit of a break. Go get some snacks, go get some drinks, and we'll see you in a bit.
Every time I close my eyes,
Close my eyes. I had beans earlier today, and oh boy, do I feel it in my stomach right now. Dun, dun. I'ma close my eyes.
Welcome back, everyone. In a shoe? We're not. That's not where we are. In a few
Shui
short...
time? Shui time? Is that it?
Let's start over. Production, rewind. Okay, Stinger.
Yeah, I don't think
Welcome
that's
back,
how it works.
everyone. In a few short minutes, I wish it was. In a few short minutes, we're going to Tego for match number 3 of the best of 12 this weekend here at the PAS 6 Last Chance Qualifier. A couple of surprise performances, both good and bad. And just briefly, I went over the predicted, expected, projected drop spots for these teams. We might have a hot drop in Oh-hyang, but otherwise, it seems to be pretty fair. Tego doesn't seem... Actually, Godspeed, wait, am I misremembering? Is Tego one of the maps that, like, is like a beacon for hot drops?
Tego? Not necessarily. I think it was Rondo. Or
Right.
Are you talking about this specific lobby, or like this
PUBG
PAS?
in general, I guess. I don't know.
I feel like we actually don't really see too many hot drops on Tego, oddly enough.
Well,
I'm pretty sure we see much more on
Rondo.
Rondo.
So I think it's playing
or
for safe.
Miramar.
You only play the map once, right? So you're just playing like the hot drop isn't really worth it because why can go for the contesting, but depends on playing path, right? And we do see a lot of these southern ones.
Yeah, it's true. Depends on play path. A lot of it does.
Yeah, and this one is actually quite south, but I don't know if it's south enough to really force a hot drop. Again, keep your eyes on Oh-hyang because this playing path is perfect for that. We could see a couple of alt drops, like teams that maybe wanted to go to Godok or Wolsong, even all the way up to the north. They could alt drop down around Songam or the hospital or whatever places. We could see some area, but actually it looks like it's only dual going to Oh-hyang. So I think Bestia might have backed away because that was the other team.
I mean, it
Unless
makes
I'm
sense.
misremembering.
Well, I mean, they probably did do callouts for drops, and they could potentially be contested. But again, whenever you're only playing a map once or twice, technically for the last chance qualifiers, what are you really fighting for in a hot drop? Because it doesn't really matter long term. Just playing the game and trying to go for some points later in the stages does feel like the smarter choice. And that sometimes happens.
Well, another thing, I was sorry to interrupt. I was just saying another thing as well is like this map is generally very open. We see a lot of our end games being open, and so teams do like to, especially in a circle like this with so much damn space being cut off, teams do opt to actually try to get to a good playable spot in the center early, just so they don't have to deal with coming in open terrain, having to find like a small shelf or a rock or a shack,
right?
Which there really aren't many on this map to begin with, like shacks. So yeah, like. Teams generally don't tend to hot drop as much on this map, I would say.
Yeah. Quick correction, I just double-checked my homework, and Bestia never called Oh-hyang. They called out Holsan, which is where they've always been, so that was never even up for grabs. That was never even on the cards for them. So even with the Southern Plain path, everything is going according to plan. No real contest. We see QAD up around Dogs, dropping around Airport. But other than that, everyone seems pretty relatively comfortable and safe. Right now, we're watching, of course, Mission Ready go to the Northern Islands. Long rotation for them. So, Matchroom, I don't know how we expect that to affect their endgame. But coming off of a win, I think they should still be feeling pretty good, even with a circle like this.
Yeah, and this circle does have a couple of different options to deal with. Given the fact that it does have those like northern hills of Gangneung that kind of shut off different. It makes different fighting arenas, for lack of a better term. Yes, if you do have that high ground, you get some vision what's going on over there, but we do see some separation that can tend to happen in this circle. Yes, it is also very hard split with what I'd say 25-ish% of it being cut out just across the border. That's just unplayable.
Yeah.
So that does mean the fact that we do have kind of like the field area that's going to be to the west of Gangneung, that's going to be kind of the unavoidable area in this. There's a lot of open hillsides.
Catching Pokemon, catching.
This is a much more compressed circle, and it's going to make it interesting. Like, and I'll lean to you a bit more on this one, Godspeed, with the math and the way that the circles are going to pop and behave around this area, because where do you make your gamble? Do you lean more into the fields that are going to be west of Gangneung, or do you just pray for like a dip in safety and that the circle comes to you?
I just don't think you can play those fields this early in the circle. That's the issue, right? For a lot of these teams, like Dogs have a great slew of options, but realistically, I think they're just going to go where Vorpal and Ice Tech are. And for the other teams as well, because we don't know where Circle's going to go, because it could still favor a lot of that unplayable terrain up on the east side, I think for a lot of these guys, we're going to see a lot of edge play, I feel like, on this circle. We're going to see a lot of teams kind of languish or hold an edge depending on how busy it happens to be. But you can already see the teams that are inside the circle, like Controller, like Gooners, like Pest Control, right? These teams are all already opting because they're in the circle, because they're close enough to find a position to play so they don't have to be a part of the chaotic rotations that are coming in after the first two phases.
Hey, listen, guys, you guys have a really good conversation going on. I don't want to third wheel this, and then we might have some fights happening early again. So once again, I'm going to step away, let you guys take over, and I'll see you all in Rondo.
Collector kind of eyeing out Gooners in their rotation, but Gooners, they have eyes set on that hillside that I was kind of talking about. They realize the strength of it, and they want it early, and they are going to get it. This is a, I don't want to say it's necessarily
Gooners, Gooners, Gooners.
One of the safest to play from.
I mean, we all love
So
Gooners.
where Gooners are currently going?
Yeah, that hillside that they managed.
The
to
hillside.
get
It's yeah. I mean, it's fine for now. I believe there's also a compound underneath it, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks like D4 Team or Marlowe finding a spot for themselves. They're trying to hold the southwest and maybe cut off a rotation or two as they start to make their way into the circle, but they don't find anything on Bestia. They're going to skirt on by. Meanwhile, yeah, it is going to be Gooners, like you said, Matt, going into Kong Nyang. So they're just going to opt to avoid any of the nonsense because of Goon shot is going to find Hero, but Shap 2K with an immediate trade onto Simply Matt.
Matt's a bit more resible than Hero is, though. As looks like
Just a
Goon
bit.
Shot gonna go full Gooner and we'll just chase it down, make sure that there is a no chance. Flush it out. So Kong Myung, okay, yeah, it's a strong position. It's worth fighting for, but Max had it. They found the center of the circle again early, but man, it is just being stripped away from him.
Yeah, so Max will lose Hero, as you stated. There's just no way they're going to get him up. I mean, I can't tell, is there a res station here in Kongyang, though? I don't see it due to...
so.
I don't think so. Yeah, so even if they did get his chip, I don't think that's going to be a res, especially because they're going to get stuck in the city. You can see
Oh,
Dogs,
ski, no, yeet.
Dougs, Bliss actually off to the east. So this might just be a three-man game for the rest of this game for Max Win.
So with Dogs kind of creeping in, they kind of have some ideas. When you talk about with Blissio over here, Duel has managed to spawn out Bestia in rotation.
Almost didn't get him in time.
Tail end of it gonna get caught and should be flushed out. Looks like Mime really wanted to go for it, but he's lined up against Wooly now. Reinforcements for Bestia look like they're kind of coming over here. Or are they just coming to pick up Mime? No, they want Vengeance back. Meanwhile, Frogman looks like he's trying to get some nades back into some vengeance onto the Gooners.
So Flood will find Wooly off in the distance. Keep our eye on that. It's going to be a flush, so one down for Duel. But yeah, back to this fight. I mean, they're fighting the knocks. It's just I don't see a commitment coming out from Max Win unless they get two, right? If they're only getting one knock, that's going to be easily recovered. They also can replace the vest, the helmets while they're in that building. You can see that strewn all over the city. Again, I don't think that much looting happened here.
Well, this is interesting because it looks like Max Win is trying to set up to pounds.
It looks like it.
But they're not really executing it. They're just hoping for the nade to connect the way that they want. Maybe this might bounce pretty decent, but doesn't get the knock. It gets damage. Is that enough? Ooh, I think the Teknosh just got spotted as he made that leap over. Gunner's going to have the information to know how to set up in defense.
Okay, though, Teknosh has the S12K. I mean, that can very quickly turn the fight around in your favor, especially up close. That shotgun, a semi-auto action. He's going to see one, and now the bait, the back and forth. That's what I'm talking about. Teknosh. He's going to fight one. Does he get the second? No, he has to reload, but he gets it. 2-on-2.
Is it enough? Reinforcements aren't in position to capitalize. Teknosh goes down. Two members of the Gooners down. Can Max
Frogman, get that inside.
Needs starting to be prepped out. Simply Matt's got the angle onto it. Shap goes down.
Huge there from him.
The sacrifice of Teknosh isn't going to be enough just quite yet. Frogman all by his lonesome. Can you see the Gooners hold it out? They do manage to make it over to Greg's shot. Looks like they're going to try to get the reses back up, try to get their positioning going. They know where the last one is.
So they're going to get all of these kills and everything onto Max Win.
He does, but look at the pushes, man. Gooners know they've got everything they need in this fight. Frogman's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, once the information was gathered from Simply Matt, that's going to be a beautiful wipe from Gooners. Now there's a point where they kind of had their
so I think they took too many knocks during that, though. So like going into later game, it's gonna be rough for them, and they're just gonna go down really quickly as they get shot.
Start. They're now dead center circle with 4 kills and 4 members alive.
I mean, Technosh in that hero play could have turned it. It's just the other reinforcements were so far away that while yes, they did have vision on the to cover him, they couldn't cover him once he ended up in that lower area, and then they were just too far away to really capitalize off of the knocks. Dogs did have an eye on Kang Myung early, but due to QAD and their positioning, Dogs did retreat away. So Gooners get pretty much center of circle to play from. They, like you're talking about, for that firefight now, and that is scary because they just get to kind of rest and recuperate.
If Teknosh had one more with him on that push, I think that fight could have been very different. But again, he saw an opportunity, he went for it. Meanwhile, Al Qudsiya now taking the fight to the Dogs. Looks like it's going to be Bliss down. As you stated, Dogs were actually in Gangneung. They were on the east side in a position to opportunistically go for a third party, but that is a shift, man. And at least the good news, Matt, there is good news. There's a caveat to this shift, and that is that there's no longer that unplayable area to the east, so there won't be any questions as far as, like, is this going to continue to go east or not? They just now know exactly where they need to set up, and where they need to set up is already very heavily congested up in the north side.
I mean, 55's got eyes on the fields, and then you can maybe do a longer wrap. You can see down in the southeast, that's going to be our death funnel. We've got No Way trying to deal with what's going to be going on. Dogs just kind of send it. They got a scent, and they're just going for position. QAD did leave roughly the same position over into the east, so it's just going to be
kind of stinks up here.
Hillside up into the North Gangneung we were talking about pretty early. Yo's going to be on one side of it. We also have Gaio on the other, kind of separated out in a 2-1-1.
I need to take this sweatshirt off is what I need to do.
A bit more, so No Way now has an option on how they can come in.
Everybody don't mind me as I take my clothes off.
So they're going to have to be pretty careful on it. DM now has a pathing over into the west. It has been bloody, but it has not been catastrophe yet, as a lot of these teams are doing a great job with reads. But this hillside, Godspeed, is just a tatter of teams and colors spread across it.
It's just King of the Hill.
There we go.
Everyone has opted to play this because the thing is there's actually so much space on the northwest, but because these teams are opting to try to just play center and get out of it, as Shinboy's going to find another Panzer.
Never, DJ.
Prince from Onji de Gaio. I mean, there's a lot of space up in the northwest, but no one wants to take it. They're all opting to just play center, which is causing all this chaos.
Well, Yo has managed to find a point right now, and they do have themselves some Prince that are going to be pretty close to them to continue this reign, but they have to be cautious. Remember, Dogs are over here, Bestia's over here, QAD, and we also have Collector just down to the south of this. Nobody's really opting to capitalize, dude, third party yet, so Yo, in their defense, is coming together pretty strong, but it's going to be Panzerfaust to see if they can open up the door. Does it connect? That is a big problem. Gaio loses one, nowhere to go, being chased down, just on no life. Duking between them. Goes and hides in the car. That's kind of smart.
Kind of, in the smoke as well. Punijzo is going to take shots from Bestia, which means they're going to have to stop this push or hunt for just a moment, as they know there's only one member left. Still, much better game for Yahoo. At least 3 kills, 3 members alive. Now they know where the last member of Bonji de Gaio is, so it's just coming down to a clean push. They don't want to lose another member. I don't think a res is going to be on the cards.
BSS.
Actually, it is possible. They actually might be able to get a 4th man up, as it's going to be Punish to go down, but there it is. Nice cleanup. It's actually going to be, Karak. It's not even going to be Shinboy.
Thanks, Karak. We appreciate your contributions here. It's 55 taking shots. Also, Mission Ready. Snakers is taking some shots into Yoho as well. I think that pretty much everybody except for Bestia and QAD has now decided that they don't want to get involved. Mission Ready did kind of go more north, and they have gotten control over that area. They did send Vox all the way over to the west.
Wow, Brainiac on it as well.
They're just in case. So if this goes anywhere to the north, Mission Ready is firmly ready.
But I like this, right? They were the ones that were going to scout that area. Like we can see how much space is actually available in the northwest, but they can't. So I like that at the very least, Mission Ready went to scout that out, and now you can see Vox. He started to flex out. He's like, boys, it's actually super free up here. That doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. Completely south, but they would have had a nice bit of control there had it gone north. That being said, this one is rough because the center of that like ravine, whatever you want to call it, it is barren, man. Again, another difficult circle to play dead center.
Mission Ready, the best laid plans of mice and men, firmly in waste right now. As 55 doing their regroup right next to just the no man's land of the ravine running through it all. Pest Control does have some high ground and does also have No Way pretty close to them. Rock is going to be back behind that. Looks like they did spot out a couple of things that they wanted to stop and pick up as they spotted crates, so they're going to be feeling a bit better. Then we still have the spattering of teams on that hillside, as it does look like rotations are going to start getting punished. Wuju 2 is going to get spotted by Pest Control's high ground position.
Pest Control, again, they've been really solid with their macro into these kind of mid-game circles. Just like to see them get past that. They've also been fighting a good amount of kills, so currently sitting in 9th place. 11 kills, though. Getting at least 5-6 kills a game so far is not bad at all. 5-6 points, I should say, but they're going to need to get more here. We'll see what they can do from the south.
I was going to say, they're doing a good job of finding their points based off of their playstyle, and they're being the catalyst for it. And that's what you love to see whenever you're looking
My
at
God, my stomach.
Fight their way into the grand finals. So
Whoa.
finding out no way now is Lopes is going to
Okay,
go
we're back.
down. Information fed over. What is
That was weird.
the squad do to react? They don't want to surrender too much of the south, but nobody's really roaming over here. They could provide reinforcements, but right now they're just kind of trusting. Oh, Cowboy. Narrowly spotting that around, but does not matter. It's going to be QAD coming alive. 3 kills already, spotting out Bestia.
The interesting thing about that fight we're just watching with Joshi, though, is that was a very forward position. That was a very risky position to be in. The fact that he got a knock and it wasn't capitalized on is a little disappointing. We'll see if they can fix that, though, as we're still with this fight. QAD versus Bestia. Flood feeding information. He's going to get flushed out. And now here comes Yahoo. And it's going to be Cherry Vibes, as well as Shinboy, to take down and just devastate Alcancia.
Careful, though. We've got the dogs back behind them. Alcancia realizing they now have to go. Rello, the last one up. Getting harassed. 6 life. Playing along the smokes. Seeing if maybe he can hit the Hail Mary nade. I think it might be just a bit short. But Bestia also now having to run. Yahoo chasing after the last member of QAD. And it's just going to be Ice Tech watching it all from back behind while Bestia is doing an interesting little wraparound. But they might find themselves in the crosshairs of Yahoo if they're not careful.
How done?
King gets the drop on Poonage. Exchanges go out. That's going to be all she wrote for Alcancia, but it is just DraftKing, the last one up for his squad. Dedicated in the res.
Yeah, it's going to be
Oh
one
my
member
God,
of
dude.
Alcancia, one member of Bestia.
Holy.
Yahoo have been able to recover because of that slight pause given by Bestia. So, again, great opportunity for them. They get the recovery back up to 3. And they're still on the northern edge. I mean, this is actually a great spot for them to play as well if they can get rid of Bestia. So really looking good for Yahoo here as long as they can finish strong. Meanwhile, Wuju 2 sneak attack, the last one alive against what? Oh, he got in the vehicle and switched it out. Look at this. Oh, I mean, that's kind of cheeky. It was cute. It was cheeky. I liked it.
I mean, you name yourself Sneak Attack, you got to be bringing out some tricksy plays. No way. Gonna find their way into the circle, running it as quick as they can. Gonna be pretty close to Bestia, depending on how their pathing goes. Gooners still have down Kong Nyong, but they have to be careful. Rock looks like they're gonna be pretty close to them, and Gooners, while they do have the compounds to play from, does mean that they're at the edge of the zone now. But that's where Gooners like to be at. They want to go and get kills and find stuff, but it's gonna be very hard. This is a pretty open exit to the north of this.
Yeah, if they can somehow not
Sneaky
get
boy.
focus coming out of Kangyong, I think they'll be okay, but that's a tall order there.
Sneaky boy.
Meanwhile, Santastico is going to pluck Vinny right out of that vehicle. Easy kill for him. There's now Rock starting to get activated. They've been on this eastern edge for a bit, and they're going to have to contest with Gunnar. So that's why they can't flex out and get as many kills as they want to, unless they're going north. You can currently see RBN and BL going.
Bestia does get eliminated, so it's our third place team now out. No way under a massive amount of duress right now from this position coming up from Rock. You know that Rock's firing line, specifically Santastico, can absolutely pop off, but no way, just due to the way that this hillside's set, we've got Yahoo up on top of it, but they can kind of get involved in what's going on with Rock, and they're going to finally start doing so. But really, it's just no way Rock and maybe the Gooners, if the Gooners wanted to get involved in this firefight, and if Yahoo wants to look over down to the southwest, they might be able to spot out a bit what's going on, as it is going to be DM having to push in next to Pest Control. So Rock being the moving factor over here is starting to draw a lot of the aggro of Gooners, No Way, and Yahoo all, and it's kind of containing them up in this northeastern area.
And speaking of which,
there's some Mega Pint in here.
I mean, again, they're going to have to...
We'll hello it up.
They're going to have to come out of that slice of Kangyong eventually. It's really Are Rock going to be able to hold them while also holding Yahoo?
Oh, fair enough, DJ.
Probably going to have to deal with mission
I appreciate you doing your best to lurk around.
Just waiting to see what goes
We're
on
just
with
chilling.
that.
We're chatting a lot more today than we have before.
But we're probably in for a slow burn until the circle does something wacky, man.
But we're having a chill day so far. We're gonna be on all day tomorrow playing Borderlands 4 before the watch party tomorrow, so should be a fun day of Borderlands and then PUBG later on.
As the last member up of No Way and Sam Crow still to work with for the time being. DM, as you can see, as well as Pest Control.
Yeah,
and
we're just chilling.
All going to have to get in the circle. Collector still has one member in, but only kinda.
Brainiac's messages got deleted. I don't know what he said.
So how is Rock going to deal with this? You can see Icy Flex has the angle onto BL.
Nice double.
Easy money. Icy Flex is going to take that one, and now Rock have to respond.
I mean, I don't even know if they're positioned to be able to do much. The control angles coming out from Gooners are so good. Rock now down 2 members. The other 2 just having to find some way to try
nice, DJ.
Well,
I hope you're doing well. I hope it's hopefully the signal doesn't continue to drop for you, as I don't know what Rock is gonna do here to try and deal with Gooners.
Want to keep him alive, and there is some covered angles to play from, but that nade almost takes him down and almost takes down RBN as well.
Fantastico, though, by the skin of his teeth, will just barely survive.
Can't complain. I can complain about these beans that I ate. Oh my goodness.
5 kills, Matt. They are really starting to want to talk a team that is maybe making their case for being the monsters of the lobby. I think Gooners might actually be them. Dreams in the background. We'll find Battle X. It's going to be against Icy Flex taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He's going to put up that foldable shield, Matt.
I mean, if you saw that, that's the way Gooners play. He saw a nade land in front of him, and he was like, "Nah, I'm gonna step forward."
I had beans and burgers. Beans and burgers, and we hurled some apples off of sticks. We had some good old apple hurling going on.
And open it up. Mission Ready also could be kind of crest up that hillside to pounce onto Yoho.
That was my night.
And the longer it goes on means the
not beans and toast. Beans beans and burgers.
Staying alive is stalling out everything.
And yeah, you can see Yahoo's
there we go. He goes down.
Party this because they now have to deal with what's going on. Mission Ready getting activated. Finally, with the position, are going to.
The Zogna is good.
Kill. Actually, no, it's going to be Goon shot. Even Goon gets that one away. So still, Maria stuck on 1 kill. It's going to be from Snakers, but with an opportunity here, they need to clean up the rest of these teams.
My girlfriend does not like Lasagna, so unfortunately, no Lasagna for me.
They're getting crossfire from DM as well as Mission Ready up on top. The rest of the circle's pretty quiet right now as this hillside has been
Goons is dominating kill wise right now. They're only, I think they've only got 1 placement. No, they've gotten 2 placement points now, but they've gotten so many kills.
Can he ruin another squad?
You sleep on the dog.
They just love the dogs.
If he gets a knock here, and if
it's
enough, that's going to be dinner bells ringing for 55 to come up in third party this. Now, will they do that? I'm not sure. Will Icy Tech get more than 1? Probably not, but
instead of going dogs, go dogs.
Cause some chaos and see how
it's
the
dogs.
Meanwhile, Joshy's going to get an easy kill and flush onto 55, and he's going to go down.
Another point for pest control, and now Gooners are starting to get more.
Starting to get some more information. They're really far to the south, so they've been kind of
more placement points.
DM into Simply Matt's position, so Simply Matt is going to spot out Ice Tech, so he's going to go down. The threat from Mission Ready going to be a bit easier to work around as it is going to be mission ready now, lined up directly with 55 in the high ground.
It's going to be a direct confrontation actually with mission ready and 55, which gives the two solos opportunity and a pause. To maybe figure out what their next.
His last one up.
Vox though is going to find Psycho, so that's going to be 2 members
for
now
Gooners.
up for 55. And the advantage going to mission ready.
Yeah, honestly, I was so disappointed with how Blissey played in qualifiers, and then they came through to group stages, and he started to really pick it up, and I was like, all right, this is the Blissey I was expecting, because Blissey is a ridiculously good fragger. I feel like he's already at the pro level. I just don't know, like, he hasn't really been on a team before where he's been able to show it as much. He was on Tilt Town at one point with Joshy before. So him and Joshy played a good chunk together, so I bet they work really well together as a duo, collecting kills. Yeah, he was on Dots for a little while at one point, so he just hasn't had that, like, team that sticks together for that long chunk of time, so... Blissey and Joshy, I feel like, have just really gotten used to each other, so maybe we'll see them get picked up as a duo or something at some point. Yeah. It is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the circle, like you said, with a healthy.
I feel like with Dots, it all depends. I feel like some people with Shane also know that he's like very much there for his stream and everything, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some players that join his team that after a little while just want to like go full focus on the team and everything, and that might be like a breaking point for a couple, but I have no idea.
Has gone a bit on a solo mission. They're still trying to set all of these crossfires.
Oh, I still think at some point
the fact that they're playing from vulnerable positions. Simply Matt, though,
Blissey is gonna do something where he could end up on a team. So we'll see what happens with it. It's always fun to watch Blissey's journey because I think he is a really good fragger and stuff. So
it matters 12 kills, even if he goes down.
We'll see what happens with him. I mean,
just continuing to have an impact.
It'd be really good for Blissey and Joshy both, I feel like, to make it through into grand finals, just to get that exposure and everything.
I don't think he's gonna get much more than a knock, but even then, that could actually open the door for mission ready.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting to watch how all of this is going to go down. Collectors have kind of set this one up. They've got defended position. Simply Matt is going to be a problem. That means that a lot of attention is going to focus back in. So Snakers is going to continue to try to exploit the angles that are open.
Okay, dude. Sorry, I got to ruin you.
Is that not the most Gooners thing? That
I don't see it ever happening. But just imagine at some point that Falcons do start focusing on other things, so they're not all a team together anymore. Maybe like one or two of the players leave to focus on their own thing or something. And then we see nice, dude. Collector is a team that really does like collect points. That's what they do. They just collect points here and there and try and figure it out from there. Yeah, again, DJ, I don't imagine that ever happening. But imagine that somehow happens, just because, like, one of the players may want to, like, start focusing on something else besides PUBG. Again, doubtful. And then Hwin joins Shane. How crazy would that be?
Vox goes for it. 2 members still up for Collectors, just 1 on mission ready. Vox making a big play to try to secure some more points, but that does also mean Collector has managed to make it into our top 8. This is a big game for them, but eyeing the top of the leaderboard, it is going to be mission ready. If they secure this, they can move up into first. Yet again, as Gooners did usurp it.
Here we go, Vox.
Psycho lining in.
Oh, he's on fire. He's dead.
To work around. He's got a ton of damage that's coming after him. Dreams lining up the nade. There's nowhere to go, and that is going to be Collector picking up the victory.
Well, I swear I kept calling them controller on purpose because they were just in full control
GG.
of that circle. But man, Collector doing a great job finding those kills.
They tried.
Managing the chaos, even dealing with the solos and the Gooners. That was a very well-played game by them. But also, mission ready. You know, coming into that with only 1 kill, finally picking up more and more, finding more control in that as much as they could before they got stopped by the Collector. That was a great game from them as well.
Okay, get ready for the jump scare Cammy's face is about to pop on. Just be ready for it.
Start with. We've got ourselves some highlights to look back through. I don't even know where we're going to start because it feels like that was just action from beginning to end. Let's take a quick look as we're going to bring Cam back in and give you a breakdown of everything we saw in the game.
Yeah, see, they're even warning us. Yeah, Collector, they made it through, so let's see, Hazel, For Earth, oh, what team? Hazel and For Earth have been playing for a while. I'm trying to remember the team that they played on. They have made it to almost group stages before. What was their team name? It was like 4 gods, and then there was them, and they had 4 in their team name as well. Gosh. But that's like where For Earth and Hazel are from, I'm pretty sure. Dreams, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just a crazy player that they picked up. I don't remember Dreams at all. But yeah. They're a team that hasn't made it to group stages, or they're players that haven't made it to group stages before, I don't feel like, besides maybe Psycho. But they were always like right on the brink, and they were kind of closing in. But they made it in game 12 of round of 16. They won and made it in after getting 12 points in the final game, I think, and winning it. No, maybe not 12 points. I can't remember. I'd have to look back, but they did make it in on the final game of the qualifiers. So
Through the very first day, if you run the numbers, that's a quarter of the way through the whole last chance qualifier. Time's moving fast, and we're gonna be here with you guys throughout the rest of the night. Cameron Davis joined by Godspeed and Matchroom, and that was, again, another incredible late game. Collector coming out with, I don't want to call it a surprise win, Godspeed, but for a team that certainly was not one of the main characters in many sections, if any at all, during the group stage, this has got to be a good chicken dinner for them to get.
Well, it's got to feel good for them. It's got to boost their confidence. Again, going into that circle, they did have a lot of really irritating factors to deal with, whether it was, 55 before they got wiped out, whether it was the solo of Gooners, then having to deal with Mission Ready. So it was well played, man. It was well played by them. They got 9 kills out of it, so good on them. But again, Gooners with just another 10-point game, 10 plus, it's kind of crazy consistent so far.
Yeah, it's insane. I was also going to acknowledge that this is now 3 wins in a row that the winning team hasn't gotten over double-digit kills and match them. I mean, part of that has to be because teams like Gooners are absolutely popping off in the mid game.
Gooners. Very first game, right after we got done and we were looking at the way that the kills had stacked up, it was like the top 8 were just feasting on everything, and it was really, really hard to work around. I do want to give a quick shout out to Collector how they played that in game. You almost feel like Mission Ready. They had to take a couple of gambled positions off of it, but Collector just played the angles. The macro was really good. That is a crazy good sign for a team that has a lot of still upward potential. So I'm curious to see what they look at after that and how it really affects them overall.
Yeah, well, let's look at the overall leaderboard now. It is Gooners in first place, not too much of a surprise, and just look at those points. They're only 2 points ahead of Mission Ready, but it is all kills, all
Yeah,
the way.
no, Gooners are gooning. Absolutely. It's insane.
The only other team that has fewer placing points than them is Alcatia in 8th place. I mean, Godspeed, you have to look at this and wonder, is this play style going to be sustainable?
In this lobby so far, yes.
Yeah.
In the grand finals
Here?
lobby, probably not.
Yeah. Here, fine.
And that's fair, though. That's the thing. Why
I mean,
not? If it's working,
it's
do it.
crazy that
They also
Gooners
maybe they're
33
playing for some
kills
more
with
than one of the
only
cup
6 placement
rule sets
points.
Where it's only 5
Right.
points per win. So like maybe they're just gearing up for that. But the point is right now it's working for them. They're I don't want to say easily, but they're very efficiently racking up double-digit kills a game. Keep going for it. Keep doing it. No one's really stopping them, and they're not really running out of gas until the end game anyways. So it's the opposite issue they were having in group stages. So I'm all for it. Like I said, Gooners, I felt like we're going to thrive in this lobby, and so far,
They are
doing it.
Yeah. And listen, guys, we mentioned them the last time we saw the leaderboard. I'm going to give a shout out to Yoho for getting 8 points in that round. So despite having 2 zeros in a row at the beginning, Yoho seemed to be turning things around.
Good for Yoho.
Put a little more attention as well on Mission Ready. Okay, they're in second place, and sure, they're behind Gooners, but only by 2 points. And then there's a 15-point gap between them and third place team Collector. You identified that.
I think
Ready
going
had
into that
much
match,
later
Gooners
in the
only
game
had
focus
1
on
placement
start
point,
to
so that
fight
means
and
that
everything, and from how familiar
Matt
we are with
picked
Mission
up
Ready and velocity, that's kind
5
of
placement
contrast
points.
with how they've played previously. Best guess. Is this some sort of reaction to?
He has
their
single-handedly
struggles
picked
in
up 5 of their 6 placement points.
The LG stylings and everything else like that, it's not like they were afraid of early firefights, but even then, it did feel like they were a later stage team. They were always playing for position to really try to exploit it. Now it does feel like, and sure, this is a weaker lobby, so it's harder to specifically say.
Sure.
But it does feel like they're their play style and the way that they want to set up the crossfires, the way that they want to set up everything. This is a great training grounds for them to really cement that in more and really make sure that they perfect it. The issue is once the lobby does move into the grand final stage, it's going to be a lot harder because once you're holding down these crossfired positions, you're going to get punished a lot harder. And that's usually where we see some of the issues happen for them whenever the lobby does get a bit more difficult. That said, it's great to see that whenever the system works, it works really well because they were just picking apart every single team and reacting before the other team was reacting to their movement.
Listen, I'm just waiting for the time that we get BRDM Vox back. That's all I'm waiting for. But we're about to head into Rondo. I ran the numbers once again, or rather, not the numbers, opposite of numbers, words, right?
I'm glad you're running the numbers on these hot drops.
Brainiac got all his messages deleted again.
Hey,
right?
I
We
got
had
you.
two.
They drop it coordinates. That's
Brainiac just has to be careful with what he's sending in chat.
Stop throwing me for a loop. Okay, just let me get it out. We have 2 teams that claimed Danching, 2 teams that claimed Yulin, a couple of teams that claimed, I quote, west of Test Track, and then there's 1 team whose drop spot is, and this is verbatim, TBD. So, compared to Tego, Rondo, this could be interesting. Now, Godspeed, as you remember from group stage, some of the hot drops were great. Some of the hot drops, not so much. A bit more of a cold drop, ice cold, chili ice cream drop. So it's not necessarily a good thing for viewers.
Lobster is saying that it's because he was spamming too many emotes.
Rondo, even this long in its competitive lifestyle, it's great.
So there must be like a limit on the amount of emotes that you can type.
Aspect that we continue to see.
I don't know what he said. It looks like it's a bot that's doing it.
think it's a symptom of
According to Lobster, anyways, there's appears to be a limit on the number of emotes you can type at one time.
in this map compared to our other
So
8x8s that there's just a lot of play
just
players
don't
and
put like
intentions
35
So when you see
emotes in there at one
teams
time, and
drop,
you're
for
probably
instance,
fine.
in Fong Tun, which we have actually seen all the way on the
Because
western
it's
part of the
just
map,
his messages that are
southern part of the
getting
map,
deleted,
that drop tends to be cool. It doesn't go very
and
fast.
he
And
seems to
drops
be
just like
talking just
anything
fine in
because
chat
circle
anyways,
usually
so.
goes somewhere around like Test Track, right? Or like even more
Right.
north of that. So it creates a situation where as we see multiple teams kind of dropping, it looks like we're actually going to see a hot drop right now, potentially between Maxwin and Collector. They're not as,
Yeah.
let's say, dynamic as we see other hot drops. And it looks like we're not even going to see a hot drop right now. It looks like Maxwin's just going to go further north, which I think is a smart idea. I like that. I don't think there's any reason to hot drop here.
Bestia, I mean, yeah, it's not exactly a hot drop around Jadena City.
No,
Usually it's more of a fight for vehicle, but still, yeah.
Mine
Bestia
gets
getting
the
one kill,
squish.
losing one in the very beginning is not a good thing to see. There is Deeper Merlo and 4 dogs dropping right next to each other. Some potential for early game action coming out of that, but the first circle
6 or
as
7.
well, while I wait to see this particular fight pop off.
6,
I don't know
7.
if you guys have any thoughts on that.
Well, it kind of intersects with what you were talking about earlier, right? Like
Yeah.
the places you were talking about where there was the potential for
So.
hot drops are the usual suspects where we see a lot of circle behaviors kind of on.
Just gotta be
the map,
careful.
Right? It was like
Not that you're an emote spam. No, not at all. Not at all.
That's because the circles tend to favor this area quite a bit.
I-
Like the rest of Test Track all the way down, kind of.
Again, need to try and find someone to make a bunch of emotes and everything for me. Because I have so many emote slots that I'm not using, and I want to get like some really good emotes. I want to get a squish emote for when people run other people over.
Positions in it. It's also very
So
open in the center, and we've been seeing a lot of center meta come.
we'll kind of see how it goes.
Listen, I'd love to keep talking about this, but these players look like they are set for a fight, so I'm going to give this over to you.
That's
guys.
hilarious, DJ.
Okay, bye.
Totally understandable.
4 dogs and Marlowe lined up against each other, and it could result in a bit of a firefight. If anything, just territory control. I mean, dogs are a bit territorial, right?
Yes, they definitely can.
Them dogs.
I know mine are. They hate every single person that drives by my house.
I was going to say, both of people and properties. Looks like Bliss will be the first one to take
I want to get a
some
husky
shots.
so bad.
Orlando, and this is happening right outside
I need to be able to like afford a house before that though.
Really awkward place to fight because some of these
And like
players
we've talked
are
about
really
like buying
shallow.
land
It's just-
and
it's awkward. We'll see which of those teams come out on top.
oh yeah, I don't trust
And
anyone
the
that
Gooners
messages me through Discord randomly.
in
Like I want to know them or be introduced or something.
The Cooners are set. It's a totally
If they have a
parallel
Discord
across the southern section of this map.
made
So while you do spot out one
before
55, I think is pretty aware of the fact that there were several Gooners down south,
2020,
so they're just going to go for a very
I'm more accepting of it.
scoot and boogie and get out of there. Kind of set up
If
a
it is
lane.
made before 2020,
Mostly the Gooners, but
then I'm like,
inside track of
I could see this being a real person, but if it's made anytime after that, I just don't trust it whatsoever. Like if there's someone that was like 2015, I'm like, all right.
First Rango was good. It's been a bit slower in these last couple, so we'll see if they can kind of right the ship.
And it's so much harder now because there's probably people that are doing like AI generated.
Merlo and the 4 downs.
I mean, you have
Yeah.
room temperature, so
Michigan was a place I was thinking about.
coasting.
I already have friends there. My girlfriend has family around that area.
Collectors on the outside.
So.
Kind of watching. They don't want to go yet.
But even if I get land, it's hard to be able to afford a house or like afford the actual building of the house. So
The problem is for Dogs is both those kills were stolen. Doesn't get the points for that. And now Bliss with the pre-fire in the window. That was actually so good. That was a good read.
That's dirty. And so now Merlot down to pretty much 1. He's already been spotted. Does he manage to make it? No, he doesn't. 4 dogs find themselves kills and defend.
because like as much as it'd be fine to put a double wide on it, I want to build like a really nice house.
But you take those if your dog
That way I don't have to worry about it. And I mean, I can always put a double wide and then build a house on it while living there.
So I like how
But
aggressive they're getting here.
I don't know.
Play with the momentum you've got. You're presently
There's a lot of options, and I don't know what I want to go with.
Paying attention to kill feed with it. Yoho is also going to be
I think my
wrapping
current
now.
plan.
Bestia could be wrapping pretty close as well. So if a firefight breaks out, I don't think that either one of those squads, maybe Yoho might go for a third-party stop off.
I think my current plan is I want to try and get a job more focused on collections. Maybe even one that I can work from home part-time.
Bestia, Yoho, Dogs are pretty much our teams that are not.
And if I can
Said, screw it, we're going to the center.
work from home like part-time and then go to work the rest of the time, I can learn more coding and stuff, and then maybe do something that pays a little bit more with coding knowledge. We'll see
pretty wide split, but I think
how it goes. I think that's my current plan while I get ready for trying to afford a house or something. So
they do have to worry about Pest above them, but again, that's only if Pests have to move. So right now they're going to be okay. Really, it's just the East. I'm looking at this massive bunch of teams. You see Yahoo being one of them, rotating right below Collector, and looks like Psycho's about to just tentatively pass by and say, "Hey guys, what's up?" As they try to consolidate with Dreams.
You see him turn into that, be like, I saw somebody, and they started getting prepped, and all of a sudden they're like, I see 4 somebody's, never mind. And they just kind of drift through him instead.
Yeah, they're like, oh, only one. Just kidding, guys. It's just jokes. Just jokes.
Jokes. It's fine. Fine. One of the Gaios spotting out some friends that are going to be, that's going to be no way up to the north, and then split your up.
But yeah, because, I mean, right now I work at a bank.
So this is interesting. Very late.
And I do a little bit of collections, and then I'm on the teller line the rest of the time. And I actually kind of enjoy doing the collections. It keeps me busy, and it's something to kind of do the whole time. So
team up in that area sharing space, so kind of still down a bit.
if I focus solely on collections, I feel like I might be able to actually get paid a little bit more and get a job that will pay me more for just that. So that's what I'm thinking of for right now. And Thunder has been trying to teach me coding and stuff, and he told me where to kind of look for right now.
That's the one team you don't shoot at. Are they going to spin back around? No, Gooners. They're like, nah, okay, we'll let you have it. 2 different squads shooting them, so it's probably the smarter call.
So
be careful, though, as their pathing might get a bit more dangerous. They do manage to pass.
We'll see what happens.
Yoho as well as 55, but that's going to put him pretty close to the Collectors, oddly enough.
We'll have a few teams that are yet to be in. Bestia rotating in. They're going to be on the southeast, as well as Dougs, who won their hot drop fight with the help of Collector.
Yeah, I absolutely love numbers for the most part. And numbers make a ton of sense to me and everything.
This is just going to be one of those situations where things are going to have to
and
next shift.
Like what to do with money and everything. It just kind of fascinates me anyways, but
if it goes center west,
collecting money from people and really just trying to figure out things is fun to me.
Did manage to avoid each other. Bestia played a bit more into the south. New circle should be popping in just a few seconds, and if it's friendly, it'll go pretty center.
So
that's about as central as you get for a ship. Not bad. So QAD, great position. Bonge de Gallo as well. Even Pest Control up to the north, kind of avoiding all the nonsense. Yulin, though, still wide open on the east side, so we'll see if any teams opt to take that. It's going to be BL taking shots now at Alcancia. This is the duo that's trying to consolidate now. wise decision. And it looks like they're not going to get punished for it. Look at this, though.
I have the high ground. The ultimate high ground. Watching everything around him. But I gotta be a bit careful with it. If it goes away, it could be its own issue. Rose tries to go for some spray.
Oh.
He managed to get the knock on.
Banded the Gaio.
Gaio got a bit dicey there for a second, but Yaho finding some retaliation. Finally, again, Shinboy with 2.
Thank
And
goodness,
Yahoo
Yahoo
so many
finally
more
picking up a
SMGs
couple of
these
more points.
days. Especially
They're
especially
SMG
all
players
not
now.
either. We've seen a lot of the MP5K, and honestly, that gun is kind of disgusting, so it does not surprise
Yeah.
me at all. Even at mid-range, it's
I'm
really not as bad as you
fine
think an
with
SMG
being
has
hands-on
in
and
shooters.
stuff.
Be shooting by the dogs as they chase on that middle circle and go on by.
Gooners
Yahoo
just having
needs
to
to
watch
recover
it.
Yeah,
from that.
DJ, that's unfortunate.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
so
the thing, though.
Yoho.
was the fight was just kind of sloppy at the start, Matt, so just kind of got caught by surprise.
This is kind of turned into an interesting situation as Yoho has gotten a lot of friends, and one of those friends is going to be No Way. They're playing this very aggressive, realizing the fact they are at the bottom leaderboard, sitting at 2 points right now. Yoho, though, kind of defending up. I think that Shinboy might have gotten spotted, but Shinboy, he's got some goals. He wants to make sure that he secures, but the nade drops right on top of him. Beautifully cooked by Vinny. And now starting to have some issues. It's going to be back behind, and No Way getting a couple of shots coming after him, but no real idea where the other members are just quite yet.
He just vaulted that, buddy. Okay, he still gets on that. Straight puts his whole body in the window, Vinny. No, not like that, brother.
I feel like
No.
Vinny has seen that
Trying to find cherry
spot
bombs,
played
done Bill
before,
Frost.
but he hasn't ever played it himself. Like, that's what that looked like to me.
Vertical integrated section with a lot of walls, a lot of sneaky angles. Bill trying to make the best of it and try to exploit it, but really can't find anything. Realize the fact that they're probably going to be going for the res. He's going to be playing alongside of it. Goes for the flush out. I think that he might have spotted out the other member that was going for the res, but not until after he made the jump down. Spotted
Double
on top,
headshot.
though. Bale Frost not done yet. Bull charge around. No fear. No Way is out.
Can he get
Bill
to
Frost with the
Cherry?
1v4,
No, Cherry goes down.
and- Oh, he barely doesn't get to Cherry.
Anyways,
Still,
well,
Bill Frost,
there's
we
a
talked
quick
about
second.
Group's really been the driving force. I mean, maybe the balance served him well because he has come back. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen
This
him
is a
on
small
Group's
little
really
thing that I've made where you
risky,
can,
man.
like, pick
So
a
making
character
decisions,
and
making
everything.
plays for the team of Vinny, they're struggling. I wouldn't necessarily say
So,
he's
like,
struggling.
later on, I
Oh,
might be
right.
able to actually, like, put some UI and turn this into something. There's a few more changes I have to make to it, but
See if he gets
you got,
released,
like,
probably.
HP, you got strength,
They
charisma,
don't allow res.
fire magics,
Look at this. They're like, no.
sword,
no res
and
for you. We're
and
gonna
a couple
close
of
it down.
things.
With the way the circles pop,
Uh,
go for this fast. I actually do like this
but-
Gooner style. It's a bit risky sometimes and can get punished, but they know exactly what their win condition is. They've got to kill fast, get into the circle.
That is what I have made so far.
You ain't first or last, so to speak. I believe a great philosopher once said that. So they're definitely pushing for that first spot. They still have it. They're getting it, as you stated, all on
But
wins,
the way I want to
wins,
do
I
it
should say. The placement
is a
points,
little bit
not
different
high,
than
but
how
Greg
it's
shot,
on there
Greg
right
shot,
now.
Excuse me.
But I still have to learn how to code.
As Greg shot.
Because most of that I did that with help from Thunder, so not a lot of it was like, I know how to write this code and I know why I'm writing it. It was oh, okay, I kind of need to do something like this. This would kind of work. And this is how I put some of it together. How do I put the rest of it together? And that's how and Thunder kind of helped me do that.
They're
So
trying to exploit this one, but Bale Frost looks like he's trying to fend up. He's got that stairwell unlocked, but no, he's on fire! He's gonna go down. Yoho, after a valiant attempt,
the
does get
dogs,
taken down.
4 kills,
Now,
4
I
kills
feel
for the
like if Bale
dogs.
wasn't on fire there, that could have been a dangerous situation for the Dogs.
He's made of
He
frost.
did
Of course,
just-
it's his weakness.
True, of course. Actually, I didn't even think about that. But he could have made something happen. We just did use that building to great effect against the team prior. So now it's going to be Bonjo Nagawa. Just some friends and Prince. Just having a great old time. As they are just above Yulin. As their split got punished heavily. We saw that earlier.
Yeah, we
also
Good
have the
hit
collectors
shot
that
from
are
Prawns.
spotting this, and I don't know if they're going to third-party range, but Mission Ready gonna have some friends, and it's gonna be Josh
Yeah.
rolls right on top of Snakers. Box looks like he's just got to cut out and see if he can manage to make his way in the zone. Remember, this is going to be one of the more open sections of the circle, so it's pretty scary whenever you just have to cut and run from here. Box gonna go ahead and send it across. Looks like
Yeah.
it's fine for now.
And
Remember,
yeah, so
Mission Ready
all the
International,
basic
they're
like
trying
if
to stop off
statements.
anything Pest Control, though, has to worry about that because they've got the Gooners that are going to be chasing after them.
So like some of the stuff that we did was we technically like made so that would technically be inside of the main code, I guess, is how I would describe it. I can't remember the wording. Inside the main code. And then outside of the main code, we made a class and we set the numbers and everything for that class outside of the main code. So then inside the main code, we told it to make a list and give us what we got. And like right now, you saw the numbers like 1 through 7.
Here fairly soon for you guys. You saw it right there. There's the code. Action happening. Code happening. It's all happening at once.
You saw the numbers. I want to eventually get those numbers to change into letters. So like a 7 would be S tier, a 6 would be A, and then B, C, D, E, F. So I gotta do some coding and stuff for that. And just really a couple of other things.
Everybody's just getting a piece of what's going on with QAD, but looks like Bestia might have their eyes set a bit further into the north. The Gooners, they're not done yet. They're still after what's going on.
They're only at 2 kills right now.
So far,
they're not gooning too much.
There's only 2 heading into phase 4. By this point,
they
have at least 7 or 8. So they're slowing down a bit. But still.
Thunder has taught me pretty much. He's taught me in C++ because it's one of the.
About to start to close. It's about halfway there, I should say. Now you still have teams on the east edge that need to get out. That's 55 and that's Collector. They still need to figure out how they're going to play this circle. And they're running out of time.
A hard push comes out from the Gooners on the remnants of Bestia, but not Bestia, I'm sorry.
Are Gooners going to go down without a ton of kills in this match?
Sorry about that.
That would be crazy.
Also did a good job on taking a couple of shots into it on the road.
Yeah.
So
if I can, eventually I want to make a couple of games. The first game I make is literally just going to be a game that I'm going to put up on the Steam store on April 1st for like $4 to then try and just fund games later on. Is my entire plan with it.
Okay, I see you. Have a mission of their own.
Because it's gonna be called Mad Hallway, and it's just gonna randomize your keyboard layout every time you take a step forward, and the entire point is.
Oh no way! He gets both of those with the nade. The nade and a knock.
Yeah, is gonna be just like you try and make it to the other end of the hallway, your keyboard gets completely randomized. Don't rage and break your keyboard. Good luck.
Wuju 2 season's like, nah man, did you see what he just did? I don't want to go after that. Instead, let's just keep control over the circle. Max coming back behind poor old Bunt, but Mission Ready very far into the north. To the east, though, what you've been talking about.
That'll be fun.
Brewing. We still got 55. We've got Dreams for Collector, and we still have Dogs over there. And this is, the last circle was open. Boy, there's like nothing in this one except for those compounds that are already held down.
I mean, the Dogs in at 55, though, because of how much pressure they've been receiving from Bestia, from some of those other teams outside, you can see Max would also kind of transfixed on this position. 55 and Dogs can't really do anything, especially 55. I mean, 55 is just straight pinned. So I don't really know what their next play is. I mean, a crash maybe on Vinny's side, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get shredded just going into that. And you can even see Dreams from Collector also opting to just kind of flex out that way as a solo. I mean, if he can get some kills, why not?
Well, Max has a goal.
Okay.
I think I heard some beepy beep beeps. Looks like they might be sending right into mission ready.
Josh is like, hey!
All the way in! Big explosion! Mission
oh, no,
ready
they sent
goes
the
down.
second one! Frogman, why? It was unnecessary. They flushed tech.
Iron Zero and 55 also had a C4.
But hey, it still feels good at the same time. They got into the circle.
Yeah. It's 3 members in the circle, but I feel like the second one was unnecessary. Either way, Bestia is actually going to get knocked out with the help of Rock and 55.
Yeah.
So it was a crash. 55 opted to just go for it, and it worked out because of Rock.
And Dogs were kind of watching what was going on with Max, and I think that that's why 55 managed to steal their way into this position. Would you choose taking some shots into Rock? Mortar is now starting to come out. Max, gotta be careful. Roth gets the knock on to 1, but Dogs steals away the kill. Frogman on a sliver.
Hero goes down.
Fine for now. I don't see any mortars falling in.
This is a really
rough for Hero.
Who have not had the best start so far.
I feel like Hero continuously goes down first, and if he didn't, he always has an EMT kit on him. He runs VSS, EMT.
As long as they can just hold this off, that the circle doesn't completely shift. This is only phase 5.
So, like,
I want to
show
point that out
us.
to you. This is phase 5, and we have only 20 players alive.
What are you going to do in this circle? I mean, there's just, you can't keep very many more alive. Wuju 2 is separated out so far away from each other. They've got control of the south. And yet again,
I don't know how Bunt's going to make it into this next zone.
That have to make their way into the zone.
That is
phase 6 closing, where I feel like we have less than 15 people. This is getting, this is a really, really rough, brutal even circle to play. And you can see the results of that, how many teams have fallen, how many players have fallen. I mean, even with the teams, respectively, that are still left alive, you see Max win only with 2, Dogs only with 2, 55 only with 2, Gooners
oh, just a little bit further. Oh, they pulled it in.
Teams even at all is impressive. Well, 7 now.
Yeah, I was trying to make it 6. Dogs in some trouble. Those mortars right on top of them, not quite enough, so they managed to rally and get their reses back together. But means the Dogs can't really go out too much because it did manage to hit a lot of their vehicles, and if anything, that's its own problem. Because how else do you get into this zone? Because there is a fire
made in China. Oh my god.
They have to deal with Max win as well. You can see they're trying to rotate in, but Max just being off to their north means that they really can't set up comfortably. They're gonna have to deal with their backside first. They're gonna pull up right onto, I don't think it's enough. No, that vehicle doesn't even have tires anymore in the rear. Oh my goodness. This is a mess, and there it is.
Oh, we got so close. Gunner's butt, he just runs in, no fear, jumps out, gets a
right
knock on
in
one
the
of the
middle of
rock members
all
and
of
dies
them.
Instantaneously, but
55 make a move off of it.
An issue because 55's like, thanks, bro, we appreciate it.
Yeah. That was an opportunity for 55 to mobilize. Maybe they can find an opportunity now with RBN gone down. And for Bunt, I mean, he didn't really have a play left. Why not? I don't blame him for doing that at all. That's actually going to help 55. Huge. Fantastico will also go down. It's just down to BL.
That completely caught Rock off guard, and they are in a lot of trouble. 55, though, can't go too far out on this.
They weren't ready for it.
Is its own problem.
Who's ready for a bunt, you know?
Distract him, playing a bit more into the south, so Carrick has managed to sneak around into a pretty good angle. They just have no idea where this last member for the setup is on this, so we can see it's going to be Souls on one side, BL on the other. QAD is still playing into the north for defense, but nothing really coming out of it. It's settled back down. You said you didn't know how many were going to make it into phase number 7. Well, we're at 12 right now. Not too many more. His Sold's got an idea that he really wants to give Carrick.
Yep, Sold's out, picking up his foldable shield. Realizing that there's just one close to his side, and the constant communication between him and Beal. I'm pretty sure Beal is stopping Psycho from crossing as well. Which means that currently there's an isolated player. If they can just deal with it, the nade's going to come out. It's going to be close enough. Is he going to pre-fire? No, he's going to hold on to it. Good discipline from Solds.
Not wasting it.
You gotta hold it for now. If anything, it's just the stalemate. The longer it goes on. Nice, Nate, just trying to make sure nobody's wrapping around. But hey, remember Wuju 2 on the outside? There's starting to be a bit of a problem. Karak has no real ways to deal with this one. So Rock, patience.
BL's gonna go down.
Cowboy heard the shots. He wants to get involved, and that's gonna be some.
As I say, BL's gonna go down to his own nade right there.
Well, that's what I was gonna say though. For QAD now, this is no longer about Rock trying to hold off 55. They need to be very cognizant of the realization that QAD has to move as well. They have to come down to the south.
Yeah.
And so it's just one member of each now. So it's up to Wuju2 to kind of hold them out. You can see Seifu up in that area. Sneak attack was also flexing out to maybe get an angle on QAD, but Souls is safe. It's really Psycho and QAD that have to move in. Seifu's going to find D. Beautiful. That's what I was looking for them to realize that QAD had to move. And sure enough, the setup was perfect. Well done. Well done by Wuju2.
I mean, this is just setting up to win the game. That's all Wuju is playing for right now. They had the territory down to the south. They played the scarier, more open area, and nobody really came after them. So instead, they're starting to use that little bit of cover that they've got to set up very nice crossfire positions. It was a problem for 55. It's a problem for Rock, and now it's a big.
It is just a back and forth in chat right now between a couple of people.
Wuju2, who's still sitting at 4. 2 members up for QAD. Nade gonna connect. Make it 1 member up. Retaliation Nade does come back, and that is going to take down Sneak Attack and get some damage on a Seifu.
I mean, Wuju2 should be able to get the res. Cowboy not going to be. Maybe not, actually.
Recovery, I don't think is an option, though, for QAD. The blue's coming in too fast. You can see, Cowboy getting the P90.
Ooh, be careful with that one, Seifu.
It's not going to be enough. Wuju2, 6 kills now. And further extending their lead in this current circle as they have all the control against just 2 duos. You have to imagine that it's getting to that point now. Souls is going to be out. Psycho's out.
There we go.
Wuju2
There we go, Wuju2. Let's go.
Nice game. 1,400 damage. Actually, a lot more damage than I thought they were able to find just because of their position in that circle. But well played.
I love Wuju2.
I mean, they took paid off big for them playing down into the south.
Their logo is my favorite ever.
Exactly how they needed to start exploiting these teams in the compound, realizing that they were going to have to fight, like you were talking about, was just so incredibly heady. Wuju2 was one of these squads that we can see. They've got the macro, they've got the gunfighting. It's just how far can they really push themselves into how high up they can go. And sometimes there is a stumble here or there, but this feels like one of the games where it's exactly the potential of Wuju2.
Yep. Well, that is 4 games down for the day. The last chance qualifier. We
the
still
trash talk
on the Dusty Dunes
is so dumb.
Before we do that, we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere as we set up for the last 2 games of the LCQ Day 1. Stay tuned, guys.
Bum, 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 bum.
What a match. Another really fun one to watch. Not only did we have Double C4, which brought some Akira light trails into PUBG, we have Bunt taking on 2 at once, which is also just as exciting. But Matchroom, yet a 4th 0-kill victory in a row. Like, these are all single digits. Are we going to see this the rest of LCQ?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, not managing to break into the top 10, break into 10 kills is, yes, a thing that's going to start happening depending on how the circle goes. I mean, if you're the guys that get the placement and the good positioning,
and you got squads like Gooners that are running around on the outside of it, it's going to be so hard to find the later stage kills, right? Because nobody's playing the safer strategy of just waiting for the very last circle to fight. Everybody's dying before they get there.
Right. That, Godspeed, he actually raises a really, really good point. This was another round similar to round 1 that was, to steal a term from Matchroom, gladiatorial. Again, just looking at the kill spread, looks very similar to that one. Do you think that could be an effect for late game kill counts being so low?
Oh, the fact that we're seeing so many kills in the early game?
Yeah, see, so many in the early game, it's fewer to come in to the teams that are at the late game, which is why we see so many teams win a game with so few kill points.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the team that does win generally be in like one of those positions where they can't really do much out of, right? Because a lot of the fighting, like you and Matt are saying, is happening on the outside. So there's definitely less available for the teams that are kind of making it into that game, who happen to be coming out from the center spot, right? But as we look, or I was gonna say, as we look towards the
Back to us
towards
again.
us.
Listen, the camera
There we
loves us.
go.
What can I say? But yes,
so as we look at the main leaderboard, yes, the overalls, it looks like Gunner's still at 640, 630. So they have more kills than any other team has that just points in general, which again is pretty impressive considering they only have 8 placement points. But Mission Ready, they're actually racking up on the flip side of things. They are racking up those placement points and finding themselves in good positions in all these games.
Yeah, 55, not too far behind. And, I mean, I don't know if I would call them a point sponge just yet, but they're certainly a kill sponge. The Gooners taking so many of those points off the board. I wonder if that is going to become a major factor in some of the teams towards the bottom, like the duels, like the Yahos, like even the Gaios, of really having the opportunity to crawl and climb back up and get into the top.
55 having a better day than I was expecting, too. Honestly.
The way through this entire last chance qualifier, just as we are entirely through this death segment, because we're going to another break. We have 2 Miramars coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Every time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes, every time I close my
Yeah, DJ. It's hilarious. Ducky is just trying to have some fun as well. Good, good, good. Everybody do
We are here at Miramar for the final 2 matches of the night. I know we don't like to talk about the map changes and because we know these maps before.
Yeah.
And they do have their differences, and I want to talk about that a little bit, Godspeed. Because
it all started because someone said they wanted to be able to see what attachments were being used on the guns. And then someone else replied with, it doesn't really matter, it all comes down to personal preference anyways.
Immediately next to Gooners because of the way that the Miramar terrain is.
And they then decided to just go back and forth for almost the entire match afterwards.
Road camps that you can do, whether it's at the crossroads we see all the time coming out of El Azahar, or even some of the roads near.
It's
Pozo,
like,
right?
what?
Like you also have that area that.
What are you doing?
Likes to go up there and kind of camp, and he gets a lot of vision from there. So like, there's actually a lot of opportunities for Gooners to not only get information,
yeah,
for camps at the same time. We did see
like I'll run angled grip on the barrel. I don't know why, but it feels really good when I use angled grip on barrel. I also changed around my settings not too long ago, so
better than some of the other maps they've been, finding.
We'll kind of see how things go.
I do think that you hit on a good point, though. Whenever you've got Gooners that are like roaming around and kind of like punching everybody on the face of the earth, and then the circles are bad as well. We heard Godspeed mention earlier, it's a very blitzkrieg approach. So then whenever you even have cruel circles, there's no time to really respond and think through, which is what can happen a lot of time in PUBG. The mid game is where you do a lot of your planning on the competitive level, and you go, okay, if the circle goes here, it goes here. You're not getting that now. And it's just this cascade that, yes, does work in the Gooners' favor whenever we get some crueler circles.
Yeah.
But if Miramar stays more open, yes, that benefits them. But also just like
I did use thumb grip for a little while because
so if anything, now if the circles turn more tame,
just because it ended up being very like clean and clean and easy to ADS, and I was really either hitting my first like 5 or 6 shots, or I was just whiffing anyways. So
just shoot
him in the head, forehead.
It's so easy. That being said, Gooners. Oh, I was gonna say Gooners is currently sat in Picado, right? So they are going to have the best. Generally, they should have the best opportunity for rotations, regardless of where circle is. This one though is gonna center on Pozo. I'm curious actually how early they're going to leave, or if they're going to do the same thing, just kind of loot up, take their time. They are just on the edge there, and then they can kind of hunt their teams or do what they want to do, going from there. So we'll have to see. There's a lot of teams, though, that fortunately are already in the circle. One of them being Wujutu. Last game's winner.
Yeah, coming off of a nice little chicken dinner there. Doesn't matter if it's low kill or not. Chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. It's a good number of points, and it puts them up into 5th place. I believe they were below 8th before that game. And so this circle being at the beginning of the plane path as well, I think it's going to give a pretty big advantage to the teams in the center, especially the ones that take those mountains, ridges to the east of El Pozo. Probably the latter, because I don't know. Well, actually, Matchroom, do you think Wujutu are going to be leaving El Pozo? It's dead center of the zone, or close enough to it, right? But it's also a city. You don't want to commit to it early. What's your feel on this?
There's a couple of ways to look at this, and it depends on your kind of team mindset, right? You can go.
I feel like with Pozo though,
control over that. That's a very strong point to play from.
There's a couple of spots you can play on the edge and still be able to get out pretty cleanly.
But given the fact that Pozo is center, we've got some unplayable in the west. That wall gives you a lot of opportunities to work from. You have to assume mathematically there's a decent chance that Pozo could stay in this. So I would almost gamble to stay along as close to Pozo as I could, and only go into the foothills if I was going to do it. The downside to that is Pozo.
You want duel to win? Yeah.
I love to watch them, but it is terrible.
I would also like to see duel win and potentially take a spot. Really, and this is nothing against the teams. There's just a lot of teams that I enjoy and I like in this lobby. I want Collector and 55 to drop, and I want dual Pest, Yahoo, or Max Win to take those 2 spots. Personal preference on the teams. I really just want Max Win in there because I want them to be the dark horse team rather than Collector. And 55, I feel like, just continue to disappoint us anytime they like make it anywhere. So like, even if they make it into grand finals, I feel like we're just going to see them at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I'm just going to be disappointed that 55 made it through last chance qualifiers over a different team.
Oh,
This
yeah,
sounds
all the
fun.
people that are qualified for the finals apparently calling each other out if I'm making an assumption. I don't know. Or whoever died early. That's usually the two washed conversations, right? Godspeed.
I as someone who is washed, I don't really have an opinion on this.
Well,
but
if you were never really good, can you be washed? That's my opinion on it. With me, I don't know. I don't know if I can be washed. Is it possible?
maybe there's different degrees of being washed. I don't know. That's a deep conversation. I don't know if I'm ready to have. What I will tell you though, is that
Chat philosophers, let us know.
most of these teams have made their way into the circle now, with just a few still trying to make it in. We saw Deportivo Merlot driving close enough to pest control. We saw some shots being exchanged back and forth there. Bestia coming into the eastern edge, which is completely free, by the way. In fact, there's still so much open space to the southeast of Monte Nuevo. We'll see if any of these teams actually opt to take some of that space and fill it up as we see.
We'll have to see. I think I really just want pest control to make it through because I want to be able to see like Blissey and Joshy, and I want to see them like get even more recognition. With Yahoo, I mean, you just have Shinboy, Balefrost, Poonage, and stuff on there, so it's like, dude, I want to see these players make it. And again, Max Win would be a really fun
But I do feel a bit bad because I do
dark horse. Just because we see Hero with his VSS EMT kit, it's a little bit different. It's fun to see something different. And then I mean, Duel is entertaining. But really, everyone in the top 8 besides Collector and 55, I'm also like, I want this team to make it through. And I think they're entertaining. It's not even that I think they should make it through. It's that like Bestia is a team of quality that I think should make it through. Alcadzia I think should make it through. Just because of how good they are. Rock should make it through because of how good they are. Wuju 2, I fanboy over their logo so hard. I love it. It's amazing. Obviously, Gooners has just players that are super fun, chill, and awesome. And then Mission Ready International Alliance is a team that should just make it through off of skill alone as well. But if they perform like they did in group stages, I don't want Mission Ready International Alliance to make it either. So like them 55 and Collector, I'm skeptical about because I think they'll just be like preyed upon if they play like they did during the group stages. Yeah, sneak attack is awesome.
It's gonna be everybody cool is hanging out right now. It's the place to be.
So I mean,
right now, Matt, but if that circle posts,
those are kind of my opinions on it and how I feel, and I just like
that is going to be an absolute crapshoot.
Kind of.
So that's why I like Bonge de Gallo's position.
Like,
up to the
there's 3 teams that I wouldn't mind seeing drop that are currently in the top 8, and there's 4 teams that I want to see go up. And obviously those numbers don't work. They just don't. So no matter what, there's going to be teams that I want to make it through that just aren't going to make it through, and that's going to be sad and disappointing.
As well as it is going to be Max and No Way. A bit slower on their approach. I mean, no real big need to get into the circle just quite yet. But you did raise an interesting question, or an interesting premise, because Pozo, while it is pretty centered, it is north of center.
Duel need to stop losing a player on their first rotation. Is what needs to happen.
There's just what do you do if you're coming out of that area? Because we still have the walls in play, right?
Yeah, this could also
Bacon and cheese, that's so disappointing. I have a chicken Caesar wrap in my mini fridge, and honestly, I might grab it.
The people the codes, the people what they want, what they deserve. You can see Bestia is getting pelted currently with shots. Fortunately, none of those do break the tires, though. That could have been a disaster getting stranded without vehicles up here in these hills next to Power Grid.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing better than running down from Power Grid vehicle-less right into every other person in the lobby, right?
Not great, but they are in a good position off-center, which I like. Again, I like these teams that are taking the off-center approach. Tend to see a lot of success from those positions, especially when these circles get really wonky because they don't have to deal with the chaos that is the initial rotation out of center.
Well, I mean, it's like sometimes we talk about circle luck. Yeah, you're playing circle luck, but you're also playing math. And that's where a lot of these teams that often get quote-unquote circle luck play for, right? Is they're like, okay, we have to make the expectation that a lot of people have already gone here. So let's go to the what-if scenario that works best if it doesn't go there. And playing those off angles like we talked about can have massive rewards, like Wuju 2. Everybody else was playing for the safer positions in the north. They played to the south. That's what got them their victory because while it was far more difficult to play from,
I mean, how far ahead you have to think in PUBG is kind of insane, and trying to make sure that you're like on point and everything the whole time.
So I agree. And even here, that's going to be okay. We're going north apparently. Pozo for those teams fortunately in there at 55. Wuju 2 also, I like that Wuju 2 took the southern ridges there of Pozo and did not commit directly center, which means that they should have an easier time rotating out. But yeah, 55 kind of stuck right now. Bonja de Gallo actually just benefiting massively from that shift. I mean, they're in a great position up there at that church. I'm sure they're going to consolidate that soon, or maybe get greedy and keep that split. We'll see. But a lot of teams now, Matt, all of them just immediately rotating towards the north side.
Well, it's interesting because not a lot of teams are really bold enough or brazen enough to run through Pozo. So Bonja de Gallo are kind of getting this for free because they have the southern section defended and nobody was playing up into the north. Yoho, you can see, is already kind of behind where the collectors were going in the west. Wuju 2 is trying to fend in. Rock's RB in, does get spotted out. Sneak attack does manage to take him down. Rock being one of the few teams that opted into going to Pozo directly, and it is instantly punished.
Nicely done from Wuju 2. Sneak attack going to find the first one there. Great defense to hold, at least to survive. Enzito, though, is not out of trouble yet. He's at the top of that 5 stack, and he's going to get down. They should hear that parachute. Yep, they did. And Zito, he's still going to survive those smokes coming out from his teammate. Great support. As he's going to get right underneath that window.
He's going to go down to his teammate's nade.
So 35 damage almost gets him down.
2 different angles. Almost knocked his own teammate. Almost managed to make it into the window. Fantastico, though, still with the high ground. Get some division into Seifu. But, I mean, Rock just, they know. They know exactly. It's just really hard to get the angle onto it. And Fantastico doesn't want to leave where he's at to go for it because Lord only knows who else could be around is their mindset. We get vision in the sky, so we know it's pretty safe. But, I mean, this is a committal Pozo. We've also seen Yoho come in here as well. A lot of teams thinking that this might have to be where they live for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they're actually opting to just send it here anyways, saying, screw the north. Oh, it was a nice pre-fire, but it literally got eaten by the windowsill. That is unfortunate for BL. Now Nate is going to take down Santastico from Lucid. And now Wuju 2 just getting great recovery, man. Even though they do eat a knock there on sneak attack. I think that's the second one. Still recovering quite well.
Nate.
Surprised that Nate actually didn't take him down. Still,
I thought
good
so, too.
recovery.
Nate
here
was
from Rock,
crazy.
though. They're starting to stave off this immediate aggression coming from Wuju 2 sneak attack. And now Enzito from Karak, 55 getting involved. All of a sudden putting the brakes on this fight completely from both sides.
We've got a sandstorm that's going on to the north of this, so it's calmed down a lot of the skirmishing that's happening. To the south, though, we still have a lot that's going to be going on. So while teams are starting to line up and looks like the rest is going to be coming out from Wuju 2, it should be noted the Gunners have set up a defensive position. Bestie is also going to be trying to come up pretty close to DM. No Way is going to be trying to keep out Duel, who's trying to regroup themselves. Push coming out from Rock, and well, I wouldn't say push, I guess defensive counter push coming out, but Lucid.
Oh.
Fantastico gets the counter knock into it, and this is just going back and forth. Nobody going down. Finally, Fantastico does go down. Biel, the last one up. Blind, no option. Wuju 2 still sitting on 3. Make that 2 as BL finally gets some vision and looks like he might be going back. I was going to say, I thought he might be going on the chase, but instead looks like he's just going to go to fend up and try to get his meds back in order.
The amount of resets in this fight on both sides from both Rock and Wuju 2 is plentiful, but it is going to be Wuju 2 that comes out with the advantage, a huge advantage, mind you, at that. It's going to be Seifu, the only one just knocked. 3 members of Wuju 2 left alive. BL with an MP5K in a dream. He's going to find one. He's not going to get the second.
There we go.
Beautiful trade. And
Wuju 2, get back up on your feet. 4 kills. Let's go.
Very well
Keep
played.
it up.
It was a fun fight from both sides.
Yeah, and good job on Wuju 2 to keep 4 up because this is not even in the zone. It did opt in a bit further north, still has some Pozo in play, so they could still just stay in Pozo and be fine. But now the Rappers coming in on the west and east of Pozo. It's going to be Bestia running in right back behind Dogs. Yahoo is kind of holding out over here, watching Bestia make their wrap. 55 actually sent one of their members out in Karak, but he was trying to come back at the worst possible time as Bestia is going to be wrapping very close to him. Take a couple of shots, send them back over there. So now it looks like it is going to be MRIA, seeing if they can venture out. But Bondagayo and QAD in some very strong positions right now.
This is, again, it's very...
Wow.
I mean, I understand why 55%
Everything really
this way,
changes
this
when
is
I
to
put
head
these on.
north just in case it does go off Pozo, but this is such a... I feel like a...
Everything
greedy
looks so much
split.
crisper and cleaner.
Pippa's still going to find
It's
one all the
crazy.
way back down in Pozo, but the problem is there's a lot of pressure now being put on the other duo. Good news is they can't be pushed because of the terrain, at least for now.
Whoo, that was almost a problem. On the guy, while they have the high ground, feels like they've got to be careful. There's a lot of angles when you crest up the top. Prince just goes, doesn't matter. I'll just spray everything down that moves in front of me. And they're seeing a lot of moves as it is going to be DM crossing on the other side of Dogs. They have still spotted out Dogs' position. So with this, it's going to be a bit scary. Collector's going to maybe spot out what happens with DM. Gooner's going to look like they're going to lean more into the west, the other side of Dogs. So Pest Control going to be controlling to the north of them. Mono de Gallo still in control of a lot of the circle, but really just there's too many targets. Where do you focus?
You saw a bit of that with Prince, a very target-rich environment. Couldn't even decide who he wanted to shoot at. This Gooner's now going for a crash. Goon shot's going to go down. And it looks like so is Icy Flex. Look at that.
Darn.
Merlo coming in hot. Finally putting a stop.
Pest
pumping
control.
the brakes on the train that was the Gooners.
Still 2 members up for Gooners.
I feel like Karam's also a decent player for pest control. He just maybe doesn't end up showing up quite as much.
In front of him, 2 squads to the north
So.
and to the east, backs up against the blue zone. Circle does stay pretty close to them, so into the northeast, it's going to be Duel and Max lined up against
Unfortunate
each other.
there for them.
To regroup, but that's not going to be the strongest position to play from, so don't be surprised if they maybe make a move of their own. Down to the south, Pozo slowly and steadily leaving the circle could lead to a couple more fights.
Is flying in right now. Oh, it's going to be Mission Ready actually coming in. Okay, we'll see where they land. There's actually some...
No way.
For them to find. No way. Meanwhile, still in Crater Fields trying to find their way into the circle, but a BRDM and a full health one at that should make that process much easier for them than some of the other teams. Unless there's a Panzer in play, in which case, we'll see.
Yeah, but there's probably a few Panzers out there. It's kind of a game of paper, rock, scissors with the BRDM.
Just rotating towards the right one, yeah. It's like, I hope they don't have a Panzer.
Just listen for a Panzerfaust to go off and go that direction, and you should be fine. Because hopefully they don't have 2 or 3. Duel does look like they've gone for an emergency pickup. Wuju 2 is going to be wrapping down below this one. So Bonadagayo is still in a very, very strong spot. But remember, they've been here for a while. You can see that, again, some headshots that have come back after them. Mission Ready, they've got their own high ground. And oh no, there is not a lot of safety to be had there. You can't drop down to your belly when they're looking straight down on your head.
Oh, this nade. Is it good? Stinker's taking a bit of damage there. Gotta be careful.
Oh. Hey, Duel.
Nade was not good. Oh, okay.
That's the most contested place to be at.
There it is. That's where they go. Oh my goodness.
Kills to be had, right? If you jump in a firefight, now you can get both
What
teams
is this?
as long as
Okay.
everything goes to plan. And it's starting to go to plan pretty well. Duel picking
Duel.
up a lot of those kills. No Way still alive. Do they know exactly where they positioned up at? Okay, now they've spotted at least one.
That's insane though. Halo jumping like their special forces. Duel just come in here and effectively wipe both teams. K-Mine has to be careful. That is a lot of fire. DNL and Vinny, the only ones left of No Way, have to survive. But a very effective drop from Duel. I mean, that could have gone one of 2 ways. And I'll tell you what, it did not go the way I thought it was going, which is great for Duel.
Make your climb, man. They're not in the top 8 yet. 21. It's pretty compacted. You can see 26-26 between Bestia and QAD. 21 between DM and Duel both. Duel
Duel having some high ground and some angles to work around, but are a bit nervous about what's happening in that higher ground position. So they don't want to go too aggressive with a peek yet. Can they get a nice basketball bounce on that nade? No, it's not going to go the way that they wanted to. So Reses coming out from no way are going to happen. And look, being a bit more aggressive. Vinny making the push around in that lower section.
Surprised that blue zone wasn't ricocheted off that pillar just straight into that corner. Maybe didn't know where exactly they were, but they are able
I don't think they did.
3 members of No Way. An opportunity. Oh, go back. Bonagayo, meanwhile.
Yeah.
Yep, taking shots at QAD in the distance, Matt.
Yeah, and they're just going to wrap down. They've got essentially the crater to work from. Duel back on the high ground. Gets vision. Goes for the spray.
There it
Look at
is.
the connection. There's the K-Mind we remember.
That was the nade I wanted to see. That was the spray as well. Beautiful stuff. Again, Duel taking a massive chance.
That's indeed what you wanted to see.
Onto this compound, they only lose
They
one.
nailed that.
Take that trade every day of the week, especially when you come out of that with 7 kills, 2 different teams.
Oh, I did it at the same exact time that
all or
the Pokemon
nothing,
escaped.
and I love that
Rough.
They went for it, man, and it worked. Good for them.
You just got to have confidence in yourself sometimes. The North going to have some issues of its own as we've got mission ready. Pest control, Max. Max on near on nothing. Max now eliminated. Take that back. The South 55 should have a pretty decent path if they can deal with the problem of Yoho back behind them. Yoho is just doing a good job of staying entrenched, but the problem is Yoho still needs to get into the circle. The other members of 55 also need to get into the circle. And hey, guess what? Winners also want to get in the
Iron
circle.
Zero have made it into the circle, so he just needs to wait for the other two.
Right into that
But
small
it's Yahoo pushing straight
above
towards
the
them.
Dogs, 55, as we said. I was curious if they were going to try to consolidate earlier. This split. I feel like once they had that forward position, maybe it wasn't worth it, but now they're paying for it. It's going to be Yahoo, the last 2 members, Cherry and Bale, put devastating damage on 55. In fact,
They do steal a couple of
it's just down
kills,
to 1
though.
member now. It's just on Zero. He's their insurance.
Oh, steal 1 kill and confirm the
Yeah,
other.
taking some shots for a while.
So,
Guyo still has high ground, so they were the ones that
good
were
for them.
chasing Yoho as they were trying to cross to the north. Back over here with Mission Ready International. They've got pest control pretty close. Them also rotating pretty close. Guyo, you can see this is kind of what they've been
Mission
working with
Ready
for quite a while.
International
Right now,
Alliance.
Sun control is Mission Ready does manage to finish out pest control.
So, mission ready.
Mariah.
Forward.
Mira and Mariah.
Small slice on the northwestern edge. Wuju2, meanwhile, with the P90 in hand yet again. It's going to be Seifu this time. Just going to opt to back up. Now, they have pushed onto the position of Bonja de Gao here in church up above El Pozo. Which means that Bonja let them in, or just... I mean, it's really hard to control that entire compound, especially this close with this many teams alive. Theros, I thought he was going to melt his teammate for a second.
Oh, that's what I was worried about. Look at QAD. They've managed to get control over Crater. That gives them a lot of different angles into this circle.
There's a huge ridge,
playing high ground, and now they're exploiting in. That gives them an opportunity to start pushing into the center, but Bestia also spotted it out. Bestia is getting spotted out by Wuju. 2 quick exchanges between everybody, and QAD is trying to exploit it. See if maybe they can get into a point to kind of cut everything off. North Mission Ready still has to make a move. DM's going to be very close to them. Dogs also have to leave their compound. Yoho has spotted out the last member for 55. They're lined up against each other as well. So Wuju 2
Oh
has
gosh.
to figure out how they
Gunner
wanna
getting
navigate what is going to
auto-modded.
be a ton of people in front of him in this circle and a literal uphill battle.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to deal with, as you said, uphill with QAD now, who have pushed out from Crater. In fact, taking this ridge. Oh, Seifu, I was just going to say, has to be careful. Barely hits prone in time as that spray was coming in his direction. QAD now with full control of this area and this side of the circle. In fact, it's going to be very difficult for a team like Wuju2 or even Yahoo, even Bestia, to deal with them as long as they stay 4 alive in this area. They have just complete and utter control dominance. Meanwhile, look at Mission Ready. Matt, they are struggling up in the northwest.
I mean, it's just so many crossfires over here. Dogs are starting to come out of the compound. That's just going to be a new contender that's being added. DM doing a great job of just not really going quietly into the night. They've been doing a good defensive position over here.
Oh, that stretch was good.
Mission Ready, who's been on a bit of a tear of their own. Sure, they've got 6 kills, but it's starting to be its own problem. But there could be an opportunity as the Dogs are coming up back behind DM And if they spot this, now Mission Ready realizes that they've got an opportunity just to run down right into the thick of it. Snakers goes bald. He gets punished. Michael's taking a ton of damage. He's going to go down. Bizzler and Vox, the last ones up. There was an opportunity there, but they are finally going to take it. Can they get there in time to do
I don't think Michael
they're at least inside or close
is going to be super restable.
This is a hell of a hold attempt from Deportivo Merlo, honestly.
Yeah, that was
even though they
brutal.
went down, they were fighting. They were getting knocks on both sides in a pinch situation. So good on them. It is going to be Mission Ready, Maria, to at least wipe them out and start to take their position now. They're still not in the circle though, Matt. That's the problem. They still have to move forward. And as you stated just a moment ago, they still have to deal with the dogs.
Okay, dogs, how much of this do you want? You can see that they're moving into the low ground. Michael hits a shot onto Lucid, follows it up with another shot onto Bliss, and that means that more kills. And
Let's
Mission
go,
Ready
Michael.
is not dumb. That's going to give them a lot of territory control over the west, but they got to be careful. Duel's going to be right on top of them.
Gunner's out with only 3 kills.
Over the circle, starting to shift out.
It's their lowest amount of kills so far.
Duel's got a compound. Everybody's got something to work with, but we are still in phase number 6 with 15 alive.
Alive with in this circle, about to be phase 7 is still
Blessed.
amount of people overall. Duel have not had to do much once they came down from their Halo jump, and so they're going to be gifted even more for their efforts. Honestly, I'm not even upset. They kind of deserve it after just going for it and winning that fight against 2 teams.
Yeah.
So they will still hold strong. QAD now still in a good position, though, to kind of gatekeep the rest of the teams coming in from the south.
So whenever we look at the numbers, Wuju 2 to the south has multiple members up. Duel has 3 members up. So
Blissy, and Blessed.
Only 1 kill for the time being. This has put them into 7th place. They are in that pack, right, trying to qualify. As you can see, Duel is sitting at 29, Brock's at 31, Bestie is at 33, Wuju 2 at 37. Then back behind it, it's going to be Collectors at 28, and then the drop down into Dogs. Mission Ready, trying to see if they can get into zone. Do manage to barely. Oh, but hey, that's fine. I think the box should be out of sight line.
He's okay.
Going down in that spot. Yeah.
That's a good spot for. I mean, as long as they don't get naded. That's and actually, it's even good because the nades are probably going to roll past them anyway. So yeah, this is a great spot. Mission Ready have found for themselves. Now they do have cover from basically everyone, including the high ground. Now all they have to do is wait until Duel may have to move out of that, or until maybe they're pushed towards Duel. We'll see what the circle does. Regardless, Wuju 2 also on the base of this, just underneath Bestia. We'll have to be careful how they tread, because they are just holding barely just a small corner of what's inside of this circle.
I mean, yeah, Bestia does have this high ground, but they're kind of best friends with QAD and playing each opposite sides of that hill. QAD just doesn't have as many threats. Duel's going to be the closest one other than Bestia. Bestia doesn't want to move out because they know that there's a strong squad on the other side of them, and there's another squad right down below them. So they've kind of...
Dude, who do I...
Duel doesn't really want to leave yet.
MRAA and Bestia can go down here. I want Wuju 2 to get plenty of points to be safe, and I want Alcadzia and Duel to get plenty of points to get safe.
20 seconds.
So let's have Duel win this one, Alcadzia get a bunch of kills, with Duel sweeping in at the end, and Wuju 2 wiping a team. So like, Wuju 2 wipe MRIA, Alcadzia take down Bestia, Wuju 2, and then Duel sweep in for the win afterwards. Yeah?
The Duel currently holds as the shift happens. It is not going to be too egregious, but the problem for these teams on the south is I think it's cut out most of what they can play without being an LOS of Duel. So we'll have to see. Bestia now have to defend. It's going to be Draft King. He's going to find 1. He finds 2. He finds 3. No way.
He's fighting for his life. Finally goes down. Nades. Can they get anything up here?
There's an emergency cover trying to go for the flush right now.
Going to connect from Wuju 2 or Mission Ready, but it is scary. Alcadzia should be able to get the reses. I get scared of those Doritos, man. I get so scared of those Doritos.
Yeah, Wuju 2 just can't get up in time to punish. Oh, sneak attack, actually.
He backs off. He backs off.
He's causing issues.
Good nade. Oh.
He's making it so that QAD cannot res. And if they're still worried about him, if these nades go up, I don't know if they have any more utility. That can be devastating
That
for
made-
QAD. What an attempt by DraftKings. Holy.
Yeah, that really turned a lot of this on the head, as well as the circle leaning a bit more into Duel's favor. Mission ready. Now looks like they're just trying to set up.
Holy. That folded
Duel
shield
might
gave
get a bit
so
of
much
but
cover.
instead it's gonna be the high
Okay,
ground.
so
What's
Bestia
going
goes
on
down.
with Wuju 2 and
That's fine.
QAD?
Now,
numbers back up.
Wuju 2 went for Alcadzia, which is not what I wanted to happen. I wanted MRIA to go out next.
Quite yet. QAD instead leans a bit more back into the east. They know it's safe.
Really
I
want
like
them
it.
to go out
Why not?
first because they're the highest
I like
up,
this
so they don't
play
need
a
any more
lot.
points
This is
right now.
Very intelligent play, realizing that the West is contested by not only the team under them, Wuju 2, but then Mission Ready, right? And they have to deal with what's happening.
Duel, I want
when it comes to them. The
Alcadzia
problem is
to
they're
get a
still
few more
within vision of
points
Duel, and
before
even
they
if
go
get
down.
on the road ahead of them, that shelf, then they're going to have to deal and contest with Wuju 2. So either way, it's still not the best situation, but it is better than what they were doing before. I'll say that.
They've just got to make bold
That was
jumps
sick.
down the hill, and they pick the right angles. You got to do this quick, right? Because if they
Yep.
don't, then that means the fact that everybody from Duel can just line up and just shoot the pigeons as they fall.
It was very, very good play there. K-Mine is going to find Bizzler.
Nice, clean, quick.
Now it's going to be Duel starting to flex out. I was worried about when they were going to go out. I
Lol.
didn't want to see them just sit
I
in
love
the car
Penry's
too long, but
definition. 3 unks and a
they're
cracked
starting to
mutant.
Get some confidence to come out here and start to collect.
It's
these points.
accurate.
Got to be careful with this.
Nice.
Now with Mission Ready getting a
Duel.
bit
He
more
gets
active, Duel getting
he
more
gets his
active.
1 and he
Wuju
backs
2 has
off.
now lost
I don't
first
hate
place, so
that.
They're leaning back into QAD's sight lines.
That's decent. Make
K
sure
Mine's
to
got some
play
goals on
center
his
dot
own.
here.
Looks like the focus point might be QAD. Two different teams now starting to eye this line. K-Mine does spot out Vox behind.
Lucid
actually
takes
gonna
the
steal it
point.
away.
Ugh,
You see smoke
don't
walls
love
down.
that.
Everybody
I
is
like
just
it,
trying to
but
play
I
as
don't love
close
it.
as they can to any
Would
cover
you
that is
two?
to be had.
Couple
Don't
more
forget about 2x
points.
duels. Roth does spot out
Perfect.
Feedback. Quick flush. We do have foldable shields down there. Going to be massive. Blue zone nades also landing right on top.
Wuju 2 in
Wuju 2
fourth.
is eliminated, but in the lower
And
section, it is
then
Duel.
MRIA right
Mission
afterwards. I
Ready
wish it would have
on
gone the other way.
and they do manage to get
I
it.
wish
So 4v3
Mission Ready would have gone
right
down
now, as
first,
Duel
but
is playing the lower sections of
can't
this,
always
and
get what we
everybody's
want.
starting to jockey around the center dot.
And if Duel can keep this down to a 3v3,
Ooh,
they
nice.
can definitely win it. D is going to go down. Now we're down to a 3-on-2. Advantage is in favor of Duel. And so, again, picking the perfect
Oh,
time to
that
strike. Louie's going
nade.
to find another one. And now Duel with 12 kills. Hold on a second. Wooly will go down. This is a 2-on-1 situation, though, in favor of Duel.
Rello up on the top of it. Let's not forget there's the BRDM that's back behind this, I believe. It's kind of roaming around in the lower sections of it, being just a shark menacing to watch. Yeah, it's like, hi, Rello just gets to look at it. Not much that he can do. He needs to deal with K-Mine, and that's a problem because K-Mine's sitting on 7 kills. He's back in form.
Oh.
For the shots. Picks it up.
Holy.
K-Mine makes it 8, and Duel takes the victory with 13.
That was a beautiful
Nice.
reposition from
I gotta
K-Mine,
use
and
the
obviously
bathroom
just
here.
Such a great play. They waited. They didn't get overzealous. They didn't push up too early.
I've been
and
just
then
sitting
K-Mine
here,
started
haven't
that
like
push
moved
up
at all,
down,
and now I just
took
gotta
damage
use.
on Mission Ready International. That was just a sick end game. It was a bit slow until QAD had to move, and then we saw Wuju 2 underneath. them. We saw the
Canada.
smokes. We saw the way that fight played out. That was actually a very sick end game, and again,
Let's
congratulations
go
to
Duel.
for a hell of a
I don't mind the way
win
that one played out.
that
Cause I mean a lot of the teams that I wanted to get points, got points. Let's go.
That was great stuff from them.
I mean, and you gotta say, they fought for it. They got
So,
exactly everything through
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, DJ.
Highlights, we're gonna bring Cam back in. Let's take a
Yeah, I
look
did
at
call the
what
winner,
we saw.
and I called almost everything that happened, except for anything with Wuju 2.
5 games down, and finally, we broke the curse. The low kill count win. Duel coming in with a 13 kill victory. Most points gained in a single match so far. But still, this has been a bit of an equalizer, this Miramar. Mission Ready, second place. Now in first because they went towards the late game, but Gooners not finding nearly as much success before. But still, that's a pretty high bar that they're holding on overall. Godspeed. Let's just go ahead and look at the match results, see how everything fell in.
Yeah, so not the craziest game. Finally, not a double-digit game as well for Gooners when it comes to kills. Only a modest 3, but Duel, again, coming in with 13 kills, 23 points. That's a huge boost for them. Mission Ready just continuing to find some consistency as well. And then Alcacia.
Got my chicken wrap.
Our previous game winner, Wujitu, also finding 12 points, Matt.
I mean, Alcacia finally securing some decent points inside that game gives them some type of breathing room down in the lower sections of this leaderboard. But Duel, you were talking about at Godspeed, the aggression and the choice to hot drop into a 2-team firefight to play for the later stages of it shows a different mindset in Duel. And I don't know if it was accidental or what, but I feel like it had to be a committed play. You had to hear that. You had to see it. You were too close. And that really catapults Duel back in, and that should give them a lot more confidence to be more bold in that regard, right, Cam?
Yeah, and I think going off of this, they had a good performance previously as well, but going off of this, I think Duel should be feeling super confident going into the final match, but also the matches tomorrow. And I know sometimes when us pundits, silly pundits, talk about confidence, it just feels like a kind of a throwaway line, but I mean, we all know that it is a real thing in competition in general, but especially in PUBG. But let's look at the overall leaderboard as it stands right now. 5 games into the last chance qualifier. Mission Ready International Alliance are currently in first place only by 2. And we mentioned that the top 2, there was a time that there was a pretty severe gap, but Duel and Wujitu with those performances, and I mean, the gap has basically been closed. Yeah, sure, it's 8 points, but that's not that great in the grand scheme of things. It's a pretty linear fall off from there.
I mean, it's only the Gooners placement points.
Yeah, that looks kind of funny. But, I mean, first place down to 6, still very small gap. Again, guys, and I even forgot halfway through at one point myself, we are just playing for top 8, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need to see these teams win or even get top 3. We are playing for top 8. That being said, Rock is just right on the cusp there, right? Like 31 points, I expected them to be coming in a little more hot and heavy into at least LCQ. But that being said, going into our 6th game now here pretty shortly, there's only 6 games left. So even though we are only playing for top 8, even though I make that point, I mean, some of these teams are still very much struggling, Cam.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of things to think about because, sure, we are focusing on the top of the teams because those are the ones that are performing the best and they're drawing a lot of our attention. But you're right, it's not about them winning last chance qualifier, but it's about what form are they potentially going to be in come the grand finals, and also how many points are they sponging up from the teams that are trying to make it into the top 8, like Rock as an example. Quick little head-to-head, though, between K-Mind and Roth. More kills and damage on the side of K-Mind. Matchroom, is there anything here that sort of jumps out at you, or is this just a pretty big celebration of the ex-NA legend K-Mind?
We got to be a bit fair. The last game was highly beneficial statistically for K-Mind because he managed to rack up a ton of kills and a lot of damage inside of it. That said, he still had a pop-off game, man, so you got to give respect where the stats are due in it. The question that I have regarding Duel every single time, though, Godspeed, is it consistent, man? Is it going to happen again?
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. So far, not bad is what I'll say. But, though, with 12 kills, Goon Shot with 11, and then Simply Matt with 10. So 3 Gooners up on this here leaderboard. And then you have K-Mine and Michael. Of course, here's a throwback. Do you guys even remember what Duel stands for? That's the real question.
Of course I do. Matchup, I know what it is. Do you know? I want to see if you know.
No.
Steven Lift. Come on, guys.
It's
in the logo.
It's a dumb. Come on.
It's an old meme, but it checks out. Okay.
Michael,
Do you even
It's been
lift?
It's been like what, 8 years, 7 years since Duel was created. There's a lot of information that has come and left my brain since then.
This is PUBG esports, like history, Matchup. You can't just throw it away. Oh, because they've never been to a global event. They've never won a global event. It's still part of our history. It's still part of our blood, our lifeline here in the Americas. You cannot just throw that away.
I just forget.
Yeah,
one
Matt.
meme.
Wow,
I see
feel
how
like
it is.
you just got laid into really hard right there.
I know.
It's just
Return
I'll
and
remember
spell
that
with a
one,
V.
Cam.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
It's
Let's
just
stay
a
with
name,
that.
bro.
Cam suddenly starts working out all the time, and he gets really
True.
defensive about, do you even lift, bro?
That's crazy. You know what? Let's turn
It's
this
about
around
knowing
on
your
Cam. I
history,
like this.
okay? Respect your peers. Respect
Hey,
the
you want to talk
people
about
that came
Duel's
before you.
performances? Yes. Do I remember every single 5, 6 years from now, am I going to remember exactly what Gooner's referencing? Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like you would.
Okay, now I'm shutting this one down. Time out. We're done. We're done. Moving on. One game ahead of us. Miramar. So Godspeed. Yeah. So I don't think that we can look at.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Gooners, though, I don't think we can look at their
Gooners are dominating right now.
only heavy quotes 3 points as that being indicative of exclusively Miramar and the conversation that we had before that. Surely we can expect this to be the blip and they're going to go back to their good old gooning ways and chasing other teams down and setting up some bridge camps, or am I being a bit too favorable for their aggressive style?
No, I mean, you were the one that brought it up. Like, hey, on Miramar, we kind of saw them slow down. So, I mean, and this is the first Miramar we've played of LCQ, and they slowed down, right? 3 kills has been their worst game so far, which really isn't that bad considering, you know, you look at some of the other teams in their bad games, but it's a bad game for them considering how just kind of bang on they've been with the kills. So we'll see if they can right the ship here. Either way, they've already set themselves up for a very good day 2, even if they went out in first. Or even if they went out first in this game with like 0 points, I still think Gooners would be set for tomorrow to head to the top 8. So we'll see.
Hey, Matchroom, what's Poonage doing all the way out there? I think he fat-fingered his eject button.
Island Circle, bro. Look, that plane path starts right next to the island. He's calling it now.
What are we going? Just wait to see where the first crate is. That's where the circle always lands, right?
Yeah, I remember those old math days.
Wait,
people
what?
Thought that.
You
Did
don't
you never
remember
hear
that,
that?
Godspeed?
There was a big
think
belief that wherever the crates are going is where the circle is gonna go. That's where the end game happens.
Oh,
at.
I remember
Yeah.
that. I remember that. Yeah.
PUBG conspiracy.
Even I remember that.
There was a way
Tinfoil
to
hat
actually
wearers.
figure out how, like, the initial circles, they were very predictable in the initial stages of, like, PUBG. And then they finally changed it, and then they were way less predictable. And now they're just chaos. So we've come quite a long way with circles.
The circles have gotten a lot more brutal this year. I will say that. I don't know how the algorithm.
It's been nothing but hardships. I swear this year, like every event, international, regional, doesn't matter. PNC, EWC, PGS.
I'd shift
every
it.
Circle has been even the TPP events that we've had. The mass, like, I don't know what it is this year, but I agree 100%, Matt. They have been just super wild, just everywhere, all over the place.
Hard
especially on
shift.
Circle 1, like look plane path into circle here. I mean, it's still pretty friendly because yes, it is north and it still has some Campo Militar in play and blah 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 blah. But whenever you see a plane path that's kind of this centered, you're not expecting the circle to go all the way up and touch Campo Militar.
I mean, it can.
We're
It's
just
the
seeing
fact
a lot
that
of
it always
hardships.
seems to.
Yeah, we just always have hardships. I agree. I agree with you guys.
So I'm looking around. I'm keeping my eyes on the map, and even outside of Poonage.
They're talking about hardships. Let's go all the way up into Campo Militar. Let's do it. Let's really hard shift it.
Really fighting, not even fighting over vehicles or any of that stuff. And Grant, I think part of that is just because Miramar is so friendly to, not only is it big, it's, the second largest map that we have, but also just the way that the roads work and the vehicles work, it just feels incredibly friendly. Or maybe is Miramar getting to the place that we can call it solved, Matchroom? Because I know people are talking about Erangel in that way. Can we say that about Miramar?
Okay, Miramar is, you kind of have the idea on how it's going to behave a lot once you start seeing the setup for it. Like, if you look at, this is kind of a Death Star Trench game. Sorry, not Death Road. And so you kind of know the northern areas, the southern areas. You know that your setups and how they're going to go into play. I don't necessarily ever think that a map is solved, but you kind of have an idea on the preferences in play and position.
and you start getting down. Once you start getting down,
This is really good.
It's really about more solving.
I wish I had a drink
in your lobby is the way I see
to go along with it.
And whenever you start to get a feel for how their timings work and where everybody's going to be going, and you can be setting up.
But I don't.
Buses that are going to be rolling right by you as Duel gets spotted out and IQ goes down.
Oh, another good round into a poor follow-up by Duel. We'll see if they can stabilize. I'm going to let you guys go and carry out the rest of this final game of the night. Last game of the first half of PAS 6 Last Chance Qualifier. Matchroom and Godspeed, take it away.
Bye, Cabby.
Vengeance.
Yes.
Enough of your yapping.
On to Duel.
Yes, we will take it away. Ooh, that was a really nice Dark Knight voice there. I like that, Matt. One thing to note, though, with this circle and specifically how these teams are playing it is that because of how north the circle is and where the plane path was, a lot of the north, including all of Cruz de Valle as well as Tierra, the hills above Azahar itself, I mean, the east and the north are completely open. So teams like Yahoo, if they're able to get out of this fight, could potentially wrap all the way to the east and just take so much control if they wanted to, Matt. A lot of these teams rotating in to take up control.
They'll just, if they want to make it, they need to stop losing players on rotation early.
Curve in the wall that comes out. So there's safety to be had and easy pathing over there. Center meta gonna center meta hard though, as it does look like we have Bestia running a 2-2 split. Opposing sides, Death Star Trench. Alcatraz is gonna be coming in back behind that one. No way you can see is kind of watching what's going on to the south as Yahoo is kind of rounding up all of their cars pretty close to Impala itself.
I really do need a drink. All right, I'll be right back. I want to try and find a drink real quick.
Center line of teams. Interestingly enough, if you look at the map feed right now, all of our teams are kind of following this trajectory line.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, a big symptom of that is the circle, right? You brought it up, Death Star Trench, El Azahar Valley, whatever you want to call it. This road that is in between the split of Bestia is just devastating to play depending on the side you pick, because if you pick the wrong side, if circle happens to center up around it, and then it shifts and you either have to go north or south, if you're not already there, the chances of you surviving, I mean, we say this every time because it just happens to come true. The chances of surviving that cross is just, it's so slim, and you just get shredded on the other side, which is why you see this split by Bestia, because, I mean, it's better to even keep two alive on the right side than 4 alive on the wrong side.
Well, I mean, that's the meme behind the name, right? You either go down in the trench to survive if you've got to rotate late, or you're just going to get shot. There's way too many things on the outsides of it. And so you see some teams make some pretty bold calls around it pretty regularly that can sometimes pay off or sometimes be its own
Nice
issue.
tires, Zello. I love that.
Lines in PL. Is he going to hop out? Does manage to get some safety away. But here comes the rest of DM Godspeed.
This is an easy kill. I mean, Biel is just dead. Unless there is a travesty of a misplay here coming out from Deporto Merlo, I don't see them losing this fight. And I just love that Zello went for the tire. He could have gone for the headshot, just try to go for the knock straight out, but he just crippled the vehicle. The tires are generally really easy to get out. You get a spin out. Biel's gonna find one though. And the rest of Rock now coming in that nade. Oh, the Panzer. Oh no, he gets 2.
They're starting to play it a bit too scary. Too slow. Biel is starting to spin this back around. Here comes some reinforcements as well. The other members from DM having to see what's going on the outside. Ali RV does connect, but it's going to be onto RBN. So, gotta be pretty careful with it. Biel's still playing around the outside. He's not done yet. He takes a lot of damage, finally goes down, but no, Rock survives, the cost being RBN.
I see. Okay, so I was wrong. That I thought for sure that it...
You were right, but DM just played it wrong.
I also think the support coming in from Rock was huge. I mean, they responded to that so quickly, which also helped a lot. And BL, more importantly, bought himself quite a bit of time by getting that double. So, great play from him. They should be able to recover RBN and get that ship going and get him back. Yes, Matt?
If you have somebody isolated, don't walk in one at a time to him. That's just not going to work well. So that's
it's pretty decent advice.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a DM is a very good team. That it feels like there was a couple of opportunities. I felt like what we saw happen is a Panzerfaust came out, And they were like, no, don't waste the Panzerfaust. And then they started doing like weapon switches, and I think that might have slowed down the pacing. But that's just
It
me
was also
theory
the
crafting
nade.
off of what I saw. Yeah.
It was the nade from Biel that slowed that down a lot because you can see he wanted to chase with the Panzer, but also Panzer in that stairwell is not only is it a self knock, but it's potentially a team knock as well because they were stacked.
Yeah.
So I get why he kind of thought better of it. In fact, I'm kind of glad he did because that would have been even worse if they just killed themselves, right, to the Panzer. But either way, nice hold by Biel. It was just, and that's a lesson to be learned by DM. And DM so far have actually been playing a lot better than they did in groups, at least. So it's a ray of hope for them. Just one bad
they're right on
final
the
game.
cusp too. There's a decent
Yeah, and they
chance
still have
could
6 games
qualify.
tomorrow. Yep, and again, it's just top 8. So DM could just be fine. We'll see. Duel, though, talking so much about them, already down to 2 members, Matt.
I mean, it's dual. That's the best thing you can say. Win a game, lose 2 members like the first 2 deaths of the game. It happens. And now just can they manage to use the points that they got in the last game to get more up? Should also be pointed out that I think that the members that they have up include K-Mine. Like he was one of the 2 that went down, and he was the guy that got a lot of kills. Yeah, it's him and Wooly. And they're in Minas Generalis, so that's just all around pretty decent for the time being. The problem is the team that's going to be closest to Duel, Gooners. Oops, that's not
Yeah,
good.
and the one thing I will tell you about the Gooners as well is they know that kill feed. I guarantee they know if they fight Duel and they get a knock or they eat a knock, they're going to be like, that team's only 2. So that's a dangerous proposition for Duel. We'll see anyways if they can recover those members, depending. Circle is about to close. And we're shifting to the west. Okay, 55 yet again. 55 has actually gotten quite... This is something that I think we need to talk about. They've gotten quite a lot of these early game shifts, and they have not necessarily been able to convert them into the late game yet.
They're a bit bold in their splits. And that comes from... We talk about the importance of confidence sometimes, but you can be overconfident as well, yeah. So, Yahoo and W just kind of rounding next to each other. This is going to be just, again, right on the edge of the zone near truck stop. Nothing really going to come out of it. But this is kind of... I don't have a nice way of saying it. This is a really sucky circle. We've got some of Death Star Trench in play, but then we have kind of the field around water treatment and Hacienda. That's pretty brutal to play around. There's going to be a lot of people just kind of clinging to hay bales for life.
Yeah, we see these circles too that end south of
Crazy
that
kitty.
trench, right? We see around where the mission ready compound is. We see a lot of games end just outside to the east of their compound as well. So again, if this is one of those circles, if you're not in it, you don't have a place to play, you're fighting on edge and then just working your way in only to essentially be eliminated at some point, because getting in from edge to center here is next to impossible as battle is just gonna echo. Cherry vibes though with the trade. He's gonna get that flush as well. So
Cherry, just no regard for him.
Maybe a 1/10 of a second away from getting that reload popped back up for another shotgun blast. So
yeah,
I was close. Max and No Way still kind of caught up against each other. This is going to be a bit closer to that southeastern area outside of truck stop. D is going to be pretty close because QAD is kind of running a, I kind of want to call it a 2-1-1, but it's kind of a full 4-man split across. Collector is also going to be maybe eyeing this pathing back behind NW, but NW also has Sam Crow all the way back behind Collector.
yeah, that's
No way.
I mean, it's the fact that they're playing very disadvantaged here.
Yeah, this is not great, as it's now just 2 members to deal with what is Max Wynn's full 4-man.
Oh, and Hero's got a VSS,
no
man.
joke.
No way.
That thing is devastating. Even at medium distance, that gun, especially now with the DMR nerfs, is really quite solid.
The only benefit that No Way has right now is Max is being very meticulous in this. And that kind of comes as the 2 different sides that what we see from Max Wynn, right? Is they either play it super ballsy and go for C4 plays, or they play it very safe. And it's cool to have 2 different types of gears, but sometimes those gears aren't in the right one whenever you need to be going after just like a solo or 2 that are hiding out.
Well, the thing also for Max Wynn is I just don't think they realize that they probably expect 2 in this building rather than the 2 up on the hill, right? Like a 2-2 split, but it's just Vi. Or Vinny.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just Vinny. He's the only one that's actually holding them off for the rest of his team.
And he's actually buying us so much time.
Yeah, and he's doing it. He's wasting so much time
waste that
And now look at
time.
this. They've fully reconsolidated here into this this long barn.
And
warehouse.
QAD is now on the outskirts of this fight with 2 of their members. As you can see on the map, they've kind of got the other 2.
Ton
scattered
Lopez
across.
goes down.
New circle pops, Godspeed, and we go down into the southwest.
All right. Well, this is exactly where we were talking about. We see a lot of these circles end, the compound around which Mission Ready is, and that seems to be where we're going. Minas Generalis, that spot right to the east of Rock that has just insane sight lines and vision and information gathering opportunities into the circle. I imagine they're going to take that if they know it's open.
And so an exchange between knocks between these 2 squads is it's kind of just been a ring around the rosy. Max Win probably suffering from some mental attacks just based off of not being able to figure out what's going on. Collector, they're also now getting involved, so this is not a 4-way fight yet. QAD looks like they kind of want to come after it. Collector not quite making a commitment in. Finally starting to see some shots happening between the 2 squads that have kind of kicked this whole thing off in Max Win, but no way kind of still handling everything. Remember, guys, this is also not inside the safe zone yet.
Ugh.
Yep, this was now no longer due to the shift in the zone. And so you still have, like you said, Collector on the outside of this. On the east is looking for an opportunity maybe to get a frag. But most importantly, they should
I don't know where
realize
the
that they should
cat
get
went.
ahead of them, because we do not want to be the teams chasing edge, especially in this circle. You can see Sam Crow is just going to eat some shots. VSS from Hero is going to put him down. Santastico flushes Beal? What happened there?
Oh, well, Lopez also walked in the wrong area. I mean, I feel like I need Duel of Fates playing in the background, and luckily Duel of Fates is like an 8-minute song, so this fight's been going on a really, really long time. Collector is walked away from this.
Everybody's saying like nerf the Panzer, it's no fun, yada yada.
Finally turning this fight in the favor that it should have kind of been in at the start. So, spraying through, doesn't want to go into smokes. Remember, they don't know exactly where everybody else is yet, so the cost of Frogman, but here comes Bonadagayo, now starting to get that third party.
Andre taking shots. Fortunately for Max, they don't actually take any knocks. There's still a few members of No Way.
Full Quake.
Oh, the Lynx.
Oh, the second shot, headshot.
Good night, Sweet Prince.
That's the downside of a longer fight, too, is all those third and fourth parties starting to get a bit more interested in. Max Win still sitting on 2 right now. Looking into No Way. Bonadagayo is now set up firmly defense, gatekeeping this out. They did lose Prince, though. Well, he's down, but not entirely out, but he's pretty much dead. QAD is also going to be gatekeeping this. A couple of peeks now happening as Shap has spotted out what's going on in the inside, but him and Teknosh haven't been able to really finish this one out yet, and it just still keeps going.
Indeed it does, and both teams have lost, at least half of their forces. No Way, though, have done a good job of recovering, and now back up to 3, so they keep getting those knocks up, but you have to imagine No Way probably so many
Combine the
knocks
drone and
hurts
spotter
Sam
scope.
X.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
an instant bleed out. You can see Sam Crow trying to get aggressive now. Finally, with the advantage against Max Win, it is a 3-on-2, but this blue, this is starting to really hurt. You can see the flash. He's going to find that timing beautiful from Teknosh. Vinny now steps up to the plate.
I mean, Teknosh has been putting in a
going
ton
for
of
the flush. Yep.
Yeah, they just want to finish this. They're done with the reses. They're done with the exchanges. They've just got to finish the fight. They have got to get out of here. They've got to secure the points. Teknosh down to 1, goes for it, tries to get the knock before he goes down. It's just Shap caught out all over here, but this is mutually assured destruction as the new circle has revealed itself, and it goes south yet again. Shap finally manages to finish it. No Way is eliminated, but Max Win, can you even get back into the circle? Bonadagayo doesn't even want to stay
That
anymore.
is the question.
They're hopping in vehicles and they're heading out.
And out they go. Dogs have put themselves into a position where they can tentatively survive. You can see that spot's going to be really rough. That Bestie is in just below where Yahoo is. Look for that to be an absolute mess for them to deal with, as nades and utility will roll down. They also just in the sidelines of everyone. Oh my goodness, that's going to be interesting. Watch for Bestia.
That rock in particular. Oh, the follow-up was pretty close, though. Collector has some friends very close to Bonadagayo. This is kind of the carryover from that long fight that we saw going on just a second ago. QAD still kind of posted up. They're going to take some shots at Bonadagayo as they're going to be rolling pretty close to Collector. 55's on the other side of this, but they've got a hill in between them. But I think that they want to try a fourth party. But they can't probably get there in time to do too much more.
PP.
Legion 2 just sharing this dip across. Collector also just sharing the dip across from Bonadagayo. Bonadagayo, though, only down to 1 now. So an opportunity, but you can see the high ground vantage points just devastating for not only the dogs, but also Collector.
QAD not really getting too involved in this. They're just taking long-range shots, keeping everybody pinched, making everybody keep their heads down, kind of stalling out the firefights and making everybody have to burn a lot of utility for it. Tries to use some cover, but it gets red, instantly gets dropped. Friends, the last one up still dancing around. Collector still looking to see if they can spot anything else. QAD, honestly, they want to finish out the fight, but Collector goes down. Friends inadvertently wins.
Right, and they'll take those for now, I guess. As the blue is starting to really tick down. I don't know if France is going to be long for this roll. The Santastico, though, right onto that ridge. And now here comes Yahoo. This is what I was worried about. This ridge from Bestia. If there's a team that lives above you, it is impossible to play. That nade should all but do it. Oh, my goodness. And stolen every kill by Yahoo.
I mean, you can see they tried to follow up into it, and those were really lined in well.
Those are good, yeah.
Yahoo does have a bit of a cost that comes out of that, as we do have Mission Ready that's in the fortified position, kind of making sure to punish anybody that moves from Yahoo right now. We still have everybody else except for Mission Ready that has to kind of get in the circle. Well, QAD's also in there, but this is just send it if you got it, and so it's time to send it. Pest Control says there's some kills to be had, and we need some points. Chasing up after Yahoo. They're also going to be on the leaderboard as well as trying to stall out any form of movement afterward.
I'm just flying in, gets out of his car, looks down.
As well.
Ooh, a piece of candy. He just gets a point off of one of the Yahoo members. And now it's up to just Shinboy and Balefire. They're going to have to survive.
How is Rock going to come up here?
We're saying it, Map. They are coming into this area. They realize that Yahoo is crippled. Bestia is gone. Pest Control is in a precarious position at best. And so let's see what they can do with it.
Fantastico just straight up sent it into the compound. The bait and switch comes out. Bale cannot take him down. Fantastico spots him and instantly retreats. So the foothold has happened for the compounds, but not quite yet inside the safe zone.
You hear Pass finding more and more. That's Lucid going down. It's another point in their favor. And these are long-range shots. Well done to Pass to find these, but you can see they're very much worried about their top side still. That's going to be their biggest threat, of course.
It's good for them to be worried about it, though. So
gonna have to move into them as long as utility isn't thrown into their pit. It should be okay.
Like, I agree with it. Do be worried.
There's not a lot to play inside the circle. QAD has opted into a 2-2 split. Test is kind of looking.
Dogslord got his message deleted.
Remember, Rock's just on the other side of the rock behind them. And
Karam does go down.
Snakers is going to get the better of Karam, get the knock onto him. It should be resable, but the cost of that is the attrition. And losing even more damage and meds is, at this stage, absolutely pivotal.
Yeah. Especially with all these fights going on. RBN goes for the spray up on top. Shinboy, oh, careful now. He's going to eat some. Shinboy's going to give it back, but he's the last one alive. 6 kills again for this team. That's going to go down, eliminated an 8th, but a better game for Yahoo at least. Meanwhile, BL Rock 6 kills on their own with 3 members alive. And now moved away from Pest.
Gotta do a quick correction. Apparently it was William Lobes that were still alive. I don't know exactly what's going on with Duel and how the way that's set up, but they're still chasing after the circles. So, sorry, a little while ago I told you guys that I thought K-Mine was still up, but I don't know. Things happen. Maybe it...
K-Mine went down right at the beginning.
I don't even know. So,
K-Mine's gone down so early.
QAD has to regroup, but they've already got 2 inside the circle. Duel's got to go.
On so many of the games, so...
You can stay there, but I don't think you want to. But I don't think you can leave.
It's going to be hard for them
like
to
the
leave.
Hotel California.
You also have 55 in the north trying to take over a spot, or at least start a fight with Mission ready. We'll see what happens there. This M24 looking for its mark there on one of the members of Wuju 2. Kind of a, I mean, even if they get the knock, the problem is I don't think they can flush from this distance. Oh, but this is what Pest needed to worry about. None of them are looking up.
I just rolls it down casually, right on top of Pest. Fantastico going to go ahead and regroup 55 in the north. They're going to start going after Mission Ready. Mission Ready, they've been kind of in the good position for quite a while, so starting to get kind of forced out of that one. 55 coming in full gusto, full authority. Mission Ready trying to regroup themselves all inside the same building. Pip is going to be on the outskirts of it, but 55 still has to clear everything. They want to make sure that they play it as safe as possible.
55. They're going to take one loss so far. Stakers will find Karak.
This goes down to Wuju 2.
Look at that. And Zito. We didn't see it off camera, though. He's just going to get rid of Pest by himself.
I think that they ran over. Yeah,
they did. They pushed up. Well done to Wuju 2. I love that risk. It paid off for them. Meanwhile, 55 slowing things down considerably in this fight against Mission Ready.
Okay, looks like they're getting Karak's meds back to a position that they wanted to have. This has kind of opened up a lot more of the circle for QAD to try to exploit. Oh, 55 has spotted out Snakers. That's going to give them some more to work around. They know exactly where the rest are going to be at. And there you go. Panzerfaust knocks on the door. Finally, Bizzler gets a retaliation knock. Pip on the other side of it, trying to see if they can sneak around. But it feels like Mission Ready is not too ready for that push. And so while they were prepped and good, that is going to give them position inside the circle. But look, QAD is going to regroup real fast off of that. Rock's going to get control over the south. And this has just kind of cemented our end game.
Yeah. Rock now being pushed closer and closer towards the side of Al Qudsiya, who is the only team at this point in this game that have 4 members still left alive. Duels Lobes is trying to get where he can without being seen or spotted to maybe survive a bit longer, get maybe one more placement point, survive one more team, or maybe even just get one more kill. We'll have to see. Rock, though,
Panzered.
the ones in the most precarious position, but they still have at least 7 kills. So even if they went down, it's been a hell of a game for them, at least in the right direction.
Yeah, I was getting a bit, I don't have a nice way of saying it, annoyed with Rock after the performance we were seeing on internationals. To then be in the last chance qualifier and then to not even be in the top 8 for the longest time. It feels like they're starting to feel more in control of position, starting to get more kills off of it. They also have a backstab and a half waiting in Lobes and sneak attack both. They've got to be very cautious on how they approach this.
I feel like Rock is generally pretty good keeping track of their surroundings and not getting backstabbed by snakes, but we'll see what Lobes opts for, as I don't think I've seen any member of Rock whatsoever look towards their west, so that does not bode well. But again, we'll see. And right now they have bigger fish to fry. They have to figure out how the hell they're going to get into the circle. I don't think one snake is their biggest worry right now. They do have vehicles, though. That's the silver lining. And there is a dip, Matt, but it's not great.
But you got to make it down the hill with QAD looking. Is 55 set up to take shots? 55 is actually looking more after Lobes right now. Rock just sends it at the perfect time. QAD didn't have the vision. 55 wasn't set up. The distraction now, is it going to be enough for maybe something else to happen with Wuju 2? They're trying to sneak in the circle on the other side of it. Rock's trying to fend in. Crossfire potential is big. 55 finally figures out what's going to be going on with Rock. They're starting to take some shots in. Wuju 2 has realized they need to set up. And the catalyst for this all is Rock rolling down the hillside. But Wuju 2, they want to go after 55. They're playing for the late game.
And safe. That was risky as all hell. Karak is going to find him, and Zito falls as well. So Wuju 2 down to just 1 member left. As you can see, Al Qudsiya coming alive. 8 kills for them. It's been a hell of a game.
Oh, that Panzer could have been saved.
Another knock onto 55 in the meantime
could
as well.
have been saved.
Have taken all of control of this game. 4 left alive. They have what is realistically the only good ridge to play now towards center circle. And so I would be very hard-pressed to see another team winning this game, Matt.
I mean, and they've even got Rello playing from back behind in a controlled position where he's got some cover. Wuju 2, they knew the fact that the new threat was going to be 55 for the later stages of it, and that's what they opted into. But QAD just did a good job on harassing everything that was around them. While Rock was a great catalyst to kind of start a storm of events, it just still stayed in QAD's favor and kind of turned everything. 55 can't really step out. Wuju 2, they're just trying to creep out, but Cowboy, God, so good.
2-tap dirt nap right there.
Oh, I like
down
that.
for the res. Yeah, just so much control, man. QAD just...
The fact that Wuju 2 got back up to 2.
Circle to do the job that they need done. It's all been academic at that point. 55, though, man, for the amount of fights they've gotten at, man, they have been able to recover quite well every single time. They're still 4 up. Battered and bruised, but still 4 up.
So happy that Wuju 2
they've got covered, but
has 4 kills.
That's the sucky part about it. They've got 2 different angles. Seifu, man, he's hungry. He wants some more out of it. Wuju 2 sitting at 49 points right now. More kills, the more contesting up at the top. Starting to feel pretty good about the chances looking at the grand finals, but we still have a whole nother day of action after this one. Depending on how the line comes in, Pippa is going to go down. Rolo is going to spot him. Al-Qadsiya sitting at 10 kills. It's just a matter of how many more can they get, and can maybe the 2 different teams find a way to breach and approach at the same time.
I mean, like I said, it would have to be a monumental throw here from QAD. It's possible, though. We've seen very strong teams lose positions like this before. I just don't see it happening. That spray's going to put a healthy amount of damage. Oh, Seifu's just going to delete Psycho.
He wants them gone. Seifu finally going to go down, but the cost has been massive. Pippa looks back. QAD was going for a small reposition and gets punished. Sneak attack still stays focused in on 55. Blue zone is now started to come in. Sneak attack wants more points. Get some vision on what's going to be happening. 55 looks like they might even be trying to go for res. Sneak attack going to lean back into QAD's line, and this could be a bit of a problem. QAD has to split their focus. They have to stay locked in on it. Raw does get the knock. Sneak attack still wants more. I mean, Wuju 2 just has a vengeance against 55.
I was going to say Sneak Attack, the secret not even a secret, the 5th member of QAD, finally, 55 will go down, and he's just going to deny. I don't hate that. I mean, a 4v1 in that situation, just, sure, why not even give them the point? That's a strong team you could potentially stop later, but man, look at that, 14 kills for the team of Al-Qadsiya, holding it all from that eastern edge, Matt.
A good string of games for him at the very end here. I believe put them into first place overall, but do not quote me on that. But Miramar, very favorable for them, very cleanly played. And you can't necessarily say that they were given a lot because they had to play from some pretty desperate positions in that last game.
Sure. But I mean, that game was just crazy. We saw Rock Bestia up in that South Ridge. We saw Wuju 2 make that push, which was actually so sick. 55 as well, taking the push on a mission ready in that compound. So all of it, that entire game was very exciting. In fact, it was so exciting. We're going to check out the highlights before we break down the end of the day with Cameron on the desk. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, we're all excited, man. Listen, halfway through the day, we get 6 more games going into tomorrow, but first let's check over what has happened so far today, specifically the last match. Alcazia, it looks like they got a little bit jealous. We were hyping up Duel getting their 13 kill win previously. They're coming in with 1 extra, the 14 kills, so finally the action is starting to stack towards the top as we're more used to. But Godspeed, that was a really well-played round by a couple of different teams, not just QAD.
Yeah, not just Alcazia. We saw 55 surviving way longer than they had any business to. Mission Ready also had some good fights there. Rock, Wuju too. I mean, that was just it was a banger game all around. We even saw Duel managed to survive up towards the end, getting at least some placement points there. A nice salvage from them, and Pest Control also with a good opportunity with Yahoo as well.
Yeah, and then towards the bottom, Gooners, they actually had a really good start to the day, Matchroom. But then 3 kills and then 0. So
you
it seems like Miramar really is.
It.
Hey, listen.
Miramar Kryptonite.
I can't claim to be the greatest analyst, PUBG analyst the world has ever seen. That's what you guys call me. That's all I'm listening.
Wow.
You know how we talk about the importance of confidence in plays? We talk about confidence in plays. Cam just made one right there.
That was a confident play right there. I respect it. I can respect it.
So
but
the overall leaderboard now. Yep. Alcazia, actually, yeah, so I think, Matt, you called it. You're correct. Alcazia, with the great performance and securing that chicken dinner, they actually overtake into first place now, knocking Mission Ready out of that position. Wujitu as well, climbing up to third. So again, the double stack of Mission Ready and Gooners getting really intermingled and even incredibly mixed up with a couple of different teams. But I'm scanning through all of this outside of notable 8-point gap of first to second. It's a pretty linear drop down. It's only the gap between 8th and 9th Matchroom that is starting to get a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean, there is the bit of a gap between Rock and Bestia, but this still, it's just a couple of kills. Like squad wipe here, there is a lot of the definition in what we're going to be looking at. And the thing is that a lot of these squads that we're seeing on the left side is more of the squads I would say that we had expectations for. So whenever we're looking at the right side of the leaderboard, these are kind of the usurpers. These are the guys that want to take it.
They need to prove something.
Because you're comfortable that you're on the left side of the leaderboard, you're the expected squads to be there. It's still just that close. A couple of kills, a game goes your way, a little bit of circle luck, and you can find yourself in a precipice position that's not feeling too good.
Yeah. Well, guys, I have to eat some crow. I lied when I told you that I was the greatest PUBG mind in this group call, because we were joined by none other than Wooly from Duel, talking to us about their day so far today here at the Last Chance qualifier. Congratulations on your performance. A couple of good wins under your belt here today. A couple of good kill counts going your way. First question that I have before I toss it over to the boys: what has this been once you took a step away from TSM? What has it been sort of going back into yourself on the mouse and keyboard in the competitive side of things?
What's up, guys, by the way? Nice to see you guys. It's definitely a grind for sure. Like, I think if you're still involved in the game and coaching and stuff, you obviously, you're still looking at the game. You're kind of updated with like what works and what doesn't type of thing. But anytime like you don't really play scrims like for a while, there's always a factor of like situational awareness and some different things that you really only learn playing like scrims or playing a competitive setting. So that was definitely something that was like challenging for me. Just when I started to play again, and honestly, it'd probably be the same for like anyone who, took any amount of time off of like playing scrims or whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we all feel what it's like, even just taking a week or two away. Suddenly our hands don't work the same anymore. So can definitely understand that perspective. But I'm going to toss it over to Godspeed for the next follow-up question.
Wooly. How's how's it going, buddy? So 2 questions, actually. I got a 2-parter for you. First is, why didn't you guys qualify to grand finals in the first place? Okay, that's the first question. Second of all, what has it been like? Once again, like, I know Cam kind of piggybacking off his question, like coming back, playing again after coaching for so long. What's it like playing with specifically this roster, especially someone like Penta you've had history with before?
Well, I'm actually playing with like Lobes, K-Mine, and IQ. But I love Penta. He's great.
Well, he was on Duel. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he played the first event with us this year. for sure. Penta's definitely a really good player. What was the first question again? Sorry.
Why didn't you guys make it to the finals? Why are you in LCQ?
We're just hot dropping groups, you know. We took the risk and we lost. So it is what it is, you know.
Fair.
Sometimes
Fair.
you take the risk and sometimes it doesn't pay off. So
Okay.
Well, that leads
All right.
perfectly into the question that I've got for you. Inside of game number 5, you guys dropped onto a two-way fight that was already happening inside of a compound. Honestly, was it planned? Did you guys go, okay, we're going to jump in and we're going to get kills off of this? Because it feels like it started a steamroll for you guys. And if so, kind of what was the mindset around that moment?
So that game, we were kind of just chasing zone. I died early. Flood hit like a nuts 2-tap on me really early, and I died. So my team played for the res, and then we were kind of, just the way the circle went, we were pretty much dictated into playing late. But we did have an EP. So we popped the EP like C3 to C4, to where we would be on the EP when circle 4 popped, right? And yeah, basically the EP was like a really a Hail Mary play. Like we knew that if any of the rocks were still in, that we could go to the rocks off of the EP if they were free. But right when we popped the EP, actually, one of the rocks got taken. So we were basically just talking about like some different plays we could do and where we could land. And we actually landed in the compound because the compound has a lot of problems with just info. It's really hard being in the concrete building in that compound, like to see what's going on above you. So you actually wouldn't really know if people are landing unless you have a guy like in the open side who's looking for it. And yeah, a tank pulled up, a BRDM pulled up right in as we landed, and 3 guys jumped out of it, and they just all started killing each other. So sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, you know. But I mean, we did play it well after that, for sure. Yeah.
All right, so we don't want to hold you for too much longer. I'm sure you want to rest up and prepare for tomorrow, but I'm going to give you the floor to say a greeting, say hello to, or just any communication to anyone you want to.
Yeah, thanks to everybody supporting Duel, like all of K's viewers. Honestly, I would have peer pressured K into getting on here, but we had kind of all dispersed after the game, so yeah, we just wanted to like chill. All of us have been like playing or looking at stuff earlier in the day, so yeah, I mean, thanks for the support, guys, and yeah, hope to bring the best tomorrow. Obviously, you know, being in the top 8 is good today, but you can't really ever feel too good about it. Like everybody in the bottom 8's like 1 win away from being in the hunt at minimum. So yeah, just got to play your best and hope for the best, pretty much.
Okay. Well, always great to talk to you, Wooly. Congratulations on good performance today. Good luck tomorrow. Hope to see you in grand finals, and I'll let you go and get some rest.
Yeah, thanks. Great casting, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, thank
Appreciate you, buddy.
We love
Thank
you. He's one of my faves.
Yep.
He's one of my faves.
Aw.
And I don't say that just because he's here.
I feel like you
Just
did,
partly
but
because
that's
he's
okay.
here. Oh, wait.
I don't know if they can still hear, but it is
It's
confirmed
evidence.
that I am Drassel's dad. Yeah.
It's evidence.
I don't
He's
have my
bringing the receipts.
Drassel glasses. I need the Drassel glasses.
We got a birth truther.
Tell my wife.
Okay, so after that bombshell reveal here, man, things just keep getting so exciting here at PAS 6 Last Chance Qualifier. I believe that is everything that we have to take care of tonight. No, I lied. We're gonna check in tomorrow's schedule. The maps.
Let's do that.
It's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be the same. The one question I have is, usually it's a rotate. I'm pretty sure we're gonna end on Erangel. Yes, we are. Okay, so Erangel is gonna be them. We're gonna start with Miramar once again. So it'll be interesting, Godspeed, if we see the Gooners Kryptonite continue with this, or if it's just going to get reset tomorrow and it's completely non-factor.
Yeah, with things getting kind of flipped, and as you can see, again, as you stated, Miramar being first, they didn't do well in Miramar. I think it's just a mental reset thing coming into tomorrow. I would be surprised if they had, you know, just as few points on Miramar as they did today, but again, it's just about making top 8, right? And I don't think they're going to change anything as far as like the way that they're playing or anything like that. So I think they'll be okay. I think Gooners will be all right.
Yeah. Well, you guys saw it there. The first match starts at 4:05 p.m. Pacific time. We're live a couple of minutes beforehand, so you're going to want to hear us talk and just continue to make you more informed about PUBG and the event that we're watching. But we'll have to see you then, because we are signing off for tonight. It has been a great show. Thank you very much for spending your time with us. Hope to see you tomorrow.
All right. GG's, bye-bye. Everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you guys for stopping by. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be playing Bannerlord Borderlands all day. Wow. Words. Borderlands all day. And then we'll be back for some more PAS Watch Party. Have a wonderful night. I will see you guys.